Watch the flow of my movements as I demonstrate. Focus on stretching the body. Now, return to your original position. Watch the flow of my movements as I demonstrate.
Hello, everybody. Good morning. This is going to be an all-day stream. I don't know how many people are actually going to tune into this, especially all day. But, feel free to stop by just every now and then for a few minutes or so to catch up on what's going on. By the way, this is yesterday. I went 14-13. Started off slow but finished strong, but still down. That was yesterday, though. Let me clear this. It always changes to 5,400 for some reason. All right. I think it's because I have a macro that puts a number. Okay, anyway. We got one game going on right now, UMass Lowell and Hartford. I have Hartford on the money line. So I put half a unit on all my pregame bets today, which have been doing better. They really have. So I'm not too worried about that. Yeah, but it's going to be a marathon all day. I just, hopefully people can stop by, I'll be here all day from this America East game, which is about 4 minutes away from halftime, all the way to the Big Sky final, or not Big Sky, Big West final that starts at 8:59 p.m. my time. So this is going to be probably a 12, 13-hour stream today. It's going to be a long one. But it's one of my favorite days of the calendar when it comes to college basketball. I call it Championship Saturday because you got a lot of conference tournament championship games going on all day. Not as fun as it has been. Like I said, there's nobody there. Usually when you turn on the America East final in the morning, when you get up on this Saturday every year, you see a packed gym, just to the rafters. Tons of people in there. Usually Vermont. I think that team has been Vermont the past, I don't know how many years. But, Hartford, I think this is the first appearance in this, first time they've been able to host this game in a long time, and there's nobody there. Empty stands. I feel bad for those players. It really takes the edge off of these conference tournament games. It really does. I've been watching them all week. I was in Colorado, but I still made sure to watch. And it's not the same. It's really not the same. I mean, I guess it's better than nothing. It's better than nothing, but it still feels very hollow, That's a good way to describe it, hollow. What was it? I was saying, who was it the other night that was playing a home game? It was the Northeast Conference, Mount St. Mary's and Bryant. Bryant, first ever appearance in the title game. They're playing at home, empty. It's like at least have some fans in there, maybe give a little edge, and they lose to Mount St. Mary's when they were pretty heavily favored. So, maybe, I don't know if fans would have helped them win or not, but it was just, there's no atmosphere at all. It doesn't feel like it's a big deal. A team going for its first ever NCAA tournament, and there's nobody there to watch them and cheer them on. So anyway, that's that. Overall, things have been good with the model. Live betting was even last night. Nothing really to write home about, but pregame bets have been doing better. I've been, at least in the 3 or 4 days that I've been able to track that, it's doing better, and I'm kind of glad. So I went pretty aggressive on the pregame bets today, mainly because there's not a lot of games. I think I have a pregame bet on all but 2 of them. Not a lot of games, but the keys were, I ran the keys, and it was what it was. So I just, let's be aggressive. It's the last live stream I'm gonna have probably this season. I might do one for the second round of the NCAA tournament next Sunday and Monday, but there's only going to be like 8 games on those days. So this is it for live streams for college basketball this season when it comes to like a decent amount of games. Yeah, I know you say you don't like parlays. It's the last day of the year. I might play one. I don't know. I said that last week though, and I never did. But it's maybe I can put together like a parlay of the games that I like the most. So like going down the list, I'm on Ohio State money line. But as far as spread bets are concerned, I feel more confident on totals. Those have been doing really well since I made the changes. Like really well. Went really well again last night too. But so if I was gonna like parlay totals, I'd probably parlay the over in the Buffalo game. I accidentally placed a full unit on Georgetown Creighton because I bet it twice. Also over in this Abilene Christian game, I would probably do a parlay like that. Well, you know what? Let's do a parlay. Just this is for fun, right? I know I don't say I like parlays, but I'm gonna join you, Jay. I'm gonna place like a parlay. Not a lot of money, just for the shits and giggles here. For March Madness, I probably won't do a live stream for the first round. I just got that. Those are my days, and I want to. I just don't. I haven't fully like set that in stone yet. Probably not. But for the second round, I could see myself doing it. But for the first round, I got a lot going on. I'm cooking. I'm eating. I don't know if I'd want to be confined to a live stream for that, but we'll see. Maybe I'll do both. Maybe I'll drop in every now and then. We'll see. Nothing's set in stone yet. But yeah, let's do a parlay. Let's do a parlay. What do I like here? How many teams should it be? I'll kind of, if any of you guys want to guide me on how many teams I should do. I don't know if I want to do any money line parlays because a lot of these money lines I'm on today actually are what I call. See, I'm on the Buffalo money line, but I don't want them to win that game. I'm on the Montana State money line. I'm not sure if I want them to win that game. I'm on the Oregon State and Georgetown money lines, and I know I don't want either of those teams to win those games. So those are kind of like win-wins. So like I'm rooting against those teams from a fan's perspective, but like I put bets on them just because my model is on them. I think if I'm going to do parlays, I'm going to stick to totals because, like I said, those have been doing the best when it comes to my model. So what totals do I like here? But yeah, I'm on a lot of overs. I really am. My model is really heavy on overs today. I don't know what I'm eating today. I just got back from Colorado where I made a lot of, the thing is, you can kind of eat what you want when you're skiing because you burn so many dang calories. But I'm still feeling kind of fat from that, even though I know it's not fat. Like, when you eat, I wouldn't say eat bad, but when you eat outside of like any dietary guidelines for 5 straight days, you're going to feel fat afterwards, even if it's not fat that you're gaining, because it's going to be mostly sodium and water weight. And so I stepped on the scale yesterday morning after I woke up, after driving back from Colorado, and I'm weighing, like 170. And I'm like, whoa, because I weighed 164 the morning I left to go to Colorado. So it's like I know I didn't gain 6 pounds, especially with all the calories I was burning skiing and all that. And then this morning I'm 165.5. So like I've already lost 4.5 pounds from what I weighed yesterday morning. Like I said, it's mostly water weight and sodium. Did I maybe gain some fat? Probably. Because I counted how many calories, for example, I ate at Chili's the other night before I drove home. Like, I was driving home from Vail and stopped at Grand Junction to eat, and I went to a Chili's, and I got, like, the Southwestern egg rolls and the skillet queso, and I got some chicken crispers. And then I went to the gas station for the drive home and got, like, a bunch of candy to eat on the way home. So that was probably, like, 5,000 calories right there. Did I burn that many calories skiing? I might have. But I haven't made up my mind yet. We'll see. I'll play it by ear. 3. So you think I should do a 3-team parlay, a 5-team parlay, and a 7-team parlay? Is that what you're saying? Yeah, let's do it. I'll put together a 3-teamer first. So let's see. How about the ones I like the best? So the over in the Ohio game. Over 155.5. How about over in the Abilene Christian game, over 145. And then how about one more to fill that out with? How about, I like Florida State minus 4.5 here, so let's do that. So this is the first parlay I've placed in like a long time, like probably since 2018. Yeah, this is the first part. How much should I put on? I'm just gonna put like, maybe half a unit on it. All right, so Ohio over, Abilene Christian over, and Florida State minus 4.5. Let's do that. All right, the bet has been placed. I'm like, where do I even put that? Because it's not a live bet, but I'll put it in this. There you go. Florida FSU / Ohio. ACU over 145. One unit, I'm not going to say, because I know people are going to bet size shame me, like people always do but I will say it's a 3-figure number. I'll put it that way. It's over. It's 3-figure number. All right, let's put together should I put together a 5-teamer? Let's put together a 5-teamer. So let's do LSU Arkansas over. Let's do Iona Fairfield under. Let's do Grand Canyon +2. What else? That's 3. I don't really know what else to put in there. Let's do Eastern Washington, Montana State over. Just because I know Eastern Washington plays fast, I know that. But they've been able to be slowed down in games in the past, though. So that's 4 teams. One more. Surprised I don't have an over bet in that Ohio State game. I'm worried, I would place an over in Tennessee, Alabama, but I'm just worried that they're going to be slowed down by Tennessee. How about Iowa, Illinois? Did I have that in my last parlay? No, let's do Iowa, Illinois over. So this is a 5-teamer. Five-teamer. So LSU O / Iona under, GCU, EDU over, and Aya over. I placed like 0.45 on that one, not 0.5. I'm not going to do a 20-teamer. I don't even know how I'll be able to put together a 7-teamer, to be honest with you. Because I already feel like I've already used up my favorite ones, and I don't want to cross-contaminate. When I say cross-contaminate, I mean like have multiple parlays in the same one. How about if I'm going to do a 7-teamer, I'm going to have some money lines in there. And I think the only money line favorite I'm on today is Hartford, and they're up by 5 at half. They were playing so slow. Like, Hartford was just, like, milking that clock every possession. I'm on a lot of money line dogs today, and I'm not going to parlay those. I think Buffalo's a money line favorite, but I don't want to put them in a parlay because I don't want them to win. I don't. Let's see. I don't want Georgetown to win either. How about I do? Because I thought about doing this last Saturday and I didn't, and it ended up. It would have been a really good idea had I done it. Because remember, if those of you were watching me last Saturday at the end of the stream before I went off the air, I was like, the only way I can have a losing night tonight is if all remaining money line bets I have lose, and I had 6 left, and they all lost. And I was thinking about putting like a parlay against all 6 teams, just in case that did happen, as like a hedge, and I didn't. And all 6 of those teams did lose. And I did end up having a losing night when it came to pregame bets, slightly. And so what if I did this? What if I did like a money line parlay on all the favorites against the dog bets I have? So like Michigan, probably like the bigger ones I have. So like Michigan would be one, Creighton, Eastern Washington, in Colorado to start. Hartford. Oh yeah, I got a second half bet. I'm not even paying attention here. Let me do the second half first, and then I'll answer the question about under. Because yeah, Hartford was walking it up so slow. It was crazy. We got minus 0.5, and we got 70. Wow, that's actually saying over for me. I don't know, though. I'm going to play it because my model says to play it. But this comes with a caveat. I was watching this game. It's the only game on right now. And Hartford just like, I don't know what the hell they were doing, but I'm going to place an overbet here. What was the number 111? And I'm going to place 1.25 units. Last day of the year, Brett. Can't hold anything backing out. But, yeah, like every single possession, the Hartford point guard would cross half court with the ball and just, like, stand there and, like, let the shot clock run down. I don't know what they're doing. They're the better team. That's just something you do when you're not the better team. It's just like a triangle and 2 or box and 1 defense. You don't play that kind of defense when you're the better team. And so I was kind of confused. Like, but they are really playing it slow. You know what, Ryan Gutierrez? I will do that. I will do Oklahoma State money line and the over. Am I really cutting off? Hang on. Hello, can anyone hear me? It says my microphone's fine. Can anyone else hear me? But you know what, Ryan Gutierrez, I'm going to do that. Let's do it. Like I said, last game of the year, let's have a little fun. So Oklahoma State and over parlay, I'll do it. Yeah, why not? All right, just making sure I'm not cutting off. But yeah, I just put that in. OK State money line / over. A 2-teamer, and I put. Whoops. I accidentally put in the wrong number of units. Crap. Oh well, it is what it is. I want to do 0.4, and I accidentally put in 0.55. All right, so yeah, I'm going to do that money line hedge parlay that I'm talking about. So Michigan So pretty much hedging out my dog money line bet, my bigger dogs, just in case none of them come through. Michigan, Creighton, Eastern Washington, Colorado to start. Those are let me see how much that would be if I parlayed all of those. It would be about 1.6. So I'll put half a unit on that. All right. All right. So I'm probably going to lose money today because these parlays are, not good ideas. But like I said, it's just for fun. Last game of the year, Brett, or last stream of the year. Can't hold anything back now. I'm trying to think if there's anything else I want to do just for fun. Maybe like a teaser or something. Let's do a teaser. I'll do an 8-teamer. Here's where I'll do an 8-teamer. I'll do an 8-team teaser. All right, so let's do. Let me look at what I have. So let's do over in this LSU game. Let's do. Over in the Ohio game. The ones I like. Let's do Florida State. Spread. Over in the Abilene Christian game, so that's 4. How about over in the Iowa game? Although teasing totals isn't as good of an idea as, but my totals have been doing better on the models lately, so that's why. Let's tease up Oklahoma State spread. Let's tease up the Grand Canyon spread and one more. Man, that UC Irvine, UC Santa Barbara game is going to be a good one, by the way. One more. I don't want to tease up LSU because they have a big boom and bust potential in that game. They've already been blown out by Arkansas once this year. That's the thing with these big multi-leg parlays and teasers. The first one's always going to lose and make it meaningless the rest of the night. It says over in the Utah State game. I could just see that game being like a ultra low scoring game. What am I missing? I want to do under in the Iona game as my last leg, just because I know Fairfield is going to try to slow the hell that game down. Teaser. There are no teasers that can accommodate this combination of selections. Why the hell not? That's weird. I mean, I didn't select any money lines. Can you not, like, tease multiple games? But I don't think I have any... Yeah. I don't see why it's not letting me tease that. Unless you're limited to 6 teams. Maybe. I think that might be why. Let me see if I got rid of 2. Let me get rid of Grand Canyon... And I'll get rid of... I need to get rid of one more, and I can't make up my mind. Let's get rid of Oklahoma State. Okay, now, yeah, it's letting me do a teaser now. Let's do a 5-point, and I'll risk it. So I'm only limited to 6 teams, so maybe I'll do another one. So how about half a unit on that? I mean, if I just need to hit like one of these crazy bets I'm making to like break even pretty much. So LSU slash O. This is crazy. All right. Should I do one more or should I just leave it at that? U of I, you mean Iowa? I don't know. What's the deal with them? I know they have some guy out maybe, but I don't know how that's going to play out. I think I'll just leave it at that. I have 3 parlays and a teaser. Let's just leave it at that for now. I wonder if I should place any first half bets. What's the first half on this Ohio State Michigan? We got +3. I'll stay away from it. What if I doubled down all the bets I have and place first half bets on them as well? Like first half Ohio State money line, for example. Or first half Morgan State gamut, all spread total money line. How about I do that? How about I do that, and if it pays off, I'll keep doing it, but otherwise I won't. So Ohio State, and then Morgan State across the board. So Morgan State spread over in money line. This is exactly what you don't do, guys. And then over in the Tennessee-Alabama game. Although something tells me that's not going to happen. But how about this is a test run? How about I put like a quarter of a unit on this, and just to see if it pays off. This is like totally irresponsible. But like I said, we're having fun. It's the last day, you know. This is something I usually do for the first weekend of college football every year, and I didn't get to do that this year, so let's say that this is it. So this is totally like irresponsible betting right now. Don't do it. We got 160. This is hilarious. +1 over 67.5. And if these wave of games pay off, then we'll keep doing it. Otherwise, we won't. All right. And I just put 0.25. Like, this is a test run. All right. So that's our garbage bets. Indiana or Iowa, Illinois. I think the only play I have on there is the over. Yeah, over 153.5. And I want to say they played earlier this year and they didn't go over. Let me check. I might be thinking of Indiana and Iowa. So they played Illinois on the 29th, and 155 was their total in that game. So and in that game, Iowa State did very good at making assists. 28th best assist percentage game of the year. But good effective field goal percentage, good offensive efficiency. average tempo. Like right, 69.2 is the league average, by the way. So they played at a league average tempo. So Illinois is able to slow them down. They didn't turn the ball over. They got a lot of assists. They hit 42% of their threes. Defensively, though, it's just why they lost. They let Illinois hit too many threes, get to the line too much, get assists, didn't really get them to turn the ball over. But they did a good job at blocking shots and not fouling, so. So they forced you to bet parlays. I think I want to say Montana, they run sports betting through their lottery or something like that. I want to say that's the case in Montana. Like you can only play parlays. All right, so Hartford's still doing it. They're still walking the ball at the court very slowly. But let's see. Okay, they got a shot off with 12 seconds on the shot clock but missed. So they didn't run it all the way down like they've been doing. There's a three from UMass Lowell, bricked, rebounded by UMass Lowell. And he went up, no good. Now Hartford's actually playing transition here, but then they're going to pull it out. So they really don't want to push the pace here. I wonder if this will come back to bite them. Maybe they're playing slow because because UMass Lowell has had multiple 15-point comebacks in this tournament so far, but maybe that's why they're playing slow, just to limit the number of possessions that UMass Lowell can come back with. But you got to build a lead first. Here's a three from Hartford. Oh, that wasn't even close. Air ball. So that second half over is not looking good based on this so far, but there's an and one that can help things. But all right, so all of our gimmick bets are in. For now. We might do more gimmick bets later. I'm going to color these gimmick bets as a different color than my normal bets. I'm going to color them I don't know. What would be a good color for a gimmick bet? How about pink? Because it just looks stupid. So all my gimmick bets are pink. Although you guys probably can't see that. Let me make it a lighter pink. Let me change the color here. And then my real bets will be yellow. There. Okay, UMass Lowell just took the lead with a three. They fit back, So Hartford, I don't know if their strategy here is working, but they're still walking the ball real slow up the court. Okay, there's a three from Hartford. So they're starting to pick up the pace a little bit, which is good for my over. At least pick up the pace scoring-wise. Maybe not so much moving the ball, but travel. All right, yeah, I don't know what I'm going to eat today. Like I said, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, on Sunday I went to a restaurant in Grand Junction called Old Chicago, pizza place, and I got a pizza and some appetizers, and then I went to Freddy's Frozen Custard afterwards, so that's a lot of food right there. My first day in Vail, I went to this restaurant by the mountain. I didn't eat that much. That was probably my lightest eating day. And then Tuesday, I went to a pizza place in Vail, and I got a big pizza, and then I got some ice cream afterwards. And then Wednesday, I went to Wendy's because I didn't feel like going anywhere. And I got a lot at Wendy's. I counted how many calories I got at Wendy's. It was about 4,800. But I didn't get any ice cream or anything afterwards. And then Thursday, I went to Chili's. I already talked about that. Probably about 5,000 calories. And I felt fat yesterday morning when I woke up and I stepped on the scale and I was 170.4. And you got to remember, I was 164 the morning I left to go to Colorado on last Sunday. And so, yeah. But then this morning I was 165.5, so I've already lost 4.5 pounds of that water weight and sodium and all that. And so I don't know what I'm going to do today. I don't. Usually on this day, every year, because usually I go skiing on the days between this day and the first day of the NCAA tournament. So usually like Sunday through Wednesday every year. And so usually this day I'm like getting ready to leave for ski trip. And so I usually cook something. Like 2 years ago, I cooked like a bunch of Mexican food on this day. And then the year before that, I cooked Mexican food as well. So usually these days I cook something, but I don't want to cook. If I do eat anything off grid, I will just go somewhere. But I have groceries in the fridge in case I want to eat clean. So we'll play it by ear. Still early. It's only 9 o'clock. Still got many hours to go before I think about something to eat. All right, so this game's picked up the pace a little bit, projecting over right now. So we should have, one thing I haven't done that I'm going to do real quick. So I'm going to get my other TV and set it up. I'm surprised I forgot to do that. But yeah, I don't want to have just one TV today. I want to have two. So I'm going to go to my room real quick and get the TV and set it up. So I'll be right back. Let me do this. Hang on. Second TV, be right back. Setting up second TV, be right back. See if this works. All right, can you guys see that? All right, yeah, I'll be right back. I'm setting up my second TV. Well, this sucks. This sucks. I can't find the power cord. I'm guessing it's in my storage closet somewhere, and I'm not going to rummage through that. So I'll just have to do it another time. Where can you stream games at? You can... as much as I hate the website Reddit, there's a subreddit for college basketball stream links. As much as I hate that site. All right, I'm going to look at some live lines here. So, actually, I'm surprised that Ohio State and Michigan... Wait, that starts at 10. Never mind. I kept thinking it started at 9. So, this is going to be our only game. I'm kind of bummed that my power cord's in my storage closet somewhere. But the thing is, my storage closet, it's outside on the patio. And I have boxes in there piled all the way to the ceiling of that closet. So, looking for a needle in a haystack, that could take, a long time. Going through all those boxes in there just to find a power cord. It's my second TV, and I don't really use it much. Like, I haven't used it since I moved in here. It's just been sitting. The TV has been sitting in a closet. Hartford is up 37-32. This total is going to be close. It's going to come down to the wire. All right. Live. So these two teams played, so they split their series back in early January. But it was played at UMass Lowell. Not that it matters. There's no fans there. I can only log into BetMGM on my... I can't log into it on Wi-Fi. I have to turn the Wi-Fi off. So you can bet, will there be overtime? First team to reach 60 points and total game score will be props on BetMGM for this game. All sucker bets, by the way. I wonder if they'll have more prop bets for March Madness, like player props and stuff like that. Because I would totally be on that. Yeah, I don't think I've had a lot of people from Brazil in this chat. I've had people from like India, but not Brazil. You can bet player props in the NBA. That's why I should build an NBA model, so I can bet player. I do it just for player props. That's it. Maybe next year. All right. I'm trying to see if those lines will actually come up on the live betting, just so we can see what they are. Roy Philippot and Noah Savage. No, it's all locked. I'm guessing they're not letting you bet. I think player props are beatable. It's just that they'll limit you fast. How do you make sure your friends and family won't take advantage of the money you've made over the years? Well, that has nothing to do with sports betting. That can happen with any line of work, you know. What if you work a job that pays you real well? I mean, that's not something sports betting specific. You just don't brag about how much money you make. Most people are going to lose money betting on sports anyway, so. But how I would do it, I would just be quiet, be humble. Yeah, it's nobody's business but yourself on how much you make. There's a reason I don't talk about how much money I bet and everything, because I don't want to, brag, and I don't want to set false expectations or anything like that. There's a reason. People ask me all the time, how much units are you betting? How much money are you actually betting? And I say, none of your business. There's no need to know that. I will say that last Saturday, I probably ended up winning about $2,000 if you followed me last Saturday. But there's been days I've lost $2,000, you know? Remember that day I went 3-23? That was awful. I lost probably about a little over $4,000 that day. But slow and steady. Like, that's the thing, I've climbed the ladder in my professional career and been making more and more money, and I haven't had anyone ask me for money. I haven't had anyone ask me for money. It is what it is. Hartford is up 39-37. Yeah, this live total is going to be very close, but there's a 3 that's going to help right there. Hartford's now at 42-37. Man, I hurt my thumb skiing. It's like crooked. No, gambling is not I don't consider gambling money to be any income at all. Like, I've never withdrawn my gambling income. I've just reinvested it back into my bankroll. So no, absolutely not. Like, if you count all the money I've won and lost over the years betting on sports, it would be way less than minimum wage. I would say I'm up lifetime, but not by a lot. Definitely not enough to, replace any kind of job. I believe anyone who claims they make money betting on sports is a liar. I'm not saying there aren't people who do it, but I don't believe anyone. I will not give you the benefit of the doubt. Like, make a living? Yeah, there's no way. In order to make a living betting on sports, you already have to have made a living. That's what I say. In order to have sports betting a full-time income, you've already had to have you got to have a huge starting bankroll, right? I'm talking, minimum $50,000, if not more than that. Probably closer to $100K. Otherwise, you're not going to stand a chance, even if you're winning, because you're not going to be making enough money. Yeah, it's not. Like my best ever betting season was college basketball last year. I ended up the year 45 units on the year, right? Say I was betting $500 a game. That's only like 22 grand. That's only 22 grand. Say I was betting $1,000 a game. That's 45 grand. I mean, that's not bad for 6 months, or however many months the season is, 4 months. But, say you can't sustain that with other sports. What are you going to do? Then I started betting baseball and lost money. So that's going to cut into that profit I made on college basketball. Yep, you're not wrong, Tour Capture. You are not wrong. I always tell people, drop the fantasy of having sports betting a full-time job. It's not realistic. So just drop the fantasy, and if you're going to bet to have fun, bet to enjoy yourself. Yeah, it's fun to bet to, grind out a profit, it's fun. It's fun. The challenge is fun, but you have to enjoy the challenge. You need to take the money equation out of it, because that's where greed comes into play. Yeah, I'm on Florida State. Spread. Yeah, so many people. I've lived. This is my second time to live in Las Vegas, and I've met people here that move here for the sole purpose of trying to make it full-time betting on sports, and they don't stand. I just don't think they stand a chance. And it's a fantasy, and it's a toxic fantasy because it's not realistic. No, Dennis Austin. I talked about this last Saturday, but there are some people that I met at the Wynn back in 2012 when I was living here, and there's 2 guys that moved here from Michigan with $20,000 combined, and they're going to try to make it betting on sports. And that was their strategy. It was to bet NBA parlays. That was their strategy. The best no-nonsense sports book is always going to be the Westgate. Yep, Westgate. That's always my recommendation. But if you want real no-nonsense and you have a rental car, it really all depends on what your transportation options are. But if you have a rent car or something, South Point is another great no-nonsense book. Like, probably even more no-nonsense than the Westgate. It's just not as flashy. It's not as big. But it truly is no-nonsense at South Point. Those are probably my 2 go-tos. Like, I like Circa. Don't get me wrong. Circa's really nice, but it's ritzy, it's glamorous, and you have to pay to park. Yep, Mark Nations, that's a good way to put it. Like, that's what I say about blackjack, because blackjack, no matter what you do, unless you count, and there's so many anti-counting measures these days that it's very hard to count at blackjack these days. But if you're going to play blackjack or craps or whatever, you're playing to have fun. You're not playing to win money because the odds are against you. So, yeah, you have to view it as the price you pay for entertainment. What strategy do I use for live betting? Well, I use my model right here. So I check I ran through UMass Lowell and Hartford through my system earlier, and it had about a 2.6 point edge on the over for the game. So I just run it through my model. I feel like taking points or money line on the other side of a team that goes on a 7-point or greater run, I feel like that's a bit too simple. I feel like over the long run, that's not going to pay off. You need to have some sort of way to calculate whether or not a side or whatever is profitable. Oh, man, airball 3 from UMass Lowell. Because one live betting strategy I see a lot from people is that, if a big favorite falls behind early, I'm going to take them. That's not going to pan out over the long run. If it were that simple, they wouldn't offer live betting. But it's not that simple. It really isn't. And so that's a dangerous strategy. But I see people say it so many times, just go on the big favorite that falls behind early. Maybe there's a reason they fell behind. Because with my model, usually I'm not on big favorites like that. Very rarely does my model say, you know what, go ahead and bet that big favorite that fell behind early live. What I would say my model has a big tendency to do, but hey, the numbers speak for themselves. It's hitting about 55% on the year, like 55.2% on stream and then 55.1% off stream, right? The numbers speak for themselves. And you guys saw this last week. It has a tendency to pick teams that are up big at halftime. It likes teams that get out to early leads and stays with those teams because the common consensus is going to be, oh, they're gonna lose that lead, and they do sometimes. But that's honestly been it this year. When it comes to spread betting live, it's been the team that gets out to big leads early or at halftime. Like a lot of the bets that I ended up winning last night were teams that were up big at halftime. Like Eastern Washington, I played them at like minus 26 or something like that at halftime, and they covered that one. So it really likes teams that get out to big leads and staying with them because I'm guessing there's a reason those teams are out to a big lead, right? Yeah, I'm guessing it didn't work either, Dennis Austin. It was at the win, and yeah, it was NBA parlays was their strategy. And they're betting like what they told me is they were like, we don't care about winning big. We just want to win like $100 a day. You know, that's enough to survive on. And like as long as we can win $100 a day, we're good. I'm like, I wish it were that easy. Like if you had a system where you could win $100 a day, then that same system should be able to win you $1,000 a day. You know, so it's just not that easy. But yeah, they weren't having a good night when I saw them. They hit like one big parlay, like a 6-teamer, but they lost a bunch of like 2- and 3-teamers, so it kind of evened out. I remember they had the Raptors in every single one of them. That's the one thing I remember. They had the Raptors in all their parlays, and thankfully for them it won. But I was like, you guys have a lot invested in the Raptors here. If they don't come through for you guys, I mean, all these are going to lose. And thankfully the Raptors won, but... Do I ever try first half betting with my model? No, I have not. Although, for those of you just tuning in, I made some garbage bets, gimmick bets earlier, just because it's just to have fun. It's the last live stream of the year, perhaps. So I was like, let's play some parlays, teasers, first halves. So what I do with the first halves is I place bets on the first half of all these games that I already had full game bets on, but just for the first half. And I only put a quarter of a unit on it just to see if it's like a test. And if it works, then I'm going to keep doing it. Otherwise, I'm not. So this 5-game sample size right here is going to determine whether or not I keep doing that today, just for fun. Like, this is all for fun. So the answer to your question is no. I don't do first half betting with my models because in order to do that, I would need like a separate database for first half scores only, which I don't have. That would be like an off-season project, a database of first halves. Yeah, last Saturday was my best. I went 31-18 last Saturday, and I'm pretty sure that's my best day. I went 30-16 on the 24th of February. That was my best day because I was betting more units this day. Like this was a very good day for me because I got off to a good start, and so I doubled my unit size for the rest of the night, and it paid off. Man, this live total is going to come down to the wire here. But yeah, just looking over here, we got my gimmick bets, but none of these games have started yet. They're all gimmick bets, except the ones in yellow, bright yellow, is a non-gimmick bet. Those are real bets. And as you can see, I put 1.25 units on this over. Hartford's really starting to pull away here. They're up by 13 now. And that means UMass Lowell is going to try to speed it up. Like I said, I landed on my thumb weird at Vail, and so it's like that's why I keep messing with it. So my ski trip was a success. If you guys saw, I uploaded a video just for fun. So that video I crashed on, It's the Birds of Prey World Cup race course. So like they have the skiing World Cup at that course every year, but it was open to the public. So it's a double black diamond. It was pretty steep, a lot steeper than it looked on the video. You won't be able to slide down as far as I did without it being steep, but it was a double black diamond run. And so I'd gone down it once already without my GoPro because I didn't really know what to expect. So I didn't want to film it until I was like, knew what I was doing. And so I made it down. So I was like, let's do it again. And so the second time I dropped in, and it was a powder day. So it was all powder. But since that was the point where most people were dropping in at, all the snow had been scraped off. So it was just ice, and I didn't know it was going to be ice. So I just dropped in, and I lost my traction right off the bat. And if you saw the video, I was trying to go uphill to regain my traction, but that just made it worse. And then finally my skis went out from under me, and on the video it doesn't look like I went very far down, very far down, but I slid a good, a decent amount of the way down. I thought I wasn't going to stop because like I said, it was pretty steep. But no, that was at Beaver Creek. I only went one day at Beaver Creek, and I went 3 at Vail. So there's another hard run I did at Vail called Lover's Leap. And it's called Lover's Leap because you have to drop in off a cliff, And the first and second day I was at Vail, I went by the Lover's Leap on the ski lift. I was like, no, I'm not going to do that. But it was my last day on Thursday. I was like, you know what, I'm going to do it full send. So I did a full send, and it was actually not that bad. And the snow was really good once you dropped in. But anyway, that was my ski trip. Do I have any favorite bets today? Well, probably the ones I put in this 3-team parlay right here. Florida State minus 4.5, Ohio Buffalo over 155, and Abilene Christian over 145. Those are probably my top 3. The ones I put in that. There's a reason I put those 3 in that parlay. And then in this 5-team parlay, probably my next most confident one. So LSU Arkansas over, Iona Fairfield under, Grand Canyon +2, I think. I think they're going to win that game. I'm surprised they're underdogs. New Mexico State's just been a mess this year. And then Eastern Washington over and Iowa over. So those are probably those are the next tier. Yeah, let me look at Grand Canyon real quick. Because New Mexico State, they've just been a mess all year. So yeah, I'm surprised that Grand Canyon is rated higher in my model. Although New Mexico State, you can't really rate them. They've been playing strong lately, but they played a lot of bad teams. But maybe they figured it out. But I feel bad for New Mexico State. The Grand Canyon's a better team in my model, so why not ride with them, right? The team has New Mexico State winning, but every other metric has Grand Canyon winning. So yeah. Florida State minus 4.5 is my favorite spread play of the day, but Grand Canyon runs the gamut here. All 6 metrics have them at +2. The ATM actually has Georgia Tech, so they're not a unanimous pick. And if you see the money lines I'm on today, a lot of those teams I don't want to win. Just going down the list of money lines I'm on. Let's see. I don't mind if Ohio State wins. I don't mind if Morgan State wins. I don't care if LSU wins. I don't care if Oklahoma State wins. I probably want Prairie View to win in that game. I want Creighton to win in this game. I want Ohio to win in that game. I want Eastern Washington there. I do want North Texas there. I want Grand Canyon here, so that's fine. And I want Colorado. I don't like Oregon State and Georgetown are in situations here where they're going to steal bids if they get in. And I don't mind bid stealers in the mid-major conferences, but I do mind them in major conferences, right? I don't like major conference stealing bids because they already get enough bids as it is, right? So they steal even more. It's not fair. Georgia did it 13 years ago. Mississippi State did it the year after that, right? And I just don't like it. I don't like teams that don't belong in the tournament from major conferences, stealing a bid. I don't mind when it happens in the lower tier conferences. I don't. I do not use the Kelly criteria, and I bet pretty much flat. Because implied odds and edge expectation, all that, it's a guess. It's a guess. I bet flat. Because what I've actually learned is that the stronger, the very, very, very strong, edges that you supposedly have are actually false positives. I've learned that over time, so I just go flat. Off days can hurt you just as much as they can help. You just got to play the numbers. You can't take arbitrary, intangible things like that. There's no way to measure it mathematically, so you just got to go with the numbers. And like I said, off days can hurt you just as much as they help you. I talked about this last week. Because, yeah, you're going to be fresher if you had an off day, but you can also be more rusty. That's the reason the Ohio Valley, this is what I talked about last week, but the reason the Ohio Valley Conference went back to just an 8-team single elimination format, because what they had been doing is they've been giving their top 2 teams automatic buys to the semifinals and making the other teams play like 2 or 3 games to get to the semifinals. But what was happening is that those teams that had gotten automatic buys to the semifinals had come out rusty and lose to the teams that had played 3 games in a row, right? So they just went back to the normal bracket. Yeah, I've tried using Kelly in the past, but like I said, you need a very strong method of calculating an edge, and it's a crapshoot. And I've never really had a method that works for me when it comes to edge. Now, I know if I have a plus EV play, like I know if this play is plus EV, but I can't measure the actual edge it has, right? Because it's all, like I said, there's a lot of false positives. If your model is really that far off from the line, your model's probably wrong. There's probably a reason it's that far off, and that's what I've learned. So that's why I bet flat. Because remember last week or was it 2 weeks ago, I was actually betting variable units, and it wasn't paying off. Oh, man, it's good. Sawyer, until they get rid of the mask mandates and all that and social distancing stuff, I'm not going to go to a sports book or a casino. I'm kind of boycotting. It just kills the vibe. Man, this live total is going to come down to the wire. So it's at 96 points right now. I need 15 more. Here's where Hartford slowing it down is going to probably sink my over. Do I think Michigan State belongs in the tournament? No, I don't. Do I think they'll get in? We'll have to wait and see. Let me look at their stats. Yeah, absolutely not. Yeah, they beat Michigan. And they beat Ohio State. Those are 2 good wins. They have good wins. They beat Illinois, Ohio State, and Michigan. Okay, yeah. If you're going off good wins, then yeah, but I just hold on. What's their record? 15-12. I think I would have to look at some of the other teams on the bubble. That's the thing. I'm usually a pretty big bracketology guy, and I'll do my own projections, but I haven't been doing that this year. They have good wins, but they have a lot of bad losses too. Yeah, they're probably the most interesting at large case. What does the bracket matrix say? So it looks like, yeah, pretty much all the brackets have them in, so they're probably going to get in. Who are the yeah, Boise State, they're out. They're not going to get in. I mean, they don't really have a lot of other competition. That's the thing. Ole Miss is probably it. And Who are the bid stealers? They need Colorado and Creighton to win tonight. I actually think if St. Bonaventure loses tomorrow, they're going to slide down to probably the 12 line, maybe 11. Utah State's interesting. If they win tonight, it doesn't matter. Colorado State's going to be close too. I think it's both an overreaction and a correct move, but I think unless it's a very high usage player, and injury really doesn't matter in basketball, unless it's like a very high usage player. I think both. It's an overreaction and it needs to be done at the same time. But you shouldn't make a play solely on an injury, right? What I mean by that is like a lot of people say, for example, LeBron James was out for the Lakers in a game, right? Everyone's going to be like, oh, I want to play the other team because LeBron James is out. Well, wait, you still got to look. You still got to, like, the line is going to reflect LeBron James being out. So it's not an automatic thing that they're not going to cover. So you still need to look at the numbers and be like, okay, this player's out. If it's a high usage player, yeah, he might be worth a few points. If it's a low usage player, he's not going to be worth very many points. Maybe a point or two at the most. So what's the deal with the injury in that game? Like, I'm on Ohio State money line, right? I think maybe the over. No, I'm just on the Ohio State money line, right? So I don't even know what the injuries are. I don't look at injuries in college basketball, and here's why. There's too many teams. 357 teams, that's just too many teams to look at injury reports for. So you just got to run your model, maybe be aware of any major injuries. Like, you're probably going to be made aware of major injuries. But run your stuff, run your numbers. So Michigan has a player out. This came out at 8 o'clock this morning, so I ran my model at probably 7:30 this morning, so before this was known. So how did the lines move? What's Ohio State? Now they're at plus 195. I have them at plus 220, so that sounds about right. I mean, it's not like Ohio State flipped to a favorite, and they're plus 6. Now they're plus 5. So, yeah, a point, right? So that player, like I said, the sportsbooks know. Like, that player's probably worth a point. Right, unless you're by high usage, I mean, like, let me go back to my website. Some of you probably wondering what I mean by high usage. So let me go to the leaders. So usage, like, these are players ranked by the percentage of possessions used. So, like, what this means is that 39.35% of UC San Diego's possessions end with Tony Rosak either taking a shot, taking a free throw, or turning the ball over. That's what usage means. So guys that get the ball a lot and use possession. So Trevion Williams, like Isaiah Miller, I don't know if you watched him on, was it Monday when they played Mercer? He's a very good player for UNC Greensboro. He is their point guard. He's very good. Very good. He's number 3 nationally in usage. If he got hurt for UNC Greensboro, he would be worth a lot of points. Yeah, that would be a major injury that would really, like, move a line 5, 6, 7 points. Trevion Williams, same thing. Purdue's best player. But unless you're on this list of, like, probably top 100 usage guys, you're probably worth a point at best. So the guy out for Michigan, Livers, I don't see him on this list. So let me find Michigan here. So his usage is 18.9%. That's not enough. And let me look at his stats. Just looking at his stats, I can determine that he's probably like a guard, maybe a forward, but he's not high usage rebounding. He's not very high usage on defensive stats and all that. So I'm guessing he's probably a forward. Maybe I don't really know much about him, but his usage to me shows that, yeah, he's probably worth a point. All right, this total is now at 109, so it's probably going to go over. I just need 3 points. So Ohio State has an injury too, but who is it? Like, see, that's like injuries in college basketball is just too much to keep up with. And I try to account for that in my model by just using at least the Indy Monte Carlo model that I have. So 1 out of 6 accounts for that by excluding. It only uses the minutes distribution of the last 3 games, I think, maybe 5. So that's how I do it. All right, so I'm at 111. I just need 1 more point. 1 more point. Looks like UMass Lowell isn't going to contest. I just need 1 more point here, guys. There it is. There it is. All right, first live bet of the day is a winner. All right. There it is. Hartford's going to take the America East, though. Congratulations to them. It's their first NCAA tournament appearance, and I don't know how long. It's been a long time. I don't think I've seen them in the tournament in my lifetime, but I might be wrong. Let me check. Like I said, this would be a lot better if they had fans there, but too bad no fans get to witness this. Looking up Hartford. America East. They were the 4th place team. Let's look at their school. Last time they made the NCAA tournament, they haven't. So this will be their first one. Congratulations. Kyle Young is the injured Buckeye. Let's check him out. Like I said, just too many teams in college basketball to keep tabs on injuries for it, and especially when the fact that most of them aren't going to matter. Kyle Young, so his usage is 14%. That's red. It's a red percentile. So, yeah. He looks like he's more of like I'm guessing he's a forward because of his rebounding numbers, so maybe defensively his absence will hurt. But, yeah, congratulations to Hartford, guys. First ever NCAA tournament. Sports betting is a full-time job. Yeah, I'm going to go on that tangent. You want me to go on that tangent again? Here's what I have to say about full-time sports betting. It's a fantasy. I'm not saying there's people that don't do it, but in order to be able to do it, you have to have a lot of money already. It's like a lot of people think they can turn like $1,000 into a full-time sports betting. No. You need to have like a $100,000 bankroll. All right, so this game's over. So now what? Not the next wave of games. We got 3 games starting here at 1 o'clock. I will probably turn on. I'll probably start with Ohio State, Michigan. Yeah, the money I made last Saturday was more than what it cost for me to go to Vail last week. And I had a good time in Vail, don't get me wrong. Although Forever was closed. It's probably the most famous run in the back, and it was closed all 3 days. Sucked. I did go down Genghis Khan, though. All right, so what am I doing here? So we got about 15 minutes until the next game start. What's Hartford? I'm guessing they're projected as a 16 seed, but are they projected in the play-in round? That's the question. Yeah, it's going to be close. I think the MEAC winner and Mount St. Mary's is definitely going to be in the play-in round. I think the MEAC winner would definitely be in there. So it really depends on what they do with Prairie View and Appalachian State. And also, if Fairfield beats Iona, then Fairfield will be in the play-in round. So Hartford, it's going to be close. I think Prairie View, that's the thing. The thing with Prairie View is that the committee in the past has shown a tendency to like reward teams that win their regular season and the conference tournament. And that's the thing with Prairie View. They're a regular season champ. Their net ranking probably isn't great. Let me look at Prairie View. I have them at 238, which is worse than Hartford. But they're on a winning streak. They haven't lost since TCU beat them in December. So that'll be interesting. It'll be interesting. John Fulkerson's out for Tennessee. Let me look at Tennessee real quick. So this stat I have right here, the SPT player value, is pretty much a measure of how many offensive points, I think, per 100 possessions a player is worth. So hold on a second. It's been a while since I have the relevant stats when I click on this right here. So Luka Garza's first. So offensive efficiency, rebounding, assists, steals, blocks. And so it's pretty much how many points a player is worth per 100 possessions. So Luka Garza is worth about 37.68 points per 100 possessions. So you can kind of use this. I mean, it's not like a direct way to calculate these things because it's how many points a player is worth per 100 possessions, not how many points were over replacement a player is worth per 100 possessions. You got to remember that. Over replacement. Because the average STPD player value, I mean, let's look at someone close, is probably, I would say, 17 points. So Luka Garza is probably worth 20 points over replacement. But he's the best one. So let's go look at Tennessee real quick and see how many points that maybe someone like John Fulkerson could be worth. Isn't he number 10, by the way? So his usage is only 17%. His SBTV player value is 18. He looks like he does pretty good rebounding the ball. He has a good defensive rating. So it looks like his defensive presence is going to be missing, not so much his offense. But yeah, he's probably worth a point. So I have the over in that game, but I'm worried. I'm not confident in that over, and let me tell you why. Tennessee just has a tendency to be able to slow teams down and slow the game down. So this is honestly going to be a battle of, pace in Tennessee. Like Alabama plays a fast pace. Which team's going to win out in the end when it comes to pace? But both teams are very good defensively. We got the number 2 defense against the number 8. And the total is 140. So I'm very skeptical. That's probably my least confident bet of the day is the over in this Tennessee-Alabama game. These are two very solid defensive teams. Yeah, the problem with Tennessee is they just can go long stretches without scoring. They're very good defensively, but man, their scoring leaves to be desired. How much are my units? I get asked that a lot. I don't like to answer it outright just because I don't want to set the wrong. I don't want to set people's expectations. By that I mean I don't want people to, oh, you're betting that much money. Well, I need to be betting that much money too. I don't want to, and also the opposite. You have people who bet size shame. Happens all the time in my comments of my videos. Like, you're only betting that much money. Like, for my Circa video, I had already placed a bet on Incarnate Word and Texas Tech that morning on my Westgate app. But just so I could have a physical ticket to show on the video, I placed $20 on that same game as well at Circa at the counter, just so I could have it for the video. And I even said in the video, I think, I might not have, but I know I said it, I was like, if this one wins, this will pay for the parking. And it did. It was a $20 to win 18, and it paid for the parking. It wasn't, I had already placed a bigger bet on that game in the morning. But some guy in the comments was like, you're only betting $20 a game, you're an idiot. Bet size shaming is one of the most toxic things of the sports betting communities. People, it's a way for people to flex, and it's a way for people, but I've always said all along, how much money you bet on a game is not correlated with how successful you are. Like, just because you're betting $5,000 a game does not mean you're good. And just because you're betting $50 a game doesn't mean you're bad. The two are not correlated, yet people think it are. But I will say this, my unit sizes are 3 figures. 3 digits. Hang on. UMass Hartford finished at 60 to 54. Hold on. So the average of the 3 models was about 70 to 67. The game did not go over, even though 5 of the 6 methods had it going over. But here's the deal. The simple, which is the random forest, is my strongest method on totals. If I had R open, I would show you. But the simple is not so simple anymore. It's a random forest now, by the way. As you can see, it says random forest here in orange. But that is my strongest metric for totals. And that was the only one that had the under in that game, and it was the only one that was right. Hang on. I'm trying to figure out where you're getting this percentage from. Because the blender actually had UMass Lowell winning, but none of the others did as far as win percentage. So, oh, you're looking at this number right here. This is just a combination of 2. It's the combination of the blender and the random forest. It doesn't utilize any of the others. Because the blender, remember the blender had UMass Lowell winning. The random forest did not. But you got to remember, the blender is set up. The blender is set up. The features that go into that logistic and linear regression, it's set up to be contrarian. And by that, I mean, what's a good way to explain it? The variables I use in those regressions are not what you think they would be. Because that's how you're going to find an edge using a regression, is by using non-obvious variables. If you use the obvious ones, they're going to be in line with what the lines are. Like, you have to... Here's the deal. The standard error... Like, I did a bunch of different combinations of features and variables when I was trying to figure out which ones to use in my regression for the blender, right? And the one I ended up picking, the set of variables I ended up picking actually had a much higher standard error and mean square error than some of the other ones. But when I ran it through the back tester, it was the best against the spread. You know why? I'm trying to find a good way to explain this. For the same reason, like in my college football model, you saw me use the penny a lot as a feature. Because, yeah, it might have had a lower overall mean square error and residual standard error and all that, but when it was really off, it was right more than it was wrong. And that's how you ultimately find an edge doing this stuff. It's like, yeah, it's not the most predictive when you're coming to mean square error, but it was the most predictive when it came to picking against the spread. The two are not directly correlated. I wish I could find a more layman's way to put it. But the blender and random forest were the only two that got that one wrong. But I think I'm keying off of, for spread, I think I'm keying off of Indie Team Blender, I think. You'll be able to see it on my website, what I'm keying off of in for spread bets. Hold on. So I'm keying off of Indie Team Blender. I think just these 3, actually. Even though simples and combo are both all greater than 0 as well, I think it's just Indie Team Blender. For totals, I'm keying off a simple blender and maybe Indie Team. And then for money lines, I was keying off of ATM, Team, and Indie. I hope I was able to explain that, though. It's not always about mean square error. That's not always the best way to select features for a against the spread total money line model. Sometimes a higher mean square error is better because it means it's going to be more off from... I will say this right now. If you ran a linear regression that only had offensive efficiency and defensive efficiency in it, if you only had those two features for both teams, it's going to have a low mean square error because those are the two most important stats when it comes to p-values in a regression. However, if you don't use those two and use other metrics, other features, they're going to have a higher mean square error because you're missing the two most influential metrics. But you're going to be able to find angles that you won't be able to find because I guarantee you Las Vegas lines are set using these two numbers, OE and DE. That's what KenPom uses. If you go to KenPom, I'm pretty sure his projections are only based on adjusted O, adjusted D, and tempo. Right? And I'm pretty sure that's what Las Vegas does too. So what I had to do is I had to find a group of features that weren't those two to come up with a regression, right? And so the mean square error is going to be higher. But since I'm using different features, I can find edges that aren't going to be found using these two. I hope that makes sense. I did use my baseball model last season for daily fantasy, and I did use my college basketball model for daily fantasy in December before I moved here to Las Vegas because it's illegal here in Las Vegas. But baseball is tough. But I came to the conclusion that the way I had my baseball model structured was not ideal. And so I'm going to go back to the drawing board for that once basketball's over. I'm going to recreate my baseball model from scratch. And we'll see about DFS. Like I said, it's illegal here in Las Vegas, so I might not be able to do it. But college basketball was about the same. Not a lot of success, but it was early and it was really tough because I based my daily fantasy play solely off the Indy model because that's the only model I use for individual player projections. I could do it for the others, but anyway, it was too early. It was back in December, and a lot of teams hadn't played a lot of games yet, so it would probably be a different story these days. So I like daily fantasy. I do. I wish it weren't banned here in Las Vegas, so I could keep doing it. You're correct, Lennon and Tweed. That's a good way to put it. So Lennon and Tweed said it's so far off the spread that it becomes useful, and that's what you're looking for. You're hoping that when your model is so far off the spread that it's right more than it is wrong. So if you saw the features I use for the blender and the random forest, if you saw the features I use for those two, you'd be like, how does that come with something predictive? It doesn't really. But when it's off, it's right more than it's wrong, at least in the back testing. I think DFS is better than betting parlays. I can say that. DFS cash games, by cash games I mean double ups, 50-50s, all that, not the big prize contest. Parlays might be better than betting big prize contests, but when it comes to cash games, I think cash games are better than parlays. But you got to have some sort of model or optimizer to have a chance at DFS. Because what I noticed when I was playing DFS is that a lot of the same people are always in my contests, and then I'd click on their profile, and they'd be like, they'd have like 500 entries going in at one time, right? And so they call those sharks, and those are the people that are probably good and have good models and optimizers and everything. So DFS is worth it if you feel like you have a good optimizer in a model, and that's what I learned in baseball is that my model was not ideally structured because there were some things I did that I thought were good ideas, and then as the season went on, I was like, okay, that's maybe not a good idea. And so I shut the model down at the end of August, only because I was going on a 2.5-week vacation, and by the time I got back and everything, it was not enough time left in the season to fix it. So I'll be restructuring it here once basketball's over. Maybe even before basketball is over. Going back to the drawing board, making it. I think I made it a little too complex. That was my problem. I feel like I had too many splits. I need to reduce the number of splits because I feel like so many splits makes it hard to build up a good sample size. So that's the biggest change I'm going to make is less splits. And by splits, I mean, home and away, right and left, that type of stuff. You need right and left splits. Those are non-negotiable in baseball. You have to have right and left splits. All right, we are underway in the Big Ten. So I'm going to look at these live bets as they're going. See if I can find any live angles here. Let's see what we got live. Yeah, the thing with daily fantasy is that like your big prize contests are the equivalent of parlays or slot machines. They just carry too high of a house edge. Those are going to ruin you, just like slot machines. But they attract people because of their big payouts, just like slot machines. People play slot machines because they see those progressive jackpots being displayed above the machine, and they jump in on that. But over the long run, you're probably going to be screwed. Double ups and head-to-heads and all that carry a much lower house edge. They still have a house edge, but it's lower than the big prize contests. So appreciate it. Best of luck to you too. Glad I'm not the only one on Ohio State. Let's see what we got live. Ohio State and Michigan is live. Tennessee, Alabama is live. But like I said, I like to usually wait till about the 12-minute mark or so before placing any live bets. Tennessee is already up by 7, though. And you can now get them at -1.5. But I like to wait at least until the first media timeout. Like, I won't go before that. You need to let some be built up. Although I like Morgan State getting off to a good start here. I do. Remember, we have Morgan State in these gimmick bets. But none of these are in parlays. So it looks like all my parlays are going to start later. But at least I have these first halves gimmicks. I'm going to go get something to drink. I'll be right back. I don't derive any of my money lines from spreads and totals. All my money line calculations are completely independent of spread and total calculations. They are all completely independent. Even on the blender, like I have a different set of variables for blender spreads and blender totals and blender money lines. Like the blender spread and total are linear regression models, but they use different sets of features, so they're completely different. And then for money lines, I use a completely different set. That's a logistic regression, and I use a different set of features for that. Like for the Indian team, it's just a Monte Carlo simulation. Simulate a game 1,000 times. What's the percentage time each team won, right? What was the average score for each team? So those are probably going to be more closely related. ATM, I want to say ATM is the only method I use in which the two calculation methods are shared because it's a k nearest neighbors based model. So in random forest, I have a different set of features for spreads, totals, and so it's 3 different random forest trees for all 3 methods. So all of them run independent of each other except maybe on the ATM. Yep. So that's why you can see like this pregame projection win percentage was higher for UMass low. But that's if I did this, 0.2, 0.2, 0.2, because remember see now it changed to Hartford 57%. But these projections right here are only using the blender and random forest. But I might keep it back to 0.2 because the other metrics have been doing pretty well lately. So I'll use 0.2 for the rest. So I hope that makes sense. Now you can see that there's a 3-point gap for Hartford and a 57% win percent chance, right? But yeah, the blender and random forest are two feature selection based models that all use different features for the 3 different bet types. For example, totals. You're going to want like one non-negotiable variable in a total model is going to be tempo, right? You have to have that in there. But a tempo might not be as meaningful for spreads because margin is margin, right? And so tempo is not a feature in my blender for ATS. It is a feature for totals, and it's not for moneyline. All right, so Ohio State's up 8-7, 4 minutes in. So I guess so far so good is what I'm going to say for my gimmick bets that I made. We're going to have a media timeout. Abilene Christian, I'd keep an eye out. They're a good team. Abilene Christian is a good team. I don't know. UNC Greensboro as a 14 seed will be dangerous. Like I said, Isaiah Miller is very good. UC Santa Barbara as a 13 seed would be very dangerous as well. If they can win tonight, they have a tough game tonight. Colgate is the toughest team to get a gauge on right now, and I'll explain that in a second. So because the Patriot League did not really play any non-conference games, all of Colgate's stats are pretty much based off playing 3 different teams. So in a 3-team universe, Colgate is the 27th best team. But that's the thing. There's no way to connect them to the rest of the NCAA because of the lack of non-conference games. And so, what do you do? So what I'm going to do after tomorrow for the NCAA tournament is I'm going to actually raise the preseason threshold. Right now, my preseason ratings are phased out after 16 games, but I'm going to raise that because it's fine against conference opponents, but I can tell you right now, Holy Cross is not the 159 team in the country. I can tell you that right now. So I'm going to raise the preseason rating threshold up to probably double it, probably 30. And that's going to really change the power ratings a lot, but it's going to help with teams like Colgate and stuff for March Madness because I know they're not the 27th best team. They're not. It's just you can't connect them to the rest of the NCAA because they didn't play non-conference games. Same with St. Bonaventure and Loyola are also good examples of that too. I'm not a bookmaker though, Jacob. That's the thing. If I was a bookmaker, that's one thing, but when you're the player and not the bookmaker, you have to do things different. So I have different calculations for each. You're trying to find edges. You're not trying to be. It's one thing to set lines. It's another thing to try to find edges against the lines, and that's why I separate the money line, total, and spread calculations and make them all independent of each other. Because if you did things the way the bookmakers did, your projections are just going to be in line with what the books say. It'll be very tough to find any kind of edge. Most people have Loyola as a 8. That sounds about right. That's where I would put him. So I went to the Big Ten tournament about 10 years ago and had a good time, and this was a semifinal game too, Ohio State and Michigan. And the other semifinal was I went to the Big Ten tournament when Evan Turner hit that half-court shot. No, that was a quarterfinal game. Yeah, when Evan Turner hit that half-court shot at the buzzer. It was fun. I had a good time. It was in 2010. Over spring break. Start looking at some of these live lines. So Ohio State's at plus 1.5 right now. That's pretty much in line with what I have. Tennessee plus 1.5. Morgan State is live 2 plus 0.5. That's the thing. I have first half bets on these, so I wonder if I just let those ride. I'll keep an eye on it. Total wise, Morgan State and Norfolk is, but I already have an over bet here. Tennessee, Alabama is right in line with what I have. Ohio State, Michigan. Jeez, my Indy model. I mean, this is all based on projections, but jeez. Yeah, there is a correlation between spread and money lines, so you have to do things differently if you're going to find an actual edge to bet with. I've never bet on darts before. I've watched it. It's pretty interesting. It really is. All right, we got Morgan State plus 0.5. Still a little early. Now they're at 1.5. That's more enticing. The Morgan State bet is more enticing. I get my raw college basketball stats from stats.ncaa.org. Maybe I shouldn't have been so hesitant on that Tennessee over. Tennessee is now minus 1.5. Ohio State plus 4.5. Morgan State plus 2.5. Look at some of these live totals. Yeah, I'm going to do a live stream tomorrow for the selection show, but it's going to... I probably won't do any... I'm not going to be able to get bracket projections before the lines come out. I can tell you that just because I'm going to need to run my model for all the games that go on yesterday before I would... So probably Monday morning is probably going to be your best bet. I had the framework in place. I worked on that yesterday. So the round robins and the matrices and stuff, I have that and ready to go. It's just that I'm going to want to run my model because there's still like 5-6 games tomorrow. Everything is pretty sharp right now, live betting wise. I might have to wait for second halves. You also have to remember I'm redoing the preseason rating phase out threshold as well. Mainly to solve the Colgate problem, among other things. Morgan State. That Morgan State live line is very enticing. What do I have them first half +1? And then I have them for the game at 2.5 as well, but only half a unit. Maybe load up another unit on that if I can get an opportunity. Yep. If they get a bid, they're automatically in. What worries me is this whole COVID crap, though. All these teams withdrawing from conference tournaments and stuff. I'm just worried that it's going to be a problem in the main tournament as well, and I'm not all about that. That's going to suck. You know what? I'm going to play Morgan State +3.5. Just half a unit. Because I already have a 2.5. And this is a yellow play. Yellow. For those of you just tuning in, yellow is non-gimmicks because I've made some fun. I made some parlay and teaser and first half gimmick bets just for the hell of it. They don't factor them into the bracket, you're correct, but they will be factored into the spreads, though, and I don't want to use stale data against spreads. You are correct, though. They don't factor those last games into the field for seeding purposes anyway. This Ohio State game slowed down a bit. There's a reason I didn't include the Ohio State over in any of my parlays. Oh man, they're just throwing up bricks like crazy. Man, more bricks. More bricks. Man. This This is hard to watch right now. Here's a 3 from Ohio State. That one was good, so the brick party's over. Tennessee's still at -2.5. That's pretty much in line with what I have. Here's a 3 from Michigan. All right, back-to-back threes in that game. All right, Morgan State's now 4.5. Ohio State plus 5.5. Pretty much in line with what I have. Morgan State's now 5.5. Tennessee down to 1.5. All right, Ohio State up to 6.5. Tennessee minus 0.5. Just keeping an eye on it all. Look at the totals. Ohio State, Michigan is, but none of them match. Hold on, let me get them to match. Morgan State, Norfolk. Tennessee, Alabama is 148.5. Morgan State, Norfolk is 142.5. I could see myself doing a live over there. Two whale plays, so basically it's martingale stuff. That's pretty much what those touts do, the martingales. Media timeout. I'm going to switch over to the Norfolk game real quick. I hope I can find the power supply for my second TV. I got a lot in that storage closet, though. He don't have any inside info. No one with inside info has shared anything with that guy. All right, Tennessee's back up to 9. 153.5 total, which is right in line with what I have. But what about the spread? 3.5 is kind of tempting, but not quite what I'm looking for yet. If they were 2.5, I would take Tennessee, but not 3.5. It's like those touts we were making fun of last week. I don't know how they can live with themselves. That Tennessee line will not budge. Like I said, I'll jump on them at 2.5, but not 3.5. What about total? Totals. That'll be a no-go on the total for Tennessee. Ohio State total. Morgan State total. I might do a live over bet on the Morgan State total. Stand by. I need them to get to a media timeout though. There's going to be our media timeout. All right. So I'm guessing my live total projection will be 150.3, and they're offering 147.5. Let me make sure it's 150.3 before I pull the trigger. And I'm going to flip back over to the Ohio State game. All right, 149. Actually, no, I'm not going to do that. Not at 149. So all the totals live are pretty sharp right now. There's a 3 from Ohio State. Wide open, no good. Tennessee's now 4.5, but I'm still not going to bite. Not going to bite. This Ohio State total keeps dropping like a rock. Good. I mean, Michigan's a good defensive team, but Ohio State is not. Michigan's just not playing well offensively. That's a great question why the IRS doesn't go after them. Maybe they do. They probably don't make money, though. Vegas Dave probably loses money. Steve Steven probably loses money. He probably didn't win. He might have won $12 million, but he probably lost more than that. What data source do I use to pull lines? I just copy and paste them. I don't have any fancy like API or anything that pulls lines. I copy and paste them in the morning, and then this API right here, as lines. These scores come from the ESPN API, but lines, I don't do anything fancy. It's a copy and paste. All right, Tennessee 4.5. I just can't get that. Who's the biggest fraud? They're both frauds. I mean, they're both equally frauds. They're both clowns. They're both idiots. They're both dumb. They're both morons. I think all touts are bad. Like, there's no such thing as a good tout or a less bad tout. All touts are bad. They're all horrible people. I don't know how they sleep at night. All right, Tennessee at 4.5 is very tempting. I'm gonna wait and see. Steve Stevens is more realistic, yeah, but he's still an idiot. Who was the best player on my TCU squad when I was a player? I mean, we had some NFL guys. Jerry Hughes is still in the NFL. Andy Dalton's still in the NFL. Marcus Cannon's still in the NFL. Yeah, I'm watching this live line right here. It's tempting, but I just haven't been able to pull the trigger on Tennessee yet. They're at 6.5 now. 7.5. No, I'm not friends with Andy Dalton. I mean, I knew him. I mean, he was on my team, and but we weren't like friends outside of the locker room. My friends at TCU were the ones that I started with. Like, I started, the ones I did all the orientations with, and because even though me and Andy Dalton are the same age and we both started at TCU in 2006, like, I didn't join the football team until 2008. So the incoming freshman class in 2008 were the guys I was friends with outside of the locker room. Because that's how you kind of bond with, you do the orientations together and the classes and the talent show, and you have your lockers next to each other. You do the summer off-season workouts with each other. So those are my friends, really, outside of the locker room. Yeah, I've noticed that. A lot of, there's, tout on tout, criticism. And I'm like, you guys are all swindlers and scam artists. Like, the audacity of these people to call each other scammers and liars, pot, meat, kettle, right? I've noticed that too. And then people leave comments on my own videos being like, why are you talking bad about this tout? And it's like, because they're touts. Am I friends with anybody in the NFL? Not really, no. Like, my friends at TCU are none of them went to the NFL. I mean, there was a snapper for the Seahawks named Clint Gresham that I was, pretty close with. But it's not like we're great friends. Oh yeah, touts are going to be out in full force here for March Madness. That's part of the reason I came out with that video yesterday. Kind of like a preemptive strike. Man, I'm regretting not jumping on Tennessee at -2.5 when I had the chance. And I said, well, I'll wait and see. That didn't work out. Oh yeah, they have games of the year every week, or a game of the century every month. 5,000 star lock of the month. Get out of here. Or my favorite are the ones that are more granular. It's Tuesday 9 p.m. game of the week. Okay, so because the game's played on Tuesday at 9 p.m., that makes it more. There's that has anything to do with how the game's going to turn out. Thursday night, like in baseball, it's like Wednesday night game of the week. Like, okay, so because it's played on Wednesday, that has... I don't have multiple TVs right now either because I can't find the power cord for my second TV. It's in the storage closet somewhere, and I'll have to do that tomorrow. Isn't Alabama a second half team? They are, but not always. Remember against Arkansas a few weeks ago, they got blown out in the second half. Tennessee's still at 7.5. That's just not enough. So this total's now down to 129.5. I mean, my model's saying over. Should I do it? You know what? It's still going to say over at halftime, I bet, so I'll wait for halftime. Why do people buy picks? There's a lot of reasons why people buy picks. You know, the most obvious one is they actually believe the hype. They believe the marketing. They think it's real, you know. And then I think some people buy picks just because they don't want to, how do I put it? Self-responsibility. And by that I mean, you know, if they lose, they don't want to blame themselves. So it's more of like, it gives them, you know, an excuse if they lose. So if they buy someone else's picks, they can be like, well, you know, I don't think the person who buys picks wants to deal with the pressure of coming up with plays themselves, you know. So they'll buy picks just so they can be like, okay, well, you know. But it's one of those two reasons. They either fall for the marketing or they're just looking, you know, they don't want to be hard on themselves if it doesn't work out. Score in the Alabama game is 36-26. Yeah, that's a good one, Mikowski. You see that in trends a lot. Like, touts love to use trends to make it look like they know what they're talking about. Like, Ohio State is 7-1 against the spread in their last 8 games played on the day of the week that starts with a T, but like stuff like that, you know. Small sample size, uncorrelated garbage trends. Oh, they took Tennessee, Alabama off the board. So all those live bets, I'm going to have to wait for the second half on all these live bets. Hang on 1 second. Always keep a box of Kleenex next to you. Ohio University at 5.5 or Ohio State? Yeah, it's not going to be Ohio University, so Ohio State. Oh, yeah. That's another thing. I have videos about that, David, like where they have different buckets. Like, they put their plays in various buckets. Like, if you do that, you're always going to have a bucket that's hot. You know, A plays, B plays. If you divide your plays into like 26 different buckets for all letter of the alphabets, A plays, B plays, D plays, G plays, you know, one of those letters are going to be hot at any given time, right? You know, if you divide your plays into stars, like 5 stars, 4 stars, 3 stars, 2 stars, one of those stars has a good chance of being up over a short sample size. Like, let me go to this tout website real quick. This is one of the better known ones, but like I'll be able to point it out right now. Oh, they don't have any. Usually it's a banner right here. Wow, they don't have any of the... I'm surprised. What if I did this? Here's one. Okay, 5-2 yesterday. Okay, 42-19 college run, according to who, right? 42-19 college run. You see a lot of stuff like this. How much are his picks though? $29.95. All right, yeah. If I was able to constantly go 42-19 on, I would. But that's the thing. This site has so many touts, right? Look at all those touts. That one of them is probably going to be on a hot run at any given time, right? So that's why they're going to advertise that. He's the one on fire right now. But what about all these other guys, right? They're the ones who are advertising him. What about NBA? What if I click on NBA, right? Asa, 15-3 NBA win streak. Okay, I'm not saying that's impossible. It can be done, but over 18 games, it can be done. But what about all the other experts, right? Or experts, quotation mark. Bunch of idiots. Short-term sample size sizzle is what I call it. SSSS. Short sample size sizzle streak or whatever. Oh, yeah, I have a video plan on Stu Feiner. Like, I'm going to call that guy out. I know I don't call out touts, but the fact that Barstool is cozying up with that clown, like, here's the deal. Touts and sportsbooks have symbiotic relationship. There's a reason the Westgate is so chummy with touts and gives them special treatment. And that's the thing about sportsbooks is they link up with touts because touts help drive business to the sports books, and they help sell the dream. Touts help sell the dream. I talked about this last week with Amway. Like, if you go to an Amway function, you just have a conga line of people getting up on the stage talking about how, like, Amway has made them ultra rich. They sell the dream to the people in the audience. If they can do it, I can do it too. And that's what touts do. Touts sell the dream that it is possible to be very good at betting on sports. And so that's why sportsbooks cozy up with them and have relationships with them, because they drive business. Because people are like, oh, if this tout can do it, so can I. Whether it be buying the tout's plays or just trying to be like, I'm going to try to be good like a tout. And so that's why. And so Barstool has a sportsbooks now, and that's why they're cozying up with someone like Stu Feiner, because Stu Feiner drives business and he helps sell the dream. But I can guarantee you, Stu Feiner is not a winner. Hold on, let me show you what I'm talking about real quick. Stu Feiner, what an idiot, by the way. The source, like, look, anyone who conducts himself in that manner, like, look at this. Anyone who conducts himself in a manner like this, he can't even get he can't even get a camera that takes high resolution images. Like, look how blurry this is. But like, scared money is lost money. No. So if you go to his picks, right, $3,000, double your net. Like, he's making promises, double your net worth. Like, he's making, like, would you pay $2,500 for this crap? Like, March Madness package, $50,000. Like, if you spent $50,000 on his picks, there's only 67 games. So, like, think about what your break even would have to be to profit from $50,000 on March Madness picks. Like, you would probably have to be betting like 10 grand a game and hope he hits it like 65% just to break even. People like guys like this don't do the math. They have Barstool specials, which nothing is even there. Like, he's preying on people that can't do math. And look, he has like every sport, there's no way he would have that much time to be able to. What if you just click on picks? So, like, he's guaranteeing you're going to go 8-0 if you pay him $250. But what if he's just giving out money lines? So if he's 46-42 and won and $100,000 best bets, that's barely break even, by the way. So at least he might be honest about that. But he's saying you're going to go 8-0 in college basketball if you pay him $250. I'm guessing those are all huge money lines. But he's saying if you pay him $200, he'll go 3-0. So he's making promises. But what if he doesn't deliver? What if these don't go 8-0? What if these don't go 3-0? Then what? Barstool Sports Advisors. Yeah, someone needs to make a expose video. I'll do it if no one else does it. Will I win more than you? Hell yes. Where's his records? That's my question. Where is his records? Where are his, like, how do you know? Okay, so he's honest about these, but how can you actually see? How can you verify these records? That's my question. Like, I don't care if it's a lie. By that I mean, how can you, like, here's March Madness results. So he might have results here. But that's the thing. Like, anybody can post these things after the fact, right? So he's saying he went 13-2-1. Okay. That's the problem with touts, is that they're not going to show you what they're on before the game starts because they're like, well, that's what people are paying for. But then after the game starts, they can make up anything they want. So he can say, I went 13-2-1. Yeah, so who knows if you can verify this? How do you verify this? If you're going to spend $3,000, wouldn't you want to know, like, wouldn't you want to be able to verify this stuff? Like, who's monitoring this guy? Who's tracking him? What an idiot. Man, I need to make a video calling this guy out. Even though I don't have the audience he has, but someone should buy his picks and then redistribute them just to piss him off. It's not. He say it's illegal, but is it really? I don't think it is. Someone should do that. Like, buy his picks and just give them out. Well, if I had more money, I would, like, actually buy the picks and actually see if he's full of crap or not. He probably is. What if I Googled, is Stu Feiner a fraud? So Sports Illustrated wrote an article about him in 1991. So 30 years ago, saying he was a fraud. What if I click on this? So his paid pick since October. By the way, yeah, I'm permanently suspended from Reddit. Get out of here. Yep, all these people are in this subreddit. The Barstool subreddit, by the way, who you think would be more friendly to him, are saying he's a fraud. No one should buy picks from anyone. He also lies about his picks. Yep, he does. Please do not post us Stu Feiner's 1-13 on Barstool Sports Advisors. So yeah, everyone's calling this guy out as a fraud. Stu Feiner represents everything wrong with the handicapping industry. And yet Barstool is cozying up with this guy. Why? Because he drives business. That's why. You think Barstool would, like, not want to ruin their reputation, but oh well. So Barstool Sportsbooks has a 21 cent juice. That's ridiculous. Yeah, anyone who buys a $50,000 March Madness, like, do the math. Like, hold on. Let's say he was right. Hold on, let me go back to that. I'm going to do the math. Oh, hold on, let me put these second half bets in first. Because we got 3. Ohio State plus 3 and 74. Morgan State plus minus 0.5 and 76.5. And then we have Tennessee plus 4 and 77. All right. So I'm going over in Ohio State. I'm going to leave the Norfolk State game alone. Yeah, that's all I really like is over in the Ohio State game. I'll have to pay attention to the rest of the games live. And what was the number? 127. This is a yellow play. And so I can grade these. I don't think it worked out. So this lost by a point. This one lost. I think that one won. No, it lost by half a point. Yep, half a point. Loser there. That lost. And then that won. So that idea I had to bet all the first halves was not a good one, so I'm not going to be doing it going forward. Exactly, BUCN drummer. And the Touts always have a go-to response to that. They're like, why not do both? And I'm like, because. Why would you expose giving away your edges if you're really that good? All right, so I'm gonna see what your break even would need to be. March Madness. So if he really went. So what was his overall record? If he really went 13-2-1, I don't believe this, by the way. I think this is all crap, but let's just say he was right. So 13-2-1, and then 11-5, 5-3, 3-4. See, he had to throw a couple losing days in there just to make sure people weren't. And also, they love to use stale lines here. They'll like, what are they, like Yale? I'm pretty sure they were. I'm trying to remember if any. I don't think New Mexico State was ever +6. I think they're, because I bet on Virginia in the final. I know they're -7.5, and that covered. But I'm trying to remember some of these other lines, what they were. And I can't. Murray State was +3, I can tell you that. First round, day 2. Irvine was 3.5. Colgate was 17. So I guess he's not lying about what the lines were. But anyway, let's say that he's not BSing about his record here. So he went 42-19. That is 68%, 69%. Okay. Say you bet $1,000 on all these games. So you won 42,000 and 19 times minus. So if you bet $1,000 on all these games, you would have won 21 grand. After paying for the $50,000 March Madness package, you would have been $30,000 in the hole, right? So let's see how much you would have to bet per game in order to profit off his March Madness package. So let's say this is our unit size. So if that's 1,000 equals 42 times E26 and equals E26 times -1.1 times 19. So equals plus F28. So if you bet $1,000 a game, you would have been on the hole. So say you've bet 5,000 a game. Okay, you would have profited $55 grand. So looks like so you pretty much had to bet about $23.75 a game to break even with his March Madness package. That's a lot of money. And that's assuming he's telling the truth about going 42-19. I don't think he is. I don't think he is. What if I Googled Stu Feiner March Madness and see if people are like, is he real? And notice, maybe he isn't lying. Like, nobody has any reviews about it. But what I'm trying to say is maybe he did go 42-19, and maybe that's why on his website he has a link specifically for March Madness 2019. Notice he only has March Madness 2019 and nothing else, right? Not March Madness 2018, not like, I don't know, MLB Playoffs 2020. He only has a link to March Madness 2019. Maybe he really did go 42-19 because he, you can go 42-19 over a 61-game stretch, guys. It's definitely doable, even if you're not any good. Maybe he did. And maybe that's why he specifically has a link for that. Because that way he can point to, look how good I did over a 61-game stretch in 2019. Right? So maybe he really did do this good. I'm not saying it's not possible. A blind squirrel finds a nut every now and then, but that's why he's advertising it. So I'll give him the benefit of the doubt. So we'll have to wait and see if he includes a link for 2021 a month from now. If he doesn't, it means he did not do good. Maybe that's why he charges $50,000. Because people are going to click on this and be like, oh man, he must be really good at March Madness. And so then you go and see that he's selling 50 grand March Madness, right? 50 grand. Who would pay? Good Lord. Anyway, that's that. We're at halftime right now, so. At the circuit book, did they still have like the signs on every other seat saying this seat is unavailable for social distancing? Yeah, if I had $50,000 to just blow like that, I would. What are my live model picks? I'm only on Ohio State, Michigan over right now. And also Morgan State live spread at 3.5, which isn't looking great, but we will see. Remember all these these first half gimmick plays I made did not pan out, by the way. 1-4. Although Ohio State was a point shy, and this total is a point shy. Yeah, all my family in Texas keeps sending me nonstop pictures of them going places without a mask. Although I was in Grand Junction twice over the past week in Western Colorado, and I went to a Walmart on last Sunday night, and they didn't, no mask rules. I thought all Walmarts nationwide required masks, but this Grand Junction Walmart did not have a mask mandate. Almost everybody in there did not have a mask on. I was surprised because I thought Colorado had a statewide mask mandate, but I guess Mesa County and Grand Junction isn't enforcing it or requiring it, which is weird because the Freddy's I went to get frozen custard did require masks. Yeah, I think Duke did it to save face. I was predicting that for the past few weeks. If you watch the stream, you would have seen me saying Duke's going to withdraw from the ACC tournament so that way they can say, we didn't get rejected by the NCAA selection committee. We withdrew ourselves. It's a face saver. It's a you can't fire me, I quit. Yeah, Circa might have one or two live betting options, but that's it. When I was there for college bowl games, you could bet games live, but only on commercial breaks. And it was just for the like one or two games. If your unit size is 300, well, if your unit size is 300, you wouldn't be spending $50,000 on a March Madness package. But let's just say, yeah, you would still be out $43,000. Yeah, I honestly think Kansas and Virginia purposely released their positive tests as well. Calipari is always under more pressure because that fan base is like Coach K could never do anything wrong at Duke, but you've seen how Kentucky has treated coaches in the past, like Tubby Smith. The end of his tenure, they were very rough on him. They never gave Billy Gillispie a chance, so yeah, Coach K knew there. That's why I never believed Coach K soapboxing about, oh, COVID is so dangerous, we shouldn't be playing. He knew his team wasn't going to be that good. He knew. Like, I can tell when these coaches want to not have us, play because of politics and not play because they know they're going to suck. It's obvious. I don't like, why do they have multiple courts at Lucas Oil Stadium? That's what I don't understand. How do I think UConn will do in the tournament? Well, let me see. I don't think they're that good of a team, to be honest with you. But where are they projected to be seeded? As a 8-9 game? Yeah, they might win a game, but they'll lose to whatever one seed they play. They're not a good team. Memphis has no chance to get in. None. Even if they beat Houston, I still don't think they're going to get in unless they win the AAC. Memphis is out. I mean, there's really not a lot of question right now. Utah State is probably the only fishy bubble team right now. Either them or Ole Miss. Those are the only two. Those two teams, as of right now, are fighting for the last bid, and I think it'll be Utah State. The only thing that can change that is how Georgetown and Oregon State do. And maybe St. Bonaventure losing tomorrow might change things, but well, Memphis plays good defense. I think they're the number one. They're a top defensive team in my model. They're definitely top 5. Let me see where they're at. Memphis. Yeah, they're number 1 in adjusted defensive efficiency in my model. Even though they play a relatively fast tempo, they just can't score. That's their problem. They don't have enough scorers. But yeah, nothing about this resume to me says tournament team. Their best win is probably Wichita State. That's it. Yeah, they have to win the AAC tournament to get in. But yeah, they just can't score. They don't have enough scores. They play good defense, though. All right, 5 points right off the bat here in the Ohio State game. Yeah, I remember when Penny Hardaway was played for the Magic. I was young, But he kind of seemed like he became irrelevant pretty fast. Let me look at his stats. He was a really popular player in the mid-90s, but then just fell off the face of the earth. So yeah, he was an all-star his first 5 seasons, but then I guess getting traded to the Suns is kind of what did him in. Or did he trade it to the Suns, or did he sign with the Suns? I don't know. But yeah, that's what after that he was never really relevant. I wonder what happened to him. Cuz his jersey was very popular when I was a kid. The black and blue Magic jersey. And yeah, and just something had to injuries, yeah. Yeah, that Missouri-Arkansas game was tough yesterday. I know what you're talking about. You think that was bad? That North Dakota State, South Dakota game on Monday was really bad when it came to officiating. Derrick Rose, I remember him too. Derrick Rose, he was for the Bulls, he was good for a year, and then he just couldn't keep his knee healthy. Greg Oden. Anyone remember Greg Oden? Picked over Kevin Durant. Man, I should have taken Tennessee at -2.5. I was gonna do it, and I was like, I'll wait till halftime. What can you get them live now? 8.5. You know what? I'll still take him. No, I'm not gonna take him at 8.5. Looks like that Morgan State ship keeps sailing away. What about totals? I'm on the Ohio State total. Tennessee, Alabama is at 147.5. I have 147.3. Morgan State, Norfolk is at 146.5. I have 146. So yeah, there's nothing there on totals. I'll just keep an eye on that Tennessee spread. But I don't know if I'll have an angle at any point. I'm going to go take a quick bathroom break. I'll be right back. I still don't know what I'm going to eat today. It's up in the air. Remember that road trip I did back in the summer? I ate, 17 straight days of eating what I wanted. And I really didn't get that fat. I was surprised. I thought I was going to gain so much weight, but it only took a week or so of dieting to get below what I was before I left. So and that's the thing, it's not like I did eat a lot over the past 5 days, but remember, I was skiing for 4 of those. I didn't eat a lot yesterday. I just had a salad yesterday, but Sunday through Thursday this past week, if you're burning a lot of calories when skiing, you're pretty much eating at maintenance when you're eating a lot. Yeah, so I don't know what I'm going to eat today. I might make a food run. We'll see. For those of you just joining, usually on this day of the college basketball season, what I call Championship Saturday, the day before Selection Sunday, I almost always cook something. I'm not going to cook today, but I might go get something to eat instead of just eating boring food. How are my projected scores calculated? This number right here is like a average of these 5 models. My 2 Monte Carlo models, my regression model, my K nearest neighbors model, my random forest model. The numbers I ran this morning. So it pretty much just takes what the current score is, and then it looks at what the projected score was before the game on all the model types, and just does a synthesis of the two. No, if I get food today, it's not going to be a 10,000 calorie binge. I tell you that right now. I think West Virginia has potential to be a good tournament team. Their main problem is they're very good at being physical. They're good at playing defense, but they have a hard time scoring, especially from outside. That's their weakness. Baylor's weakness, I've said all along. Their zone defense, I just feel like is going to break down at some point. Yeah, I went to Wendy's when I was in Vail on Wednesday, and I got like probably 4,000 or 5,000 calories worth of food there. I didn't go to McDonald's. So I thought about going to McDonald's on Thursday, but I went to Chili's instead. Because I did Vail to call back here all in one go. And Grand Junction's like 2 hours from Vail. It's 7 hours from Las Vegas. I was like, you know what, I'll stop at Chili's, just rest a little bit before doing the rest of the 7 hours. What does the pregame score have to do with the current live projection? Because say I calculate that there's 29 possessions remaining in this game, and the score is 33-31. So I do here. Let me get up the calculator. It's just a simple calculation. So if Ohio State scored 33 points in, 33 points so far, right? So, and if there's 29 possessions remaining, and I projected the game to have 66.7 possessions, so there's about 43% of the game remaining. So I come over here. So before the game, it projected Ohio State to score 71.9 points. So I do 43% times, 71.9. So I assume that Ohio State has about 31 points left in the tank. So 31 plus 33, I project Ohio State to have 64 points according to the Indy model, right? And that's right in line with that number is right there, 64. It's not like I'm rerunning the model constantly. I just take what the pre-game estimate was and synthesize it, what's actually happened so far. And that's that. Nothing fancy. No computer has the resources out there to do real-time projections. Out of those 3 teams, Villanova. And then Florida State, and then Houston. I'm not a believer in Houston. Too many questionable losses. Yeah, if I go get food today, it's definitely not going to be a binge or anything like that. If I cook here, I'll just make the flat iron steak I have in the fridge or a salad or something like that. And I have a block of cheese in there. and I have a bag of pork rinds, so I have options, but we'll see. Like I said, usually it's tradition for me to cook on this Saturday and also cook on the 2 March Madness days of the first round. It's tradition. But then again, usually I haven't been eating a ton. Even with Gillespie out, that's a good question. He's not one of their higher usage guys, and he's probably their third best player, so I don't know. That's tough. I'd put Florida State ahead of them with Gillespie out, but I would not put Houston ahead of them. Alabama's making a run. Morgan State, I think we might need to stick a fork in them. Here's the deal, though. Say I did go get food. Where would I go? Maybe Taco Bell? Somewhere fast. We've already done Popeyes. We've already done Jack in the Box. I went to Wendy's the other day. It would either be McDonald's or Taco Bell. And I'm thinking probably Taco Bell. Where's my Taco Bell app? There it is. Oregon State last night, yeah. I had them. I took them at live at halftime at -2.5, and they easily covered. What the hell is that? The quesalupa? I remember that. I'm looking at the Taco Bell menu. Quesalupa, I remember that. It's not new. They've had it. I think West Virginia will win that. No, I think Kansas started off slow, but they really came into their own. I think Kansas is with a lot of fire right now. Noodles and Company, they don't have one of those around here. It's funny. That's where they took me on my first day at my job in Iowa. Like on my first day, like my boss took me to Noodles and Company. Subway, Subway, I don't hate on Subway like other people do. And they have don't they have a deal right now, like a 2-for-1 or whatever? When I do my rank function, what are you talking about rank function? How do you get all the conditional formatting? I'm confused. Rank function. Like conditional formatting is up here. You can do a custom one by clicking on new rule. But I can tell you I'm not doing it one by one. I'm just not quite sure what you're talking about. Subway. Doesn't Subway have like a 2-for-1 right now? Let me look. I want to say they do because I keep seeing their commercial with Draymond Green. Yeah, it's a buy one, get one 50% off if you order online. Like, I don't hate on Subway like other people do. Like, My sister hates Subway, and I don't think I just don't like. I've always said this about sub sandwiches: is I'm gonna get a sub, I'll just make it myself. You can buy the bread and everything else at the store, save a lot of money. Like Jersey Mike's, as good as Jersey Mike's is, it's just expensive. You know, you can make a Philly steak at home, which I've done before. Ooh, and In-N-Out Burger. In-N-Out Burger, yeah, I might go there. It's just In-N-Out Burger takes a while, though. It does. And I don't think they have a way to order online. The bad numbers are red, the good numbers are good. Well, you do it like this. You select everything. I'm going to do it with these scores just to show you. You select everything, conditional formatting, color scales. There. That's all it is. Yeah, I think In-N-Out Burger is definitely an option. And I know what the menu nutrition stuff is at In-N-Out as well. But I haven't been to Taco Bell in a while. Subway. What's their nutrition? Sandwiches. I don't know what the nutrition is at Subway. I pay attention to that stuff. So the Chipotle steak. So you can get that at Jersey Mike's as well. It's only 410 calories? I'm calling BS. Is that for a 6-inch or an 8-inch or a 12-inch? That's got to be a 6-inch. There's no way that's only 410 calories. Yeah, if I did a foot long, it's 820, but still. I'm calling BS. I'm calling BS on 820. Yeah, I'm not a big sub sandwich fan. Like, if I'm going to eat a sandwich, I'll make it myself. Yeah, I'm calling BS on 820 calories. What about the bacon one? Whoops, I don't want to start an order. $470, yeah, that's probably more accurate because it has the bacon on it and the oil and the mayonnaise. What if I got a foot long this and a foot long Chipotle steak and a foot long? What's the buffalo chicken nutrition? $360, that's it, even with ranch. Like, usually when I would go to Subway, I would get turkey. It would actually be pretty good. I used to go to Subway more than I do. Not anymore, though. Just a turkey breast. Whoops. So I'd get turkey on Italian herbs and cheese. Or just Italian. I would get provolone, no cucumbers, no peppers. So let me do all this from scratch. So I would do lettuce, just lettuce, yeah. I would do oil. I would do vinegar. And I would do mayonnaise. I don't think I would do mustard, though. Something tells me I didn't do mustard. And then I'd put bacon on there. No seasonings. Did I put mayonnaise on there? I don't think I did. So yeah, that would be my go-to at Subway right there. Just provolone, lettuce, oil, vinegar, mayonnaise, bacon, and turkey. And in a foot long, that's about 1,000 calories. Oh, yeah, Chili's is absolutely frozen food. I went there on Sunday, though. It was good. I don't care if it's frozen. It was good. Is there a Crystals or White Castle? I think there's White Castle, maybe, but I'm not a fan of that place. Do I think a CFL and XFL merger would work out? I think XFL would have worked out fine if not for the pandemic. Yeah, I went to Chili's on Sunday and I got I was hungry. I had been skiing all day, hadn't eaten all day, and also had to drive 2 hours to get to the Chili's, so I was starving. And so I ordered the skillet queso and the Southwestern egg rolls for appetizers, and then I got the chicken crispers with the corn on the cob and fries for my food. And then I wasn't done though. That's all I got at Chili's. And then I went to the gas station and got like 4 candy bars. I got a Snickers White. I got a Reese's Fast Break, which is my favorite candy bar, is Reese's Fast Break. I got a Zero Bar, which is my other favorite candy bar. And I got, there's one more I'm forgetting. Why am I drawing a blank here? Oh yeah, I got M&M's. I got fudge brownie M&M's. Yeah, I got the 3 for $10. Yeah, because they're like, "What do you want to drink?" And I was like, "Well, I wanted water," but then I saw the 3 for $10, which comes with a drink, so I got Coke Zero. And a salad for the appetizer. Yeah. I used to go to Chili's all the time when I was a kid because my dad worked for the radio station, and that Chili's was one of his biggest clients. So we got just free Chili's coupons. Like, we would go there all the time when I was a kid, and I always got chicken crispers. And my dad also, Whataburger was another one of his big clients as well, and we'd get free Whataburger when I was a kid. Tennessee, they're losing that lead. I don't know what Tiger's Milk is. But one of the things I remember about going to Chili's when I was a kid, we'd always get the milkshake at the end, the chocolate milkshake with the chocolate sprinkles. I don't think they have that anymore. Tennessee's lead is dwindling. Does Morgan State have anything in them? I don't think they do. Tennessee's now minus 2.5, which is right in line with what I have. You wish you lived in a state with COVID restrictions? Why? Oh, I was about to say, like, why? Oh, the protein bar? I saw that at the store. But yeah, Chili's was good. Like, it is what it is. I used to work at Cheddar's, and one of the things Cheddar's did was like attack places like Chili's and Applebee's for having microwave food, but you know, you can't make everything from scratch. Yeah, I had over 67.5 as well. Exclusive one. And it looked like they were going to get there. All right, so right now, options right now are Taco Bell, Subway, In-N-Out Burger. Let me go to Taco Bell's website. Ohio State right now is minus 2.5. Tennessee's minus 2.5. Now 3.5. I've gotten the Nachos Party Pack for myself before, by the way. I think it's like 2,000 calories on its own. And it was okay. I mean, I don't... It was too much nachos for me. Yeah, 2,000 calories on its own. If I go anywhere today, I'll probably have a limit of 3,000 calories. So yeah, their queso lupa. I had it before. I know it's not new. I've had it before. They just brought it back. It's not bad. I don't know if I'd pay $3.49 for it, but what else do we have? Online exclusives. It's usually just a black bean quesalupa. Black bean chalupa quesarito, which is okay. Steak quesadilla is good, though. I like the steak quesadilla. The only issue with In-N-Out is that it takes a long time to get your food, even if you go inside. Like, the drive-thru line's always long for In-N-Out. But that's why I always go inside. But still, I usually wait a while. Because, they make all that stuff to order. Yeah, I've never driven by an In-N-Out where the drive-thru line isn't wrapping around the building. Yeah, I'm on the Oklahoma State money line as well. Also, In-N-Out it's not far away, but it's definitely, there's a Taco Bell and a Subway very close to where I live, but In-N-Out would take about, just to get there, and you can't order online, I don't think. Yeah, the closest In-N-Out is on Sahara, and there's no way to order online, so I couldn't just go there and pick it up. So if I was to go to In-N-Out on Sahara, which is probably a good, 8-minute drive or so, I'd be gone for probably 45 minutes. No, I don't control the ads. I do not control the ads. Once you get enough subscribers and stuff, they just start putting ads on your video. There's nothing you can turn them off, but I don't, you have to actually seek the option out, and I don't see any reason to. I think Oklahoma will be a 6 seed. Maybe maybe a 7. Hold on, where's my bracket matrix out? Creighton will probably be a 5. Let me see. Creighton is a 5 here. Oklahoma's a 7. Yeah, so I was pretty right. Oklahoma kind of fell at the end of the year. Oh, yeah. People tell me all the time they get Vegas Dave ads served to them, and I'm sorry, guys. I have no control over that. I wish I did. You know who has good breakfast burritos is McDonald's. And Jack in the Box too, but one breakfast burrito at Jack in the Box is 1,000 calories on its own. Yeah, I really hope Georgetown loses tonight, even though I bet on them. I hope they lose, because teams like that don't belong in the tournament. I'm sorry. I don't like teams that get lucky like that. McDonald's. How many calories are their breakfast burritos? Because they're good. Sausage burrito. 310. I mean, they're a lot smaller than the ones at Jack in the Box, but they're good. All right. Man, these totals, the total in the Alabama-Tennessee games have been dropping like a rock, too. That game was looking like it was going to easily go over, but not anymore. So. I have Ohio State, Michigan over 127. It's going to be close. Morgan State, probably not going to happen. They're going to need to rally here. Yep. That Ohio State money line play I made before the game's looking good, but the two totals that keep dropping like a rock are hurting me right now. Isn't Michigan one of my hedge play? Yeah, so this money line parlay I made right here will lose if Ohio State doesn't win. But only half a unit on it, so I'll come out ahead in the end. TradeMate Sports, I've never heard of it. Out of all those, I would say In-N-Out 1. No. Whataburger 1, In-N-Out 2, Jack in the Box 3, Carl's Jr. and Hardee's 4, Checker and Rally's 5, and then Sonic 6. Out of all those. Yeah, Whataburger's my number 1. They have good burgers. Hasn't New Mexico State Grand Canyon been the final in that one like the past 3? You're joking, right? I know that was the final 2 years ago, and I think it was the final 3 years ago as well. Chick-fil-A. I like Popeyes better than Chick-fil-A. Nothing against Chick-fil-A. It's just the chicken sandwich at Popeyes is better. Man, Ohio State. I'll pick it up later. I still got to go to the closet and find the cord for my second TV. Yeah, New Mexico State always loses, but they've come close. Let's not forget, 2 years ago, that Auburn game, remember? They were down by 2, right? No, they're down by 2, and they got fouled on a 3-point attempt at the very end. They only made one of the 3 free throws, so they're still down by 1, but they got the ball back on an Auburn turnover and then inbounded the ball and missed a 3 in the corner at the buzzer and lost by a point. I remember that. But yeah, they've come close. 2010 they came close. 2014 they lost in overtime. I think 2016 was the only year they didn't get in, because that was when CSU Bakersfield beat them at the buzzer in the championship game. 2018 they didn't play Clemson very close, so yeah, you're right. But no, I haven't had the Popeyes fish sandwich. I'm not really big on fast food seafood. Whataburger's only really in Texas. I think Illinois is a lock for a 1 seed regardless. And I don't think Ohio State will be a 1 seed even if they win the Big Ten. I think they're going to be a 2. Yeah, Whataburger is awesome. I'm going to go to their website, even though they don't have them around here, just to reminisce about how great their food is. I haven't had a spicy chicken sandwich in a while. That's new. The all-time favorites menu is usually my thing. The patty melt, the mushroom Swiss, the honey barbecue chicken sandwich, but I don't like the green chili double that much. Sometimes they'll have the A1 thick and hearty burger on here. And they'll also have the Chop House cheddar burger. So the all-time favorites, they usually rotate, but the patty melt is always, and the barbecue chicken strip sandwich is always on here, and the other 2 rotate. But honestly, nothing beats a triple meat Whataburger with grilled jalapenos, grilled onions, and cheese. Oh, it's so good. Do I think Cade Cunningham would be a good crow? He'll be serviceable. I think he'll be like a John Wall type. Yeah, Whataburger has good breakfast. Yeah, I think Cade Cunningham, he could be good like a John Wall, you know. I think that's a ceiling. I don't think he's going to be really good, but he could be a serviceable starter. I do like that he's nonchalant, though. I think we need more of that in the NBA. There's too many egos in the NBA. And I think that's a problem. Yeah, I just don't know if Norfolk's going to be able to get it done. Or not Norfolk, Morgan State. What's our next wave of games? We got a game at 3 o'clock. Just one, Cincinnati, Wichita, and then we have a couple at 3:30. But it says 3:30, but there's no way those games are going to start at 3:30. No way. I would say those games are going to start closer to 4. Charles Bassey. I think North Texas is going to win tonight. So we won't see Charles Bassey in the NCAA tournament if my prediction is correct. Yeah, Alabama's making it a game here. Whoever said they're a second-half team is right. And like I said, Tennessee, that's their problem. They just go on scoring droughts. Alabama's ahead now, by the way. So I wonder if there's any live betting value now to be had. Nope, it's right in line with what I have. Ohio State's -6.5. Now -4.5 because Michigan State just hit a 3. Nope, there's no live betting value right now. The live totals. Yep, I'm done with live betting for now. I don't know which game. I had the Ohio State game on. Like, if I had 2 TVs, I would have on Tennessee, Alabama as well. But like I said, I have to rummage through that whole closet to find the cord. I don't know which box it could possibly be in. Arkansas, LSU. I have LSU money line over and LSU spread. Ohio State just got a big basket, though, to kind of stop the momentum. Yep, all the live lines right now are pretty sharp. We called a tout on this stream a couple of weeks ago, and I left a message. I don't know if it was Steve Stevens or not. I think it was Steve Stevens. Yeah, and we got an answering machine. They just have bad blood with Maryland, that's all. Michigan. Tennessee, Alabama's tied. I mean, a tie game in that game is good for my over bet if it goes to overtime. Ohio State -7.5, that's sharp. Tennessee 1.5, that's sharp. Morgan State. Norfolk State is, yeah, all those lines are sharp. What am I? I'm only going to count my real bets in here because remember the gimmick bets are just that, gimmicks. Like anything that's in pink is a gimmick bet. That was a big basket for Ohio State. No, I mean, I have the cord in my closet somewhere for my second TV. Because I haven't used the second TV since I moved in here, so I have the cord packed up in a box still. Yeah, I'm going to turn on the Tennessee game because this Ohio State game's an 11-point game now. Yeah, I'll have to look in the closet tomorrow. We did call Steve Stevens a couple weeks ago, and I left a voicemail. Oh, did they get rid of nacho fries at Taco Bell? Not get rid of them, but just phase them out. I think they might have. It's almost always in advance. Because I just run my model in the morning and then place the bets then. So nope, nothing last minute. Whatever my model says in the morning is what it says. What happened to the nacho fries? Oh well. I never got them. I wanted to at least get them once before they phased them out. All right. So that might rule out Taco Bell, actually. All right. So Morgan State, I just don't think they're going to rally here. Seems like they've been down by 11 or 10 the whole second half. Well, that's my question is why would you call? Like, if you can do everything online now, why would you call a tout? Yeah, you can get better lines early, but there's a reason for that. Most people aren't able to run their models until they get the stats in. Let's see, Cincinnati, Wichita State. I'm just on the over there. I'll have to see what the live betting says about it. I mean, that game will start at 3, but these two games that are supposed to start at 3:30, I guarantee you they won't start until 4. All right, so Taco Bell, In-N-Out, Subway, those are 3 options. I just don't know about In-N-Out. I don't know if I want to be gone that long. Alabama at the free throw line. Is that I haven't seen this comeback for Alabama. Has it been all at the free throw line? I'm going to look at the box score. Yeah, Michigan's definitely in trouble. Which is fine with me. I have the Ohio State money line. I don't know. I don't know if the Ohio State game's going to go over. It's going to be very close. What do I have? 128, 127. I'm more confident about that. The pregame though, 142. No way. So, free throw disparity isn't really there in the Alabama game. What's going on in the Alabama game? Like, what's going on? Whatever. I'm going to watch something where something's actually going on, even if it's a 13-point game. Yeah, I think my second half over looks good, though. I have 127, and they're at 110 with... Or they're at 120 with a 3:40 to go. I think that'll happen over 127. Like, Alabama missed a free throw, and then all of a sudden, like, they just stop, whatever, and it's been like nothing's been going on for the past 5 minutes. Like, what's going on? All right, Alabama by 4. All right. Where would you rather work? Would you rather work at Subway or Arby's? All right. This Tennessee-Alabama game, I could see it coming down to the wire. Man, Tennessee can't rebound. Here comes a 3 from Tennessee. Short. but tipped in. Oh, that was basket interference. Ving Rhames, isn't that the guy from Pulp Fiction? Ving Rhames. I feel like I've heard that name before. Isn't that guy from Pulp Fiction? I'm going to Wikipedia that. Otherwise, it'll drive me nuts. Yeah, that's the guy from Pulp Fiction, right? Yep, Marcellus Wallace. One of the most hard to watch movie scenes in movie history. You guys know what I'm talking about of Pulp Fiction. I could not watch. All right, my Ohio State-Michigan bet has gone over. So I'm 2-0 now on live betting. Let me get this right. Is it? Yep. Good thing I only put half a unit on that Morgan State one. Because I was like, I have a lot tied in Morgan State. All right, the question is, will this Tennessee game go over 140? They're 8 points away. Will 8 points be scored in the last minute and a half? That's tough. Yeah, that scene in Pulp Fiction that I'm talking about, like, made it very tough to watch. It's for that reason I'm not the biggest fan of the movie, just because that was a hard scene to watch. Like, there's shock scenes, and then there's shock scenes. Like, that was too shocking. Ooh, that was a good pass for Alabama. And that also helps the over, because now Tennessee will start fouling if they can't score here. Either Tennessee scores here, which is good, or they start fouling, which is good. Tennessee sure is taking their sweet time on this possession. There's a wide open three. Good. So it's a 1 point game with 41 seconds. Every team has a question mark. I think the biggest question mark for this tournament is going to be COVID and all the overreactions that's going to come with that. Cincinnati and Wichita started, by the way. I'm going to take a quick bathroom break. I don't know if Alabama will get to -4. It'll be very close. All right, 41 seconds. That's why I think bracket pools are going to be a mess this year, Chris Young, because of all that COVID overreactions. And I say it's overreaction because that's exactly what it is. Like if you're not symptomatic, you shouldn't be tested, first of all. And second of all, they're going to cancel an entire team's season because of a tournament run because of contract tracing or if one person is positive, if they're not symptomatic, then just quarantine them and let the rest of the team play. Instead, they're going to cancel the entire team's tournament run because of one positive test. That's just stupid. Like, you never did that with the flu. Like, Michael Jordan played in a game with the flu, and he's a hero for that, but... Man, that was a crappy free throw from the Tennessee guy right there. There's a chance this game could go to overtime. Which is fine. I have the over. Second free throw. Oh, he bricked them both. You got to foul, dude. You guys got to foul. What are you doing? He missed 2 free throws, man. What a choke. What a choke. What was that guy's free throw percentage, by the way? Someone who didn't really even play that much. 53%, yeah, so he's not... No, that's what I've been saying all along. Like, nobody has been able to prove that COVID passes asymptomatically, right? So if you're not symptomatic, you're not going to spread it, first of all. And second of all, like, why bother getting tested? Like, these asymptomatic, infection, it's all stupid. And so we're going to ruin teams' NCAA tournament runs because of asymptomatic tests. If he makes this free throw, they're at 139, and he did. So what does Tennessee do here? Do they shoot a 3? Man, this Ohio State-Michigan game is coming down to the wire, too. I'm going to turn that on while they're in a timeout. Wish I had 2 TVs right now, but I don't. I usually do. It was a short... I thought because I had this TV all along that I had the cord somewhere close, but I don't. Man, my Ohio State money line is in trouble. Norfolk State celebration. I wouldn't watch the celebration. I'd watch Tennessee. All right, what is Michigan going to do here? He stepped out of bounds. Ohio State guy stepped out of bounds. How could he be so careless? How can he be so careless? Man. That was just stupid. That was just stupid on his part. It's just no awareness at all. So what's Tennessee going to do here? Shoot a quick 2 or a 3? I would shoot a quick 2, but that's me. All right, Michigan's going to let it run down. 3-pointer for Michigan, no good. Rebound, the game's over. Ohio State wins by a point. All right, so that's good. My money line is safe. And now I just need Tennessee, which looks like they're going to go for a quick 2, but they called timeout. Can Morgan State? No, they didn't do it, so that's a live bet loss for me. But it was just half a unit, thankfully. Also, this is a loss up here. Michigan lost, which is fine. It was a hedge against none of my dog money lines winning. That's what it was. So since it did win, I'm fine. Yeah, Samuel Jackson played Stacks in Goodfellas, the guy who drove the getaway car from the Lufthansa heist and didn't dispose of it, so they shot him. All right, what's Tennessee going to do here? I would go for the quick 2, but that's me. What I'm worried that Tennessee is going to do is they're going to waste a lot of time looking for an open 3 that they're not going to get. Joe Pesci. My favorite Joe Pesci role is Home Alone. But he was good in a Goodfellas, Casino, My Cousin Vinny, Raging Bull. But Home Alone is my favorite role of his. All right, here comes the... Looks like they're going for the... Nope. You guys are going to have to shoot a 3 now. You guys don't have time. There's a 3 from Tennessee. Airballed. So I just need Alabama to hit these. That was such a crappy... Like, that's what they drew up out of the timeout. That's what they drew up out of all of everything. They drew up that. Hello, Scott K. That was such a crappy final possession on Tennessee's part right there. What's their seed projection anyway? Like probably a 6? 5. They're straddling a line between 5 and 6. Yep, they sure do. I think they will, actually. All right, so this one will push my over. Made it. So if he makes this free throw, my over wins. Otherwise, push is worst case scenario. Second free throw, good. Okay, so my over wins. So Tennessee could break your heart here if they can make a bucket. If you have the -3.5. Nope, no good. 3.5 covers. I'm on Buffalo tonight, money line, but I don't want them to win. I want Ohio to win. All right, so you got your Alabama -3.5, and I got my Tennessee over. So we both won. And remember, I was really flirting with the Tennessee live line, and I never pulled the trigger. I'm glad I didn't. Let me see what Cincinnati and Wichita State is at. So right now, I need it to match. It's 14-16, but I have 12-16. All right, so I'm not going to complain. You know, I lost all 3 of my Morgan State bets, but everything else is hit. So I'm not going to complain. All right. Cincinnati 7.5. Match. I bet this is going to turn to 3.6, and if it does, I will be on Cincinnati. Not anymore. It's 6.5 now. Yeah, I'm on Buffalo, but I want Ohio to win. Toledo. Remember Toledo let us down all year? They finally paid the price last night. Ohio blew them out. Like, how big a damage did that do to them in my rankings, by the way? They're 72 now. I mean, still. It was a lot closer than the final score as well. Yeah, Toledo, they kept playing with fire. Finally got burned. Ohio played Buffalo and lost by 20 at home not too long ago. That's their only... Oh, and then they beat them by 1 on the road in January. Buffalo's on a winning streak. They haven't lost since Toledo beat them on the 19th. UC Santa Barbara? That's one of the 2 games I don't have a play on tonight. It's going to be a good game. UC Irvine or Santa Barbara, both those teams are good. I think if they had a full non-conference slate this year, they would be an at-large team in the Big West. What channel is this Cincinnati game on? There it is. Georgetown. I don't want them to win, though. I'm on them, but I don't want them to win. I don't think teams like that belong in the tournament. I hope they lose. That's what you call like a win-win. Either Creighton wins and I'm happy, or Georgetown wins and at least I win money out of it. Right. I need a media timeout in this game. What does mine thing say? It says it's Creighton by about 6. Here's my media timeout I needed. Yeah, I'm on the over in that game too. Nope, I don't like any of my live options with Cincinnati and Wichita State right now. Georgetown. They had a white player. Mac McClung played for them for a year. I think that's the only white guy I've ever seen play for Georgetown, though. No. That plantation comment was just more overhyped stuff. You know, I don't think he meant any ill will. Eastern Washington, they play fast. It's just that they can get slowed down, though, so you have to wonder what Montana State will do. Let me look at my stats. Eastern Washington is known to play fast. That's what their coach does. Shante Leggins is his name. Montana State, they play about the average, a little bit slower than the national average. Let's see, when they played in February, the total was 154 the second time, and this time it was 170. So I'm surprised that Montana State didn't play Montana all year. That's crazy. I don't think Iona will lose, but Fairfield has a knack for slowing you down. I'm on Oklahoma State money line and over. All right, Cincinnati is ahead. Probably Monday morning. I got to run my model first. I need Sunday's games to be in before I do that. So it'll probably be sometime Monday morning or afternoon. I have the framework ready to go. I just need to enter in the bracket when it's out and then run my model, and then it'll be good to go. Monte Carlo simulate the tournament however many times. Duke quit. Duke couldn't handle the humiliation of being left out of the tournament, so they quit. That's my opinion. Yeah, Pitino doesn't look healthy. I agree with that. I actually got to meet him in person when I worked in Louisville. I mean, he didn't look like the healthiest guy when I met him in Louisville. What's this Cincinnati live line looking like? Wichita State should have lost to South Florida yesterday. I had South Florida live in that game. So Cincinnati's plus 2.5 right now. Nope, no value there. 145.5 total. I already have over 143. We'll see. That was a pretty good block from that Cincinnati player. Yeah, I agree. Duke quit. That's what it was. They quit. They didn't want to face being left out of the tournament, so they pretended it. Oh, we totally would have got in the tournament if not for COVID. Well, you know, that's exactly what's happening. Yeah, Cincinnati's not good. If I'm going to place a live bet in that game, it's going to be Wichita State. I'm just trying to figure out. It's just Wichita State yesterday with South Florida. It kind of makes me hesitant. You can get Wichita State right now minus 2.5. Not a good number. What's a gap in the schedule today? So 4 o'clock. Looks like things really get started at 6. So if I'm going to go get food, I'll probably leave it like after I put in the live bet for Iona and Fairfield, which would be about an hour. So I need to figure out where I'm going to go. Like, as much as I like In-N-Out, I just don't know if I want to wait. I still have my Jack in the Box stuff. So I ate about 75% of that day. This was my Popeyes meal I got 2 weeks ago. So let me get rid of all this. So my options today, I'm thinking about Taco Bell, In-N-Out, Subway, and McDonald's. Those are my 4 options. There's also tropical smoothie as well. Maybe I can get a smoothie and food. Although I make smoothies all the time here. I wouldn't pay for it. Tropical smoothie has its place. Just when you don't have time. Where's the nearest I know where the nearest Subway is, but I haven't been to a Taco Bell here in a long time. Yeah, those are my 4 options. I need to create like sample meals of what I would get at each place. Okay, so there's a Taco Bell not even a mile away. All right. So the Cincinnati's at 5. I wonder if I can get a good Wichita number now. No, they're still 2.5. All right, so I'd probably get a case of Lupa if I went to Taco Bell because those are pretty good. But there's only one game going on right now, so I need to fill time. All right, so Taco Bell. Let's do this. In-N-Out. I know what I would get at In-N-Out, but I don't think I'm going to go there just because it takes so long to get your food. So I know I would get 4 animal-style double-doubles, which are 670 calories each, and then I would get the animal fries, which is 500. So that right there is about that's fine. I don't mind going a little bit over. Drive-through advantage. In-N-Out does not have a drive-through advantage. Their drive-through is always packed to the gills. The benefit of Taco Bell, Subway, McDonald's, I can order online and just go pick it up. So at Taco Bell, I'd get a quesalupa. But they don't have the nacho fries anymore, which was the main reason I kind of wanted to go. I wouldn't get the nacho party pack. I already got that before. I would get a steak quesadilla, which I always do, which is good. What about a soft taco variety packet? Probably not. Cincy up 7? All right, let me check. Yeah, I have 29.22. You can get Wichita at 1.5. No, I still don't like that number for Wichita. I actually like the number for Cincy. Wichita's 2.5 now. Honestly, I like Cincy at -1.5 better than Wichita, but I'm not going to bet on Cincy because I don't want them to win. That's the thing. I don't want them to win. But we'll see. Cincinnati's back at 2.5. I can bet live money lines on MGM, but not Westgate. All right, Cincy's now 0.5. Honestly, if there's going to be a live bet on this game, it's going to be Cincinnati as of right now. All right, there's a dunk for Wichita that might get them going. Here, let me log into my MGM app. I just have such a hard time with it, though. It's just the connections, and it makes me turn my Wi-Fi off. Right now, I'm showing a Wichita State score of 29-24 with 4:27 left. And they're showing replays. The replay of the ball that just bounced off that guy's head. I have to turn my Wi-Fi off to get into the MGM app. But no, right now my live betting opportunity is going to be Cincinnati. As long as they have a 5-point lead. 20. I don't have William Hill app. But I don't really have a system in place to bet live on money lines. Westgate, because I don't have to turn my Wi-Fi off for it. There's a 3 from Cincinnati, short. All right, Wichita State just hit a 3. So I bet the Wichita State just tied the game. 29. Probably MGM. I'm not impressed with the Circa app. I thought it would be more than it was. All right, Wichita State line is off. So while it's off, I'm going to keep doing this. All right. Quesalupa State Quesadilla. What else do I want? What else would I get if I went there? Crunch wrap. Let me enter the calories. Cheesy gordita crunch. Always got to get one of those. So I'm at 2,100. Then I'd probably get some soft taco supremes. There. That's what I would get if I went to Taco Bell. What about Kurt Thomas? I mean, it's definitely LT. He's a Hall of Famer. Kurt Thomas, I watched him play. I watched him play when I was very young. I think he graduated in 95, so I remember watching him, but I was very young. But yeah, definitely LT. Nobody knows about Larry Brown. He was a Super Bowl MVP, but pretty irrelevant outside of that. Jake Arrieta, kind of. I took a couple classes with him. Andy Dalton, yeah, definitely. Now, especially since he plays for the Cowboys now. I bet mostly through Westgate, my Westgate app. All right, what's this live number at now? Did they take it off? Yeah, we're going to have to wait for halftime. Where's LSU Arkansas? Is that game starting yet? I grew up watching LT. I mean, I used to go to games at TCU football games when nobody showed up, and I'd be able to sit in the front row right behind the TCU bench. That's when LT was. But once LT started getting better and starting to break records and stuff, then the people started to show up to TCU games. Keith Van Horn, yeah, I remember him playing against TCU when he went to Utah. TCU made it to the WAC final against Utah and lost to Keith Van Horn. TCU basketball had a very good year by TCU basketball standards in 1998. They went undefeated in the WAC, 27-5 record, and they were a 5 seed in the NCAA tournament, but they lost in the first round to a 12 seed Florida State. They were very gimmicky. Billy Tubbs was their coach, and he played, the very fast-paced offense, so a lot of high-scoring games, but any team that could match up athletically would beat him. Sammy Baugh, he's probably too old for most people to know of. By old, I mean, he was a player in the 30s. So the average person's not going to know who that is. Two and one. TCU played New Mexico 3 times in 1998, and they went 1-2. The one win, though, they won by 40 points. Which conference has the best combo of teams this year? I would say I actually think this isn't a homer pick, but I do think it's the Big 12. The Big 10 has a lot of depth, but you got to remember they didn't play as many non-conference games. Yeah, Scott K. It was 1998, and TCU won by 35. Yeah, both teams were ranked in the top 15, and TCU just destroyed them. But TCU lost to New Mexico twice. They lost to them in Albuquerque, and then they lost to them in the WAC tournament. So yeah, that was a destruction. And Kenny Thomas played for New Mexico. Yeah, that was kind of like the high water mark of TCU basketball, that game. Because I was at that game. It was senior night for TCU, and they did the place was full, packed capacity. And they did, before the game, they dropped streamers from the ceiling. It was an electric atmosphere. I was only 9 years old, but I remember it very well. We also went to so that year I went to 3 TCU basketball games. That game, and then I also went to a game against Fresno State when Jerry Tarkanian was their coach, and TCU won pretty easily. And then I went to a game against Tulsa with Bill Self as their coach, and TCU won in double overtime on a baseball pass at the buzzer against that Tulsa team with Bill Self. Yep, Lee Nalen and the crew lost to Florida State. That was TCU's problem, is they could destroy teams that didn't have the athletes, but if they played a team with athletes, they would lose. And so that was the problem. If they played another 12 seed in that tournament, like Princeton or who were the other 12 seeds that year? Or no, not Princeton. There were 5. UNLV was another 12 seed. They couldn't have played them because they were in the same conference. But I want to say Detroit, or if they played some of the other 12 seeds, they probably could have been fine. But you got to remember, Chris Herron played for Fresno State. Yeah. The game before that TCU-Florida State game, though, was a Valpo shot. And so I was watching that game before the TCU game with my dad. And Valpo hit that shot. And so we were like, yes, we're going to play Valpo in the second round instead of Ole Miss, because we thought we were going to beat Florida State. And no, Florida State beat us pretty easily. Yep, Chris Herron was on that Fresno State team. Oh, football by far. TCU basketball has no history at all. We haven't won an NCAA tournament game in 35 years. We've only been to 2 NCAA tournaments in the last 35 years. Yeah. Football easily. Like we have we have 2 national championships in football. Even if they were in the 30s, it's still a national championship. Right. I'm really interested to see what the second half line's going to be in the Cincinnati game. Yeah, I need to keep making my menus though. So, what would my hypothetical Subway menu would be? That steak and cheese sandwich and that turkey bacon sandwich, and then probably a third sandwich. And maybe I'd go over to tropical smoothie as well. I would use this BOGO. Let's see, what was the bacon Tatum? I would get that. No jalapenos. That doesn't sound very good. This is pretty close to what I've got. So $10.80 for that sandwich. No, I don't want provolone. I forgot. So $11.80. And then the Chipotle steak. I would get one of those. Everything here looks good. So that's $8.20. So I still got room for another sandwich. Just in case I go to Subway. I don't know if I will. Buffalo chicken or chicken bacon ranch? That's a tough one. I'll look at chicken bacon ranch. See what the nutrition is for that. $10.50. Wait, if it's a chicken bacon ranch, then how come it doesn't have bacon selected up here? I think Wichita's going to win, yeah. It's 35-32. I'm waiting for the second half line. So that would be 8.10. There. All right. And then McDonald's. What would I get at McDonald's? Is this game at halftime yet? Come on, show up second half line. Okay, there it is. Cincinnati is +4. And the total is 75.5. Still Cincinnati. Still Cincinnati. I already have a bet on the over, 143. That's the question. Do I place a bet on Cincinnati here even though I don't want them to win? I'm trying to think because Cincinnati's the play here. I'll tell you what, I'll watch. If it goes to 4.5, I'll play Cincinnati, so I'll keep an eye on it. So I will keep an eye on it. None of those, I don't know what you're talking about, Nexus. None of those teams can, I've never seen a line 30 points off in my life. So McDonald's has a deal. Buy one Big Mac or Quarter Pounder and get one free. I would use that. Yeah. So I'm going to keep looking at this. I just have a feeling the Cincinnati line is going to go to 4.5. A lot of people are going to pound Wichita State. So 550. I always have to get fries at McDonald's too. Wasn't someone saying that the chicken sandwich was good at the spicy chicken sandwich or whatever, the deluxe crispy sandwich? Yeah, I'll do one of those. Whoops. Double Quarter Pounder. Fries. Where are the fries at? $3.20. So I have room for one more thing. If I go to McDonald's. Let's do a McDouble. There. So those are my 4 options. Yeah, I didn't select the cheese option. So those are my 4 options. I'm going to have to make it, once these current games that are going on right now get to the second half, or have second half lines, I'm going to leave real quick. No, once this Iona game's at halftime. Yeah. So once I put in the Iona second half. All right, is that Cincy line changed? Nope, still at 4. They have the Samrock Shake going on right now. I don't know if I want to get any sugar, though. Isn't it like a peppermint milkshake? I would have to take something out to get this. But isn't it like a mint tasting shake? I don't know if I'd want a mint shake. The public being all over something is meaningless. I'm just on the over in the Illinois game. And Buffalo, I'm on Buffalo money line. The Cincinnati line will not budge. I'm going to check some of these live lines right now. We got a commercial in the LSU game. So LSU plus 5.5. Ooh, that's pretty tempting, actually. LSU at plus 5.5. And then Iowa, Illinois doesn't match. But it's Iowa plus 7.5. That's probably going to be more in line with what I have. Total-wise, the live total is 184.5. So it looks like that over in the LSU game, which is in two of my parlays and teasers, is looking good. The live total for Iowa, Illinois is 163.5. I already have a pregame bet on that, though, but I'm going to stay away. 184.5 in LSU, Arkansas. Yeah, I'm thinking about betting over live in this Iowa-Illinois game, even though I already have a bet on it. Like, last game of the year, Brent can't hold anything back now. Oh, I just need it to match, and it doesn't. Yeah, I'm glad I bet the over in that game. And I put it in a couple of those fun teasers and parlays I have. Oh, yeah, I'm going to bet over in this Iowa game. Live, guys. Live. If I can get my bet in. All right. Over 166.5, 1.25 units. No, it's 1.5 units, my bad. I'm not calculating this right. I'm not sold on Eric Musselman as a coach because he massively underachieved with that roster at Nevada a couple years ago. That should have been a top 10 team, and they were a 7 seed in the tournament and lost in the first round. That's just massive underachieving. So I still think the jury's out on him. All right, Iona and Fairfield has started. Rick Pitino. Iowa is plus 6.5. Illinois live might be a play at some point. I still think LSU at 7.5 is tempting right now, but I'm going to stay away. Exactly. Scott K., thank you for saying that. Thank you. Sharp money bets high volume. They don't hammer a single game. You're so right. I wish more people knew that. So many people comment on my stuff saying I bet too many games, and I'm like, no, if you have an edge, you bet in every game you have an edge on. whether that be one play or 100. You're so right. Sharp bettors bet volume. You're right. LSU 5.5. Iona's up 4-0. I'm gonna turn that Iona game on. I just want to see what Rick Pitino's doing. I want to see like how into it he is. Like that's one thing I want to know how much he cares at a place like Iona. I mean, I'm sure he's glad to be coaching, but still, like, how much does he care? All right, well, he's standing on the sideline. His bench looks like they're pretty into it. So I'm guessing he cares. He's not like Coach K just sitting down in the chair without it. He looks like he's pretty into it. And by the way, Iona shouldn't have been a 9 seed in this tournament. They did. So they seeded teams in this tournament based on the number of wins they had. Not their like record or whatever, which is stupid. So that's how I have a team that went 6-3 as a 9 seed. LSU 4.5. I really like that number. I really like the 4.5 number, but I wonder if I can get something better. Oh, now it's 2.5 because they tied the game. Missing the boat, man. Iona's minus 10.5 live, but it's too early for that. Iowa is 6.5, but it doesn't match. I'm on Oregon State money line, I think, but I don't want them to win. I have no play in the Memphis game. I'm surprised the total's as high as it is, though. But Fairfield's on the board. All right, LSU. I already have LSU 3.5. Do I double down on it? That's the question. But that's the thing. I miss better numbers, so I just feel like I would be getting a bad number. I'm actually thinking about maybe going for a middle in the Arkansas game with that total. Yeah, I think Oklahoma State can get it done. I'm on them. A lot of green right now. I'm glad to see that. All right, so LSU 3.5. No, I'm gonna stay away for now. $169.5 is the total now in this Iowa game. 182.5 here. You know what? I'm gonna go for the middle. I'm gonna go for the middle. No, I want to see a better number. I need a differential of 3 points before I try to pull the trigger on the middle. All right, guys, I need to make a decision, guys. I think In-N-Out's out. I just don't want to be gone that long. They take a long time to make your food, so they're out. So Taco Bell, Subway, or McDonald's? I'm thinking Taco Bell, but I'm leaning Taco. That was always probably the original intent. Okay. Cincinnati, Wichita is back up. Wichita plus 1.5. Yeah, it does take a long. Yeah, especially if you order, and it doesn't take that long if you don't order animal style, but I always do, so that's what makes it take longer. I'm on Georgetown, but I don't want them to win. Yeah, I'm gonna go to Taco Bell. Iona's up by 6. I'm gonna keep an eye on that one. Yeah, Subway really depends on the type of Subway. Like, I don't hate on it like my sister does. She really hates Subway, but like I said earlier, if I'm gonna get a sandwich, I'll just buy the stuff at the store and make a sandwich myself. Yeah, Wichita's not impressing me. Although they're ahead now, but still. For those of you who took them live, good job. I'm glad I held out on Cincinnati. Ooh, LSU. I knew I should have taken LSU when I remember I was waiting. I mean, I have them pregame and money line, so it's not like I'm complaining, but I could have doubled down on them live. And the total. I was thinking about middling the total, but The value for that is gone. Iona. Minus 10.5. Not quite. Not quite. 9.5. 9.5. Yes, 9.5. Pull the trigger. Pull the damn trigger. Pull the damn trigger. Come on, 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 come on. Get in, get in, get in. Don't change, don't change. This is why I hate live betting, because I got it. All right, Iona. I'm in. All right, Iona. What about the total, Iona? 118.5. I'll stay away for now. I wish I knew what camera angle you're talking about. I have the Iona game on. I haven't changed it back yet. I need a TV timeout in this LSU game. That's what I'm waiting for. So let me change that back over. Oh, yeah, I can see what camera angle you're talking about. Maybe their main camera's broken or something. Waiting for that media timeout. The LSU game sure did slow down. Maybe the middle is not a good idea anymore. Yeah, they took it off, so I'll have to wait for second half. I'm sure Iowa, Illinois is going to come off soon, too. My lines are all pretty sharp right now. Whoops, did I kick my camera? Yeah, I need to fix that. My bad. All right, there's my TV timeout, but the lines are all pretty much matching now. LSU 1.5. I missed the boat there. Total 172.2. Not quite. Almost, but not quite. I took Illinois live yesterday at minus 20, and they had like a walk-on hit a three-pointer to cover it. It was crazy. Hang on a sec. This Illinois-Iowa total is... I know I already placed a live bet on it, but I might double down. Hold on. I took Iona minus 9.5. So you're not allowed to bet games that are played in the state of New Jersey? Dude, what's with this Iowa not matching? Even then, I might do a little bit extra. I'm going to sprinkle a little bit extra on the over in the Iowa game. Half a unit. So I have now 2 units invested in the over in that game. Yeah, I have no idea why the total in the Iona game was so high. I thought that was one of the easier plays on the board today. I'm on Montana State, but I want Eastern Washington to win. I'm waiting for the second half in some of these games. And very briefly, I was at 6.5, and I was about to hammer Illinois, but then it changed to 8.5. Man, this Wichita State game is slowed down. Yeah, I'm going to have to wait for second half lines. I already placed a bet on Iona. What's the total there, by the way? 115.5. There's a middle opportunity there for sure. All right. I'm going for the middle, guys. Going for the middle. Just one unit, though. Going for the middle with that total. So I have under 130.5, and I also have over 115.5. Man, I should have pulled the trigger on under Arkansas 182.5 when I had the chance, and I didn't. And now the total's all the way down to 164. I was thinking about it. Remember, I was like, no, I'll wait for it. I was like, I'll wait. I need a little bit narrower number than that, and it didn't come. All right, second half line for Arkansas. LSU should be coming out. Yeah, exactly, right? That's why I'm kind of kicking myself for not betting the under in that LSU game. But I can't do it now because I'm not going to try to middle that if the second half line is good. All right, here we go. I wouldn't be surprised if I'm on LSU here. Just looking at what the number is, 4-86. Yeah, it's going to be LSU. No total play. LSU plus 4, second half coming in. 1.5 units. That means it's a +1, right? Yep, LSU +1. These are the first parlay and teaser bets I have placed in almost 3 years, guys. It's been 2.5 years since I last placed one. And I did them just for fun. Last day of the year, just having fun. So I don't bet parlays. I don't bet teasers. They're bad ideas. You're going to lose money if you bet them consistently. They should be for fun only. So I will never endorse any parlays, teasers, round robins, or anything like that. So LSU over is a leg in that 5-team parlay. And this teaser, but it's slowed down a little bit. Man, this, I don't know if this, I'm going to get the over here. Fairfield's doing what it did yesterday, just slowing things down to a halt. But that only works if you can block the other team from winning. You got to get up by a lot to do that. Iowa going to go for a 2-for-1 here. Yep, they sure are. I've always wanted to make a hockey model. It's just that models take time and a lot of maintenance. You really only have time for one. Fairfield making a little run here. Would you rather work at Taco Bueno or Taco Bell? All right. Saeed Uda, do you work at Baskin Robbins? Is that where you said you worked? Or did you no, you said you worked at either Baskin Robbins or TCBY. Which one was it again? Ooh, Iowa, that's a costly turnover there at the end of the half. Hang on a second. Appealing. I think I'm going to place a second half bet on LSU Arkansas over. A little double down. Just one unit. I thought I saw you say you worked at Baskin Robbins. My bad. All right. Waiting on this Iowa-Illinois second half to come out. And then I own a Fairfield. Yeah, I thought that was a bogus foul call for Illinois too. I mean, I already have so much tied up in the over in this game. Iowa, Illinois, so I'm probably just going to enter in the spread when the second half line comes out. I'm not going to place any more over bets on it. Like, what do I have? I have a 1.5 here, 0.5 there, and then also 0.5 on the pregame, which is fine. That's what we're going to hit probably. Yeah, I mean, I'll run my model Monday morning and have my matrices up and everything ready to go. But my March Madness bets, I always bet on the team. I don't bet on a team if I don't want them to win. I'm more of a fan of March Madness. So I like to watch it and enjoy it and just bet on teams that I already like. So just the over, but I already have a bet on the over, so although Illinois' second half is kind of tempting, but I'm going to stay away. All right, just Iona Fairfield. I need that game to get to halftime, and then I'm going to go run to Taco Bell. I need to put my order in. Well, I already have it ready to go. I just need to confirm it. All right, Iona's up by 4. Fairfield's still doing its thing, though. By thing, I mean just slowing the game down. I'm surprised Slick Rick isn't trying to speed it up. Well, there we go. Early 3-pointer in the shot clock, but no good. But still, I like it. The first 4, in my opinion, is pretty stupid. I haven't been a fan of it. I think they should go back to how it was, 64 teams. Although I don't mind the opening round. I don't mind when they had 65 teams, because usually those 2 teams that were in the opening round game were teams that didn't win their conference, weren't very good. So I get that, If you wanted to avoid that game, then win your conference in the regular season. I didn't mind the opening round game, but the first 4, I don't like it. Yeah, my model's gotten better as the season's gone along. That's what I've noticed. I have more data to work with, but so do the books. But still, I think it was tough early on. I want to see what the live line is for Wichita State. Minus 5.5. I mean, that's pretty much it. Yeah, I don't think I'm going to see a lot of value there. The total is 130. Yeah, that's all over and done with. I don't foresee me having a live bet on that game at any point. And it's probably not going to go over either. Man, my random forest has been kicking ass on totals. It really has. I need to probably trust it more. Cincinnati's within 2. You can get Wichita State minus 2.5 right now. Team totals, I don't do it in college basketball just because it's not really offered anywhere. Yeah, I don't do team totals because it's not offered in any of the books I use, so I don't bother. I did it in baseball this past year, but that's because it was offered at 5 dimes when I used 5 dimes at the time. I mean, I still post what my projected points are before the game, but I don't do team totals just because it's not something I can bet. Even pro basketball, I don't think. Yeah, they do offer it in pro basketball, but not college. Wichita State minus 2.5, which is right in line with what I have. Iona is up by 9. That's going to be an interesting second half line. I'm in Las Vegas. Where's my wallet? I'm putting in my Taco Bell order. I need to go get my wallet so I can go get my card number. Hold on 1 second. What do you mean you're having trouble processing my payment method? Get out of here. Do I have to use another card? I mean, I entered in the number right, in my opinion. So Iona's up 12. Do I have Buffalo scoring 80 points? I have them scoring 81.2. Why isn't my order going through? I guess I'll put in my other card. Making it difficult. If that doesn't go through, I might go somewhere else. Okay, yeah, that's not... neither of my cards are working? That's stupid. Taco Bell, you guys might have just lost some business. Yep, Taco Bell, you guys have lost my business. I'm going to have to go somewhere else. Let me enter this Iona line first. That doesn't mean it's rigged, dude. Does not mean it's rigged. Nothing there. I already played Iona live. All right. Gosh, why isn't my, like, I used 2 different cards and neither of them worked. Like, what if I use a third card? Is it just because their payment processor sucks? This is your last chance, Taco Bell. Otherwise, I'm going to have to go somewhere else that will take my payments. That's the thing. It's verifying my card. It says your card has been verified, and then it says, we're having trouble processing your payment. Oh, did that work? I shop multiple books. I shop across Westgate, Circa, and MGM. All right, I don't know if this worked or not. It's just doing the spinning circle thing over and over again. Cincinnati and Wichita's tied. Man, Taco Bell, your app sucks. I'm going to go somewhere else if this doesn't get resolved. But I'll go with plan B. I'll go to McDonald's. Ooh, I forgot to get this breakfast burrito. Ooh, it went through. All right. Somehow my Taco Bell order went through. All right, I'll be back, guys. Good luck with that. If you have any Wichita State plays, then good luck with that. I will leave that up. All right, I'll be back. I'm back. Thanks, everybody, for your patience. And let's see here. What do we got? Iona is up by 7. How did that Wichita State game end? Oh, Cincinnati. Remember I was thinking about betting them? Cincinnati live. Man, none of these results look very good. Pretty much all bad happened when I was gone. That Iowa-Illinois total continues to fall. Yeah, that's not good. No positive developments happened when I was gone. All negative. I'm going to turn on the end of this Wichita game. I don't know if Wichita can survive a loss, by the way. I don't know if they're a tournament team. Let me look at their resume. That win over Houston's all they have, but we'll see if that's enough for them. Dr. Pepper Zero Sugar Cherry. I mean, it's good. I bought a 12-pack of it. It's good, but it has no body. That's the thing with these zero sugar drinks is they just have no body to it. I don't know if anyone here has ever had Halo Top ice cream, but it's like eating flavored ice pretty much. It's like no body to it at all. I have not been to Dickies Arena yet, by the way, in Fort Worth. I've driven by it many times, but I've never been inside of it. My mom's been inside of it, though. Yeah, Dickies Arena is open for like half a season until they close. All right, so Wichita's going to have a chance to tie it here. No defense at all there from Cincinnati. They just let him score, pretty much. Remember when I wanted to bet Cincinnati and I said no? All right, give me some good news. Yeah, that looks bad. That's iffy. That looks bad. That's iffy. How's the total in the Arkansas game look? That looks bad. So I'm not looking good right now. Getting kind of nervous. All right, let's see what Cincinnati does here. Oh, that was very close. That was almost a turnover. Are they going to review that? I don't know. I think that went out on Cincinnati, if you ask me. That was very close. I don't know if there's enough evidence to overturn that, though. All right, here's the Queso Lupa right here. Yeah, I don't know if there's enough evidence there. You can make a case either way. Yep, still Cincinnati ball. The hell? %58%. %58% shooter coming up. Front Evan a 1-1. No good. Tipped around. Oh, Cincinnati rebounded it. Wow. That's unfortunate. That Queso Lupa is actually pretty good. That was good. All right, this is a 76% shooter. Also a 1-1. And he missed it. And this time Wichita rebounded it. So they have 7, 6, 5, 4. Not getting the ball at court. They're going to have to shoot a 3. 3. Oh, Cincinnati wins. Man, that was such a terrible last possession for Wichita. That was horrible. Like, they did not have any sense of urgency, really. They couldn't get the ball at the floor. Kind of regretting not taking Cincinnati live when I had the chance. Remember what my reasoning was? I don't want Cincinnati to win, so I'm not going to take them. Well, now that logic kind of sucks. I'm going to turn on the Fairfield game. As soon as I turn it on, Iona's up 10. Illinois, Iowa. Yeah, I don't think Cincy will beat Houston. Let's look. Yeah, they played Houston once this year and they lost by 40, so it'll be tough. How did Houston do against Memphis this year? They won by 3 not even a week ago. So that Cincinnati's best chance is to hope Memphis wins, and then Cincinnati played Memphis once and lost by 6. Awesome. What's with that Batman mask? The Illinois player is like a Batman mask. I have Houston by about 9. It's like none of you guys know who works at. None of you guys know anyone who works at Burger King. I mean, I'm surprised none of you guys know anyone who works at Burger King. I'm up on pregame bets, but live bets I'm up, but it looks like I'll be lucky if I can split the ones I have active right now. Yeah, I'm probably slightly up. Man, Taco Bell's kind of messy. Yeah, just stop, dude. For me, it's less about winning money and more about the challenge. That's what I like. It's also like there's someone who was in chat earlier who works at Baskin Robbins, and it's like, he is like, it's less about working at Baskin Robbins and more about enjoying ice cream. Like, he was like, I would work at Baskin Robbins for free just to be around ice cream, you know? Same with sports betting, you know? It's about the challenge, not so much about the money. Do none of you guys know anyone who works at Baskin Robbins? No, they don't reveal that stuff. Always be skeptical when you see like betting numbers like that. So you do work in an ice cream shop, technically. Like, you could technically say you work at an ice cream shop. Almost done. And this one's like already broken. I might eat this one with a fork. Yeah, I'll eat that with a fork. I'll be back. I got a good one. All right. Would you rather work at Home Depot in the ceiling fan section, or would you rather work at Lowe's in the gardening section? That's a good one. I think Haagen-Dazs is a little too expensive, but they have the best chocolate peanut butter ice cream there is. It's something they do better than Bluebell. Now, Bluebell has a chocolate peanut butter ice cream, but it's seasonal. And so, it's not year-round. Why does Luka Garza look so mad? Yeah. Information like that, Kidang B, is like very valuable, so they're not going to give it away for free. All right, 5 minutes left in this Iowa game. Can I get them to score 30 more points? I doubt it, but we will see. So at the top of the hour, we got Oklahoma State, Texas, Utah State, San Diego State, and Memphis, Houston, as well as Texas Southern and Prairie View. I don't know. My cousin played Division III basketball, and his team was pretty good. I mean, it's not like Division III teams suck. I think the main difference is depth. Like, they had a good starting five, but after that it was kind of... Because they played Baylor, and they were actually hanging with Baylor for the first half, but Baylor just destroyed them in the second half because they didn't have the depth. I'm not going to disagree with you. I think Luka Garza is pretty good, but you think there'd be at least one player better than that? I need to wash my hands. I got rid of my Twitter account. And I live in Las Vegas. For me, low basketball IQ is when I have a bet on the under and a team's up by a lot and they don't slow the game down, take early shots in the shot clock, no game awareness at all. I do think Luka Garza is better than Tyler Hansbrough. I do. I used to call him Tyler Hansbrough Nose because remember that ACC championship game when he got his nose broken? I think it was against Duke. Man, Luka Garza just missed 2 putbacks in a row. Yeah, you'd think a player of the year wouldn't miss that. I'll admit, I thought the Zion hype was unnecessary. That got annoying. No, Luka Garza is not better than Frank Kaminsky's. Name another player, and I'll give you a comparison. All right, here's one. Is he better than... Would you say he's better than J.J. Redick? Yeah, but he also had better players around him. Those North Carolina teams he was on were loaded. They should have won more than one title, to be honest with you. You met me in San Diego? Where? Where in San Diego? I'm not saying it didn't happen, but I think I would remember something like that. No, he's not better than Anthony Davis. Iowa's coming back. Yeah, Luka Garza doesn't have the players around him like Hansborough did. Anton Jameson was really good. Tim Duncan was really good. How about this? Adam Morrison. I would say Luka Garza is better than Adam Morrison. Shane Battier. But he was on those loaded Duke teams with Mike Dunleavy and Chris Duhon. Jay Williams. Trey Burke was good, but he wasn't as good as Luka Garza. Doug McDermott. He was just a volume shooter, him and Jimmer Fredette. I remember watching Jimmer in person when they played TCU in 2011. I get it from ESPN's API. Pinintelius. I'm starting to remember Pacificate Condos. Gosh, I remember that rings a bell. God, how long ago was this though? Did we meet in person? Do you remember where? It's starting to ring a bell. Help me jog my memory. That's the thing. I have a really good memory, but this isn't coming. Yeah, I saw Trey Burke in the NCAA tournament lose to Ohio University, and then the next year they beat South Dakota State, and then they beat, gosh, who'd they beat in the second round? I forgot. It might have been VCU, and then in the Sweet 16, they played. Don't remember. I'm trying to remember Michigan's tournament run 2013. Then in the Sweet 16. They beat Kansas, right? Yeah, they beat Kansas in the Sweet 16, and then in the Elite Eight, they played. I'm going to remember this without looking it up. Don't tell me. Elite Eight, they played. Florida, and they beat Florida. And then in the Final Four, they played the first game was Louisville, Wichita State, and then the second game was Michigan and Syracuse. And then they lost to Louisville in the championship game. This was 2013. Yep, I got their whole tournament run right. South Dakota State, VCU, Kansas, Florida, Syracuse. That Florida team they played, because Florida got to play Florida Gulf Coast in the Sweet 16 on the other end. I remember I went to watch their practice. Like, Florida Gulf Coast was practicing at the Cowboy Stadium, and I went to watch them practice. For the most part, you have to wait for TV timeouts, but you can get them down if you're really fast. I would say it's less of ESPN and more of your own betting app being fast. Like, a lot of times it's like the line has changed. Okay, yeah. Okay, yeah, I remember. I remember now. Yeah, okay. I'm just trying to figure out how long ago that was. It was... Gosh. Okay, yeah, I remember. God, I'm just... Was this before or after COVID? It had to have been before. Because, yeah, I've met a lot of people who watch my channel in person, so that's why, no offense, that's why it's not ringing an immediate bell, because I've had a lot of people come up to me saying they watch my videos. All right, yeah. I remember talking about Pacific Gate condos. Yeah, I lived in San Diego, but I quit the TV station. I didn't really quit. They bought out my contract, but, I wanted to quit. I was ready to go, move on. I'm trying to remember where downtown we met, though. Because I didn't spend a lot of time in downtown San Diego. I really didn't. Very rarely would I venture out. Let's see. No, I do it manually. Yeah, Mark, I'm trying to remember exactly when this happened because I remember talking about condos. I'm just trying to remember when it was and where it was. That's the thing. I usually have a good memory for this. Okay, yeah. Yeah, I was filming. What was I filming? I remember now. It was I was filming my what it like to live in San Diego video. I remember now. Yeah. Yep. And now. Okay, February 1st, 2020. Yep. That's right. Yep. I remember now. Yeah, I was filming my day in the life of San Diego video. And I came across you guys. It was over there by I know what street it was on. I know where street it is on. I can tell you. I'm going to go to Google Maps. Yeah. Gosh, I remember where it was. I'm going to find it because now I remember. Because I was very rare for me to venture out in downtown San Diego. I did it maybe 5 times the entire time I lived there. I lived on Island and 16th, right across from Omnia nightclub. And so what I would do is I would walk up. I think I walked all the way to the Marriott and back, so it would have been on that path. Okay, it wasn't on. It was on J Street. Yeah, it was right here by Broken Yolk Cafe. I remember now. Yep, it was right here on J Street. No, I don't know who Scott Kaplan is. No, wait. I remember having the conversation closer to the Marriott. It was like right here in that little park across from the Marriott. That's where it happened. No, I don't know Scott Kaplan, but yeah, I remember it was actually closer to the Marriott where we had our conversation. Yep. I remember now. Who's Scott Kaplan? All right, LSU won, by the way, but it didn't go over. And I don't think Iowa-Illinois is going to go over either. Iona-Fairfield will be very close. I'm going to turn that game on. Yeah, I remember talking to you about the radio station. Yeah, they bought my contract out at KGTV in San Diego. I've been doing some interviews for other positions over the past couple weeks. No offers yet, though. I had a technical interview last week, and I don't think I did very well, which a lot of you are probably surprised because you've seen my technical skills on this channel, but I had never done a technical interview before, and I wasn't really know what to expect, and I was caught off guard by a couple things. Yeah, you're right. He is not a game changer. Was I? Gosh, the main radio station I listened to in San Diego was 600 Kogo. I don't think I listened to any other station but that when it came to radio. Yeah, I've had a couple interviews. Like I had an interview last Friday after the technical interview with another company, and they were like, "Okay, yeah, everything's good. We're going to set you up with the interview with the hiring manager," but I haven't heard back from them yet. So I'll probably follow up on Monday, be like, "Okay, hey, what's the deal? He told me you're going to set me up with the hiring manager. What's going on?" Like I'm not desperate to, like I have plenty of money in the bank, but I just hate being out of work. Yeah, I remember you telling me about Steve Stevens. LVSC, yeah, I remember. And what did I tell you then? I said that guy's a fraud. Yeah, it was it was total crap. I'm surprised CNBC gave that guy a platform because he was full of crap. 75% or whatever. Get out of here. But yeah, I'm actually surprised that I haven't had as many people recognize me here in Las Vegas. Like, people who recognize me, like, it's, I've had people recognize me in Texas and Houston. I had a few people recognize me when I was on my road trip over the summer, but not really here in Las Vegas, which is surprising. I'm not saying it hasn't happened, but you think it would happen more because, people who live in Las Vegas are probably more likely to be watching my stuff. Yeah, we called. You weren't watching, but a couple weeks ago we called the Steve Stevens phone number and left a voicemail on the stream. Iowa game went over at the buzzer. Oh, so the 153.5. Yeah, but not all the live overs I put on that one, which was 2. So that brings me for live bets 1-0, 1-1, 2-1, 2-2, 2-3, 3-4. This Iona total and spread is going to be very close, but ultimately I think the over is going to fall short unless Fairfield starts fouling a lot. Yeah, half a point short. Man, I keep forgetting that there's football going on right now. But yeah, there's too many bricks being thrown up in this Iona game. That over's probably dead in the water. No, I've never bet on boxing in my life, unfortunately. Boxing and MMA, I've never bet on either of those before. Yeah, I heard it in Iona because they keep missing. Fairfield keeps missing really easy shots at the rim. I keep forgetting there's college football going on right now. Oh, man, they're missing free throws and easy shots. That over is dead. Here's a 3 from Fairfield. Airballed. This game's been stuck at 57-46 for the past, almost 2 minutes of game time. No, I'm probably not going to stream the first rounds live. Probably not. As much as I'd like to, I just got too much going on. I watch March Madness a certain way. Especially the first 2 days. After that, I'll probably do maybe a second round stream. Yeah, I thought the Iowa game was going to go over also. They really slowed it down. Here's a 3 from Fairfield. Out. No good. But they got the offensive rebound, and that was blocked. No, I bet on games before. That's what all these are. And then I have this for live in second half. Man, I'm surprised that LSU game didn't go over either. I'm really surprised. So, yep, I told you the first legs of these stupid parlays you make always lose and kind of defeats the purpose of the rest of them. But, yeah, I don't have a lot alive still. I have Florida State spread, Connor. Yeah, when I say I watch March Madness a certain way, I mean I cook, I eat, I'm just sitting there. I don't know if I want to sit at a desk the whole time. I'm pretty active. You guys have seen videos of me watching March Madness. I have on my channel. Yep, all 1 units. I bet a unit and a half on my live ones for the most part. Not all of them, but most of them. Yep. See, this is why you don't bet parlays and teasers. Look at all these losses I have. Yeah, the parlays and teasers were just joke bets I made early. For those of you just joining, those are the first parlay and teaser bets I've made since 2018. And I was just joking around this morning when I first started the stream. But look at this. I'm losing money on it because it kind of helps you remind you of why they're such bad bets is when you lose them. Yeah, I might do that. I don't set limits for myself like that. I'll play bigger moneyline favorites, but if I really want to, but I don't. I would say minus 400 is probably my cutoff. Oh, double dribble on Iona. That's a great question. I don't know either. I noticed that, though. I don't know. I wish I could tell you. What sucks, though, is that they've all looked like they're going over in the first half, and then things have really slowed down in the second half. It's literally happened in every total bet I've lost today so far, where it looked like a lock to go over after the first half, and then the second half just slows down to a halt. I don't know. Wish I had more for you. I was kind of worried about that myself because I don't really succeed too much betting overs. And I've been doing it with the second halves as well. Something's going on, though. If you limit yourself to only betting 150 or lower, you're still missing out. You need to calculate your percentage likelihood of winning the bet. Like, I played a minus 375 the other night because my model said it should have been closer to minus 525, and so I played it. You know, I'm not going to limit myself. It's just kind of rare that my system is on those bigger moneyline favorites. But I'll play them if they come up. But if you set arbitrary limits to yourself like that, it's not a good idea. Yeah, I'm going all the way through the end of the Big West. No, it's R. I run my model in R. This Excel is just kind of like an interface for it. Oh, Fairfield just banked in a 3. That's not good. No, it's been cyclical this year. There's been some days where it's all on unders, some days where it's all on overs. It's been cyclical. I mean, I'm on the Georgetown money line, but that's just because what my model has. But I don't know if it's a good play or not. Yeah, me too. But that's the thing. Don't blame Iona. Blame the 1 and 2 seeds losing in the quarterfinal of the MAC tournament every single year. It happens, like, I swear, every single year the 1 and 2 seeds lose in the quarterfinal. Like, they don't even make it to the championship game or the semifinal. Like, I'm tired of seeing them in the tournament too. Don't get me wrong. Man, Iona missed 2 free throws. I can't have that. That's a charge. Yep. Like, I remember in 2018, I was in St. Louis for Arch Madness, and I remember I was checking my phone for the scores of the MAC tournament quarterfinals, and all the top seeds lost in the quarterfinal. I'm like, and then, of course, Iona wins it. And then in 2019, same thing. Siena lost in the quarterfinal. No esports for me. And I don't think I'll ever do esports. Bore me to death. Like, I can't think of anything less exciting for me than esports. For me to be willing to build a model, it has to interest me. So I guess Fairfield's not going to foul here. So Fairfield's just giving up. So I'm going to lose both of my live bets here. No good. 2 missed free throws ruined it for me there. Rick Pitino doesn't look very excited. Yeah, but in order to have the patience you need to build a model, you got to be willing to stick with it. And if it doesn't interest you, you're not going to be willing to stick it out. That's the problem. Yeah, you don't need to watch it to profit from it, but I've always said that about models don't take days or weeks to make. They take months and years to make. So in order to stick it out for that long, you need to be interested in what you're doing the statistical analysis on. Otherwise, you're never going to make it. No, I don't have Texas covering. I have them losing. You know, live betting has not been good for me so far, but oh well, we got more games coming up. I'll be a little bit more careful on overs. Usually it's unders that I'm all over, but not today. A couple of half-point losses, though. I've had, 3? Half-point loss there, half-point loss there. All right, what's our next game? There should be some games starting off pretty soon. Oklahoma State and Texas, and then Utah State. I'm going to turn on the Utah State game. All right, I need to go get some water. I'll be right back. I would lean under in the North Texas game, not the Buffalo game. So we got 4 games starting here pretty soon. Would you rather work at the Home Depot ceiling fans section or the Lowe's home and garden section? I asked that question earlier, and I don't know if anyone answered. I remember Lester Quinones. Man, there are no fans in the Mountain West tournament. That's stupid. That stadium is empty. It's right down the street. I could actually go. I mean, there's 3 conference tournaments in town right now, and you can't go to any of them. The Big West is at Mandalay Bay, and then you got the WAC at Orleans Arena, and then you have Utah State and San Diego State at the Thomas and Mack. Can't go to any of them, which is dumb. No, I don't go to the sports books here. Until they lift the mask mandate crap and the social distancing garbage, I'm not going to go to a sports book. I did back in December for the college football playoff, and the vibe is stupid. Like, being forced to wear masks and social distance, it ruins the atmosphere. And at least at Circa, they had, like, security guards roving up and down the seating areas, like, enforcing mask mandates. Like, I don't want to have to deal with that crap. So as long as they require masks and social distancing, I'm not going to patronize any casino around here or sportsbook. I refuse. I refuse to play that game. Yeah, I am a little worried that I have a lot of overs today. I really am. I don't like that, but it is what it is. I didn't change anything with my model from the past few days. I haven't changed anything in the past. It's all the same, so it is what it is. April's going to be programming my new baseball model. I'm going to just focus on that. I hope I can get it done by Memorial Day, but I'm not going to hold my breath. It might take longer than that. Yeah. If I were ever to make an NBA model, it would be for player props. How far back do I back test it? Just about 500 games or so. No rugby for me here, unfortunately. That's not a sport we can bet on here in the United States. I liked watching rugby in the Olympics, though. It was rugby sevens. And it was really short. Like, I remember, like, watching the rugby sevens game in the Olympics and how quick it ended. I was like, is that the end of the first quarter? Nope, that was the end of the whole game, the whole match. Would you? Yeah, 500 random games. I do train test samples of 500 games. And you're probably like, 500 games isn't that much in college basketball, but in other sports, it could be an entire season like NFL. So 500 is enough sample size for back testing. Would you rather work at the Home Depot ceiling fan section or the garden section at Lowe's? Utah State's off to a cold start, kind of. Yeah, I feel like I wouldn't be that good betting hockey, mainly because I'm not that, I guess, how do I put it? I'm not the most hockey savvy person in the world. Oh, Utah State just missed an open. No, I've never seen any celebrities out at the casinos here. Floyd Mayweather came in when I was working at the Dallas Galleria, but that was over NBA All-Star Weekend 11 years ago. All right, I'm going to start looking at some of these live. Not that I want to bet live, I really don't, but I'm going to see what we have anyway, just out of curiosity. I went to a Home Depot in San Diego once. It was the one over by Sports Arena. To get, what did I get there? I got, can't even remember. trying to remember why I went to Home Depot that day. Maybe to get a light bulb? No, it was to get something to hang a picture frame with. One of those cables that you put on the back of a picture frame. All right. So Prairie View is already up 14-8. Texas is up 11-8. Houston's up 14-9. At what point do I jump on Houston? I wouldn't be surprised if I'm on them at some point. That Houston line keeps drifting. Stop drifting. I'm keeping an eye on that Houston live line, by the way, guys. I got my eyes on it. Don't worry. I do agree that IQ is an underrated part of playing sports. I do. I don't like Creighton at all. I don't like Oklahoma State either. The first two, yeah, I'm with you on the first two, not the second two, though. Let's see. All right, do I jump on Houston or do I wait for the line to go under 10? I'll wait for the line to go under 10. If it goes under 10. I might miss the boat here. We'll see. I'm going to turn that game on, though. Okay, it's under 10 now. Hold on. Hang on. I missed my chance. I was about to play Houston minus 9.5, and it went to 10.5. The waiting game continues. Michael Jordan. It's not even close. All right. This Houston line. Please get back down to 9.5. Don't make me feel like I missed the boat. Looks like it's just going to stay at 10.5. Which is fine. I'll jump in at 10.5. I don't care. I don't have the patience right now. Utah State plus 2.5. Nope, not going to do that. Oklahoma State plus 3.5. No. Prairie View minus 1.5. It's a middle opportunity. Oklahoma State plus 2.5. They're at 3.5 for a sec. Yeah, I asked if anyone works at Jamba Juice because I think it's better than Smoothie King. Smoothie King sucks. Tropical Smoothie is way better than Smoothie King. Man, that Oklahoma State spread is calling my name, but I'm too afraid to pull the trigger. Also, Michael Jordan didn't inject himself into the political realm like LeBron does. That makes me respect him even more. Like, sometimes, like, LeBron, dude, shut up about politics, man. All right, Oklahoma State off the board. Yeah, I'm not worried about any of my overs right now. That's just how the model turned out today. It happens. There's been times where it says nothing but unders. No, I could middle Texas Southern Prairie View. I have Texas Southern plus 2.5. I could jump on Prairie View minus 1.5 and try to hope that the final margin is 2, but I'm not. Houston's back to 9.5 again. I knew if I was just a little bit more patient, I'd be fine, but oh well. I'm going to be sad if the final margin's 10. I really will be. Memphis' problem, though, is they can't score. They can defend really well, but they just have a hard time scoring. I lived less than a mile from Petco Park, and I never went once. And that's the thing, I'm a baseball fan too, but I just never went. Lester Quinones. Yeah, that's the thing with San Diego. They don't have a really good arena. They have Pechanga Arena, which is, pretty crappy. But good on the taxpayers of San Diego for not willing to fund stadiums and stuff like that. I agree with you about IQs. I'm telling you, man, I don't mean to like make fun of anybody, but when I played football at TCU, a lot of my teammates were not very smart. Like, it made me wonder how they were able to graduate high school and get, take college classes as a beginner. And I can tell you right now, guys, a lot of my teammates at TCU passed their classes not on their own merits. I'll admit that. A lot of people ask me, did any of your teammates at TCU get paid? I don't think so. I mean, if they did a very poor job of managing their money. But did they get special help with their classes? Absolutely. Was the coaching staff aware of it? I don't know. But I know a lot of my teammates, I'm not going to name names, but a lot of my teammates would brag about how they didn't go to class all semester and would still pass. So was it facilitated by the coaching staff? I don't know. I doubt it. Too late now. I'm already on the Houston Live line. Yeah, a lot of my football teammates are not smart people. Like me, I was like the smart guy of the team. Pemetulus, I would say 54%. Man, Memphis just banked in a 3. I like Safeco. I'm a homer, but I like the Rangers' old ballpark way more than Petco. Like, the Rangers' old ballpark was pretty much perfect outside of the weather. I don't know why they got rid of it. Why do I believe the IQ of a player is higher in the 80s and 90s than now? That's a great question. I actually believe that's true. Probably because there's less of an emphasis placed on I don't want to go into details. It's not a topic for this channel. Yeah, like at TCU, I can tell you right now, I don't think my teammates are paid. Things might be different now that we're in the Big 12, but in the Mountain West, I know none of my teammates got paid or bagmen or money on their table or anything like that. I didn't get the Houston money line. I got them at spread at minus 10.5 live. Oh, yeah. I mean, I went to hundreds of Ranger games in that stadium, and yeah, I got hot. But, day games were rare. They didn't play a lot of midsummer day games. So it's not like it was a everyday thing. Yeah, if it's hitting 54% on a back test, I'll try it out. Yeah, no, I know that there's players out there that pay, or there's schools out there that pay their players. There's no doubt about that. I just don't think it happened at TCU when I was there. But I can guarantee you most of the SEC football teams pay their higher players. I mean, it's not even a secret. They'll admit it. They'll just say everyone else is doing it to justify it. And the NCAA is too afraid to do anything because they know if they do try to crack down on it, then the SEC will just break off and form their own organization. So that's why nothing's done about it. Like the NCAA would rather like give them special exceptions and allow them to cheat and keep them in the NCAA rather than cracking down on their cheating and then them just being like, you know what, we're going to form our own NCAA. That's what the NCAA fears the most. This Utah State game, the total just keeps going down and down. I mean, I make very small plays when I'm trying out a model. I won't commit to it until I'm comfortable. Like I still am only betting half units on this. I'm confident in my second half approach, even though it hasn't been great today. But it got off to a slow start yesterday too, and then I turned around at the end. Would I rather deliver for Amazon or UPS? UPS easily. I want Creighton to win, but I'm not on them. Yep. I can guarantee you South Carolina paid him. And if they don't pay the players directly, they're paying somebody related to the player. Like Cam Newton, they paid his dad. That's how they got away. Even the NCAA admitted. The NCAA came out and said, yeah, they paid Cam Newton's dad, but since it wasn't the player himself, it's okay. And so they had to close that loophole. That was the loophole at the time, is that you couldn't pay the players directly, but you could pay their family, and that's how Cam Newton got away with it. Yep, 1% of my bankroll. You are correct. I feel like this Utah State game has been 18-13 for the past 10 minutes. Yeah, that hit was... He's like done nothing meaningful since that hit. The problem is Khalil Mack went to Buffalo. Even though he played really well against Ohio State that year. Yep, the SEC doesn't tell on each other. You're absolutely right. Did they make you wear a mask at Stadium Swim? They have a commercial right now for Stadium Swim at Circa. I'm like, do they make you wear a mask? No, I don't use a Kelly criterion. All right, Utah State's kind of making a game of it now. Yep, Rhett Bomar. I remember he played quarterback for Grand Prairie. And Grand Prairie is like 80% Hispanic now, like this high school. Yeah, they have the same court for this tournament every year. I don't think they've redone it since at least 2015. Because I remember when Wyoming won this tournament, they played on the same court with the mountains and everything. All right, Texas Southern is up by 4. All right. Utah State. I bet flat. I bet half units on pre-games, but I'm confident in my second half approach that I'm doing 1.5. So in the end, it equals out to about 1 on average. The reason I had some 0.5s here is just because I was trying to middle, and I failed on both of them. Yeah, UNLV used to always win the conference tournament in Las Vegas. Yep, you're right. That was a nice shot by that San Diego State guard. Texas Southern. I already have a bet on them at plus 2.5. So minus 2.5 I'll pass for now. But if it's still value at halftime, I'll jump on it, double down. Last game of the year, Brett. Can't hold anything back now. Ooh, they're missing some easy shots here in this game. In college football, I borrow other power ratings, but everything I do in college basketball and baseball is completely in-house. But yeah, I borrow ratings from college football for college football. Only because it's so hard to get certain stats, or it's so hard to get a complete set of stats for college football, you don't really have a choice. I'm not gonna say these text messages out loud on the stream, but it's funny. Turnberry Towers, yeah, I looked into living in Turnberry Towers. I wouldn't move in there without a job. Like I'm still in between work right now, and so if I had a income source, I would have probably moved in there. Yeah. Also, you have to lock yourself in for 12 months in that place, and I didn't want to, because there's no guarantee I'll stay here in Las Vegas. I'll get a job where I get a job, and if that means I have to move, I move. So that's another reason I didn't want to move in there. But if I had a job that let me stay in Las Vegas, yeah, I probably would. Yeah, there's too much three-point shooting in college basketball. I agree with that. Please tell me no one is going to watch that show. The United States of Al. It looked pretty stupid. No, they're not good. Yeah, they wouldn't give you a 30-day tournament Turnberry Towers. Yeah, it's a condo place. That's why they're a little more strict. If it was an apartment complex, yeah, that'd be one thing. I mean, the Turnberry units I looked at were like between 1,800 and 2,200. I mean, I actually checked the place out physically before. Yeah, the places I looked at were between like 18 and 22, but they were one-bedroom units on higher floors. So if you live on lower floors, it's probably cheaper. I mean, it was nice. It was a little, not completely modern, but that's because it's a condo and not a apartment complex. So ultimately, the appliances and everything are going to be up to the owner. But the location was the best part. Because before I got my job in San Diego, I'd actually gotten an offer for a job here in Las Vegas. And so I began to look around for places to live here, and one of the places I looked at was Turnberry, but ultimately the offer and the deal fell through because they tried to backpedal on salary, and I wasn't having any of it. Like, we had agreed to a salary, and then they tried to, they tried to go back on it, and I said, no, I'm not signing this offer unless you guys stick to what you originally told me. And it fell through. And I didn't end up moving here back in 2018. What do I think about cancel culture? Well, I got rid of my Twitter account. That should probably tell you some that should probably give you some information. Yep. Turnberry is nice. I really wanted to live. I was disappointed that the deal fell through, but I was like, if they take advantage of me now, they're always going to take advantage of me. You know, the company that backtracked on. Like, you know, they told me, here's what you'll be paid if you get this job. And I was like, okay, good. And then they offer me the job, and I'm like, great. I'll get ready to move here. And then they're like, about the pay. And I'm like, yeah, about what? And they're like, would you be willing to take this much? And I was like, that's a lot less than what we originally discussed throughout this interview process. And they're like, yeah, but blah, blah, blah. And I was like, no, we're sticking with what you guys originally told me or nothing at all. That's how a lot of interview processes work, I felt, is that they tell you like a number up front, and then they try to get you really, really invested in the position. And then they try to cut you out. They cut your legs out from under you when they actually give you an offer, hoping that you're so invested in the position you'll accept it. You can't, no, that's not good. I've had a couple interviews that was like that. Like they try so hard to sell you on it. Like I had a job interview in Boise, Idaho, back at the end of 2018. And I think I've told the story before, but I was there. It was a 3-day on-site interview in Boise. And I felt like the guy who was like handling the point man on the whole process was spending more time trying to get me to fall in love with the city of Boise and everything rather than like the position it's, you know. He was really trying to sell me on Boise and like how great of an opportunity it was and everything. And then they offer me the job and the salary was a total joke. And I'm like, no. And he was like, but we spent the past 2 days, you know, showing how much of a can't miss opportunity this is and how great Boise is. And I'm like, no, but that is 2/3 less of what you originally quoted me on our first interview in terms of salary, like 66% less. And I didn't take it. You know, I think that was his aim was like get me so invested and fall in love with the position in the city and everything that when they gave me that lowball offer, I'd take it anyway. Nope. That's not how it works. The best food place I've ever been to. What's my favorite restaurant? Let's see. If I could go anywhere, like say I had a last meal for any restaurant, what would it be? Well, it depends. Like, you have your high-end places that I've been to. There's this place in Texas called Papa's Brothers Steakhouse that I went to for my birthday one year. That was really good. You know, those are high-end places. So yeah, this Papa's Brothers Steakhouse is definitely towards the top. There's also a place called Del Frisco's and Three Forks in Texas as well. That was a horrible last possession for San Diego State. Yeah, the Vegas Golden Knight nachos at Nacho Daddy are very good. All right, second half lines. Nothing's up yet. Mark, you'd be surprised at how many sponsors I have to turn down every week. I have so many people trying to sponsor me, and I say no. BetMGM and BetRivers are the only ones I've accepted so far. DraftKings, I was willing to accept them, but they lowballed me, and I said no. And then I have a lot of touts that want me, like, I'm like, do you guys not watch my videos? Like, I have a bunch of tout services want me to advertise for them. It's weird. It's like, do they not watch my videos? Z-Code System, which is a tout service, also is always emailing me trying to get me to sponsor them, and I always ignore them because I'm like, I've told you guys once already no, and that will never change. I'm going to double down on this Utah State over. Wait, what was the number again? Nah, that's not enough. I'll pass. But yeah, like I have a bunch of offshore sports books that want me to sponsor, and no offshore books. That's because I don't want to be on the hook. Because if I sponsor an offshore book, I'm on the hook if anything goes wrong. I don't want to put my reputation on the line for an offshore book. All right, Texas Southern it is. Yeah, I could easily have a lot more sponsors, but no. I take my reputation very seriously. So I'm not going to sponsor something unless it's something I would use myself. They email me. I have an email address attached to my YouTube account for business inquiries. Like DraftKings has come to me multiple times wanting me to do spots for them, and every time I'm like, yeah, okay, and they're like, will you do 5 spots in the next month? And I'm like, yeah, that's fine. And then comes time, they're like, okay, what's your rates? And I give them my rates, and then they ghost me. I'm not budging on my rates, though. I'm not going to, and my rates are pretty reasonable in my opinion. Yeah, I mean, Del Frisco's probably isn't as good as Three Forks or Papa's Brothers, but it's good. As far as like more casual places, that place I got cheese curds at in Wisconsin was really good. Here in Las Vegas, I love Giordano's and I love the Chicken Shack. But sometimes I just really like good Tex-Mex food, which is Juan Flaming Fajitas has it here in Las Vegas. But there's Tex-Mex places in the DFW area I really like. There's this place called Snuffers in the Dallas area that has really good cheese fries that I like. Yeah, Oklahoma State's not looking good. All right, Memphis and Houston is up. We got Memphis +1 and 72. I'm already on Houston, so I'm not going to double down there. Georgetown's down early. Fleming's, yeah, I've heard of it. They have one in New Orleans, I think. Yeah, honestly, the thing with my channel is that I'm getting, on my subscriber count, I'm almost up to 11,000, and that's pretty good. But a lot of people, sometimes I wonder if my style of sports betting videos has a ceiling, because a lot of people don't want to hear the truth. A lot of people want to be told, do this and you will win. A lot of people want to be told, here's how to win at sports betting, and I'll never do that because there are no guarantees. And so that's why I wonder if my channel has kind of like a ceiling to it, because I'm probably not going to get a lot of repeat viewers unless they really agree with what I have to say. And a lot of people, when they're looking for sports betting videos on YouTube, they're looking for here's how to win, or here are picks that will win. That's what they're looking for. And since I don't have that, I wonder if I have a ceiling, which is fine. I would rather have a YouTube channel on my size where I tell the truth rather than lying to people, which a lot of the other channels do. We talked about this last Saturday about that Line Maker Sports channel, and how all his videos are do this to win, do this and you'll win. I'm like, okay, say you follow this guy's advice. What happens when it doesn't work? Then what? Then you go to channels like mine.
So I'm kind of like the bottom of the funnel. A novice sports bettor isn't going to be watching my content. A novice sports bettor is going to be looking for videos, do this to win, here are winning picks, blah, blah, blah. And then after those methods, after they've been lied to enough and after they listen to enough false promises and are burned enough, then they'll find my channel. I'm the bottom of the funnel. I've never eaten at the Vietnamese. I don't think I've ever eaten at a restaurant on the Strip in my life. Yep. Everywhere I've eaten in Las Vegas is off Strip. I'll never use the word lock on this channel. I'll never use it seriously. Like, I joke around a lot, and pretend to be a tout. That's one thing. But I will never seriously use the word lock on this channel because it's misleading. There's no such thing as a lock. Yep. Doug, you're right. Everybody just wants the quickest path to making money. So that's why a lot of people are gravitating towards do this to win or here are winning picks. And it's the path of least resistance. And so people will do that up to a point, and then they're like, okay, all these people are full of crap. And then they find my channel. Like I said, bottom of the funnel. That's me. I'm where you go after all the other people have lied to you for too long and you're tired of it and you just want truth. Yep. Thomas V is right. A lot of people like to bet sports, but not a lot of people like to actually put in effort. I honestly don't really look at my statistics. Like, I don't know how many views a lot of my videos get. I don't really look at that stuff because I don't want to make videos based on what's going to get the most views. I like to make videos based on, okay, here's what's I think is important, right? And if I let like what will get views and what won't get views dictate my content, that I feel like I won't make content that's meaningful. Because I'm already here admitting the fact that I might have like a ceiling, because a lot of people aren't interested in hearing most people are going to lose betting on sports. A lot of people don't want to hear that, right? But it's true. Yep. Like, my most viewed video is the first video I ever came out with, The Truth About Sports Betting. I know it's my most viewed video because I look at which videos make me money, but I don't look at the views, but I know that one makes me the most money. So most of the comments in that video, though, are like people like, you're wrong. But no, like, I think my March Madness videos will attract some new viewers, hopefully. Okay, what's up? Oklahoma State and Texas. We got Oklahoma State minus 1.5 and 78.5. I don't think no, I'm not going to play Texas here, so no play there. So let me go to my channel. I'm not even signed in. Because I only use this browser when I'm on stream. They don't, you know why they don't share that information? Because they don't have that information. Most handicappers out there, I've talked about this before, but here's how a handicapper works. Let's pretend this right here is a coin. Okay, what game is coming up? Okay, we got Ohio and Buffalo. Ohio +2. Okay, heads, tails. If it's heads, Ohio, tails, Buffalo. Okay, it's heads. So we're on Ohio. Let me look at their stats real quick just for a couple seconds. Okay, we're on Ohio. The coin flip says Ohio. Let me come up with a convincing paragraph as to why Ohio is the right play here. Let's find them on this site and just very quickly. Mid-American Conference, Mid-American. All right, Ohio. All right, so Ohio, they're 15-7. That's pretty good. They got a senior player in Dwight Wilson, 14.8 points a game, 6'8". He's very good inside. I'm looking at their schedule. They are playing very hot right now. They've won 8 of their last 9, with the only loss being to Buffalo, but I think in a revenge spot here on a neutral floor, I think they're really going to get it done. They just proved their worth against the best team in the conference last night, Toledo. Very good. This Ohio State team is strong. They beat Cleveland State, who made the tournament, by 50. They played Illinois very close, only lost by 2. So that's why I think Ohio, if they can only lose to Illinois by 2, I think they can beat Buffalo. And that's why I'm on. See, that right there is how a tout works. So they don't have information like EV probabilities or anything like that, because they flip coins and then look at the stats for like a minute to come up with a convincing paragraph. That's it. Appreciate it, Mark. By the way. I hate how that never works, by the way. No, that's how touts work. They flip a coin and then spend a minute coming up with a convincing couple sentences to make it sound like, they did their research. Wow, I have a lot of comments. So I did this run at Vail, by the way, Lover's Leap. It's a lot steeper than what it looks like in that picture, trust me. You have to go off an edge to get in. But anyway, let me look at my channel. I haven't even looked at any of these comments that I got from my video yesterday. It's how touts work, I know, because I know. Why does it keep making me verify? Jeez. I've already verified. Yep, yeah. That's a problem. What's my favorite? It's like in college football, 2 really fast. In college football, 2 really, high offense, low defense teams are playing against each other. Everyone's like, "Oh, over." I'm like, "Okay, yeah." You think that the total for every college football game is the same number? Yeah, my channel's kind of slowed down a little bit. Yeah, down 18% in views. Yeah, so hopefully my March Madness content can get me ready to go. Yeah, I talked about that earlier in the stream. Pimentulous is that we went to a tout website and we was making fun of their trends. By the way, I make way more. This is always too low. I make way more than that every month on the ad revenue. They undershoot that big time. Not big time, but it's last month I made 600, so it's usually double that. So I don't know how many views this video is up to. 145K. That's my most popular video. It was the first video I ever made too. The thing is, when I launched this channel, I made 6 videos and then uploaded them all at the same time. But that was the first one I uploaded. But anyway. Yeah, if you search how to at sports betting, and it's just nothing but garbage. Whoops, that's not my wrong one. Yeah, or my favorite Pimentulous is I'm making a 10,000 unit play, and then it's like a play on like a minus 3,000 money line favorite. And then they'll win that, and they're like, I just won 30 units. Well, no crap. You placed 10,000 units on a minus 3,000 play. Sports betting, or no, how to win at sports betting. So, like, it's all crap. Well, I'm number 2. I have the second most watched video on that. But this guy right here, making income betting on sports, it's all crap. I've watched that video before. Here's a line maker sports. We've already talked about him. So, yeah, a lot of this is like, do this and you will win. Here's Steve Stevens. I've watched this video before with this Dink guy. I think he's, sorry, Jack Andrews, but I think that guy's full of crap. Here's another, like, stupid video. The same line maker sports guy, clown. And a lot of his videos pollute the search results here. I say pollute because his videos are crap. Kelly in Vegas right here, she's a tout. So the only video in this group that isn't crap is mine, and I guess this one only because he explained arbitrage betting. So all the other ones are crap. How to win, like anything that says how to win is crap. Win 97% of your sports bets. And it says a parlay too. What an idiot. So yeah. There you go. Well, that's why I use a model, because when you use a model, you're only betting the numbers, period. End of story, right? And so, did I end up betting Texas Southern? I did, good. But anyway, Georgetown is up. So where am I going with this? If you use a model and only bet based on the model, you're playing the numbers no matter what. You're not going to be emotionally invested to anybody or anything. The thing is that I wouldn't even say professional bettors are a thing. Yeah, professional bettors, the ones that they probably play the numbers, but I think professional bettors are almost like a unicorn. I don't think they really exist. I'm not saying they don't exist, but actually professional bettors that actually make a living betting on sports. Not wannabes, not people who lie about it, not people who make a living selling sports betting picks. I'm talking about people who actually go and make their money by betting games. I would say there's probably no more than half a dozen of people like that in the world. Yep. A lot of so-called professional bettors are just touts. Yeah, they're professional sports bettors when it comes to selling picks, not betting those picks. I've always said that touts should always post betting slips of the games they're giving out to show that they're betting them too. Professional bettors make more money off subs. What kind of subs? Are you talking about people who buy their picks? Then those aren't professional bettors. Those are professional touts. By professional bettor, I'm talking about people who don't sell picks, who just make money betting off actual betting sports. I would say the people that fall into that are probably about maybe a dozen in the world. Georgetown's up by 6. Oh boy. I mean, I have Georgetown on the money line, but I don't want them to win, if that makes sense. Billy Walters is you can't do what he did. He placed large sums of money on both sides of the line to move it and then hit the middle. That's all he did. The average person can't do what he did. Yeah. Yeah, I think you're right there. I think if you're really that good at betting on sports to where you could make an income off it, you could probably make even more money booking or being an odds maker. So you're absolutely right, Tomas. Doc Sports, yeah, they're a tout website. We looked at them a couple weeks ago. Why? We made fun of them on this live stream a couple weeks ago. Yeah, they're all a bunch of frauds. Like, we were looking at their Trustpilot reviews, and it was all 1-star complaints. You missed me eat Taco Bell earlier, Matt. Yeah, what Billy Walters did, like, the average person can't pay people $50,000 a year to sit around at sports books and place large bets when they get called. That's what Billy Walters did. He had people that he paid $50,000 a year stationed at all the sports books in Las Vegas, and they'd call them, say, place a bet on this, and then it would shift the line, and they'd place a bet on the other side. Yeah, the average person can't do that. I don't know who Bill Benter is. Yeah, there's touts have definitely entered the daily fantasy realm as well. There's some tout that I saw that got recommended to me on YouTube for daily fantasy, and he wasn't selling daily fantasy picks as much as he was selling like access to his crappy Excel sheet. Yeah, he was pretty much trying to sell his Excel sheet for daily fantasy, and it was silly. All right, Creighton and Georgetown. I wonder what that live line is now with Georgetown up 6. We got... It's not even offered live right now. That's weird. Texas Southern's minus 12.5 right now, by the way. Utah State plus 8.5. Houston's still at 10.5, the same number I got them at. Do I think sports are rigged? Does it play a role in sports betting? I would say yes and yes. Now, are sports rigged like professional wrestling where the outcome is predetermined? I don't think so. I do think it's happened in the NBA. I do think that in the NBA they tell the refs in the playoffs to officiate games a certain way to encourage a certain outcome, but I don't think it's directly fixed as in like the participants in the matchups know ahead of time, what the outcome's going to be. I just think that the refs are very heavily encouraged to call games a certain way in the NBA. I don't know about any other sport. I mean, I've seen individual games, like the NBA as a whole, yeah, but like, for example, when West Virginia was undefeated in 2007 in college football and were playing Pitt on the last night of the year, and if they won that game, they're going to the national title game, and Pitt won. The refs were so bad in that game, and you could tell they were actively trying to help West Virginia the whole game. Yeah, I think for that individual game, the Big East was like telling the refs, okay, help West Virginia here. But it didn't matter in the end. Do I think it plays a role in sports betting? I do. There's plenty of college basketball games I watch where it's like, wow, the refs have to be on like the over or the under, mainly for totals. I don't know so much about like the spread, but definitely totals, how the ref calls the game can easily influence a total. So the answer to both those questions is yes. The only question is what extent. Yeah, daily fantasy optimizers. I mean, I programmed one in R for baseball and college basketball. And those, very intensive. Like, you're not going to be able to do something like that in an Excel sheet. It was very CPU intensive because I was basically going through every possible combination up to a certain threshold, like, and trying to find the one with the most average points or whatever, and running through like a very high number of possible combinations of players takes a while. You can't do something like that in Excel. However, I don't know if my model is very good for daily fantasy, at least the lack of success I had in baseball and basketball. Like, I only did maybe like 6 contests total in college basketball for daily fantasy, but I think I went like 2-4 in them. I cashed in 2 and lost 4. So, but it was early. It would probably be different with more numbers. Yeah, I've seen that before. Exclusive one, like where there's a game and a team tries to foul, like commit a meaningless foul with 5 seconds left and the refs just don't call it, and let the clock run out. I've seen that happen a lot. I'm surprised Ohio, Creighton and Georgetown isn't being offered live right now, but Ohio and Buffalo will be. But like how loose a ref calls like fouls in a game can easily influence the total. Georgetown's up by 8. It was like a lot. I don't know. I don't remember if I did it on stream or not. I might have done it off stream, but I definitely looked at their Trustpilot reviews, and it was all like 1-star reviews. I'll do it again if you want me to. I think we Googled Doc Sports fraud, yeah, because you can see this link is purple because I clicked on it. So, yeah, look at all these like 3 thumbs down reviews, right? Down 62 units over 4 days, yeah, so. Here's Odd Shark touting Touts. Yeah, here's one saying that they sent a newsletter out saying that Alan Eastman is 15-7 run, but I have a service and he was actually on a 4-11 run. They flat out lie about the results and offer a profit guarantee where they keep giving you free picks until you make a profit. The problem is you keep getting losing picks and getting yourself in a deeper hole. Yep, sounds like Touts to me. Yep. Total. I'm going to have to do this again. I did this on the same live stream, I think, but I created the tout flow chart, and I'm going to bring it out again. Tout flow chart, everybody. Do they sell picks? If the answer is yes, they suck. If the answer is no, do they lie and embellish their success? If the answer is yes, they suck. If they don't sell picks and they don't seem to lie or embellish their success, then proceed with caution. That's the tout flow chart. So if they sell picks, they are automatically bad. No ifs, ands, or buts. Period. End of discussion. Yeah, I agree that offensive fouls are way too common these days. They get handed out like Halloween candy. You are absolutely right about that. Georgetown's up by 12. I might have to turn that game on, which I will. Georgetown's up 14. My question is, if Georgetown wins, what will they be seeded? I would probably put them at 12, but just because if you're going to... It wouldn't be fair to put them as a 13 and 14. It really wouldn't, because they're clearly good enough to win a conference tournament in the Big East. Then it's not fair to seed them at like 13 or 14. They did lose to Navy, though. I mean, they have good wins. Yeah, I would put them at 12 if they were to pull this off. They're about to go up 16. What's that second half line going to be? It's going to be interesting. St. Mary's, they just play at such a slow pace, and they just don't have the... They didn't have the offensive players this year to, you know... There's nothing wrong with slow-paced basketball. Yeah, they're hard to watch when they don't have the offensive players to make the slow pace work. Oh yeah, everybody, the sports betting community considers all touts frauds. The only people in sports betting that don't consider touts frauds are the touts themselves. Yeah, nobody respects touts. They were old stadium chairs from Arlington Stadium, where the Rangers played before 1994. My dad was the general sales manager for the radio station that carried the Rangers, so when they were getting rid of the stadium seats at the old Arlington Stadium, he got 300 of them and had Nolan Ryan sign them and gave them away to like clients who bought advertising for the Rangers. But, you know, my dad kept a couple. And so they are Nolan Ryan signed chairs from the old Arlington Stadium. I have them right here. They're in this room now. Man, it's getting kind of warm in here. All right. Creighton. Whoever was pumping Creighton earlier was probably off. They look horrible. Georgetown's probably going to take a big lead to the half. That's my problem with Creighton, is their defense isn't that good. They're a good offensive team, but defensively it's another story. Man, they just airballed a three and airballed another shot. See, that's just horrible. Horrible offense there from Creighton. 2 airballs to end the half. Yeah, there's someone in the chat pumping up Creighton big time earlier as like a title contender, but that didn't look like a title contender performance to me. What's that second half line going to be? Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if it tells me to play Georgetown. I don't know. I think you have to seed Georgetown at 12 if they get in. It wouldn't be fair to put them at anything worse than that. go back to the bracket matrix. I want to see, like, I just don't think it would be fair to see Georgetown at 13. That would be BS. Like, I would put them ahead of all these teams. So at worst, they're going to be at 12. Western Kentucky, I don't know. If North Texas wins, then yeah, they'll be ahead of North Texas. Yeah, they're a 12 seed, and they'd probably knock out Colorado State or Utah State. All right. The second line, I'm still waiting on it. There it is. Georgetown plus 8.5. 74.5 is the total. Yeah, it's going to have me on Georgetown watch. I guarantee it. Yep. Let's do it. I'll just put a unit on it, though, not a unit and a half. Georgetown minus 9.5. Wow. Crazy. I already have the money line, so... Man, Texas Southern's really putting the hurt on Prairie View. All right, Ohio and Buffalo should be getting started here pretty soon. How are you doing, Eric? So, I have the Houston game on right now just because I have that Houston live bet. But Memphis is making a little bit of a run here. Like, I'm not a believer in Houston. I do not think they're that good. I don't. No, Covers. I don't deal with the sites like that. Covers is a tout website, by the way, but no. I don't believe in contests, betting contests. Mississippi Sportsbook. LaBarge. I don't have any total play in that game, but it's going to be close. It's still 8.5 in mine. But yeah, I'm waiting to see if it drops. Yeah, like I said, Houston is not, I don't think they're that good of a team, and I think they're going to lose early in the NCAA tournament. They seem to like make their mark by blowing out bad teams. But let's look at their resume. So outside of beating Texas Tech, I mean, that's really it. That's really it. And it's not like Texas Tech is the greatest team. I mean, they've lost 5 of their last 8. So, yeah, nothing about this profile to me. As far as resume is concerned, their metrics are good, but that's because they blow out bad teams. You know, like beating South Florida by 50 or Cincinnati by 40. Like, that's going to inflate your resume. How do they do against good teams? You know, Texas Tech, Boise State's okay, but they're probably going to the NIT. So, Oklahoma State's making a little bit of a comeback here. Yeah, Georgetown's going to be a bid sealer. Like I said, if they're worse than a 12 seed, then the committee doesn't know what they're doing. It wouldn't be fair to put them as a 13 or a 14. And Houston, I'm just not a believer in them. You might be right. TCBY. You might be right. Let me look. When I think of TCBY, I think of a mall, by the way. It says they still exist. They have one at the Flamingo? I didn't know that. TCBY. There's only 405 remaining in the country. Yep. Yeah, I think Memphis and Houston's going to go under because both teams play very good defense. That Creighton-Georgetown line still hasn't budged. Yeah, Michigan will get a 1 seed. I don't see why they wouldn't. I mean, yeah, Houston's last 2 tournament losses were to Michigan and Kentucky in heartbreaking fashion, but I'm still not a believer. Still not a believer. No, in 2019 it was Kentucky in the Sweet 16. They were up with a minute left and then just had a bad last minute. But yeah, I'm not sold on Houston as like a good offensive team. I'm not. They play good defense, but I think their offense, as we're seeing right now, against a good defensive team in Memphis, it looks ugly. Corey White and Rob Gray. Does anyone remember Rob Gray? Like right now they have that Giroux guy, but there's something about this Houston team they're missing. I mean, I know they're number 10 offensively and or 5 offensive and the offensive efficiency, but yeah, there's just something missing for this team, and it's going to be really hard to gauge teams this year because so many teams didn't play a lot of non-conference games, and that's going to make it tough. Yeah, but you got to remember that was 2 years ago. A completely different team and roster now. It's all about matchups. It's all about who's in their bracket region. I mean, they're number 3 in my rank, but remember, like, I don't put a lot of stock into this power rankings just because of the lack of non-conference games makes it hard. Like, Colgate is not the 27th best team in the country. They're not. But since they didn't play any non-conference games, they look like world beaters, and it's really hard to account for that. Night court? No, I don't. San Diego State's pulling ahead. Can Oklahoma State finish this comeback? That's the question. I think Texas Southern looks good. They look good, but is BYU even supposed to get in? Hold on. Oh, yeah. I didn't even know they were good enough to get a bid. That shows how much attention I've been paying to them this year. It's crazy. I mean, their resume isn't really that impressive, but I guess it is what it is. I mean, they're a tournament team, but I think giving them a 6 seed is very generous based on what I'm seeing on their resume. Like the only team they beat that's going to make the tournament is San Diego State and maybe Utah State. But then they have a lot of losses. They lost to Pepperdine and Boise State, who's not going to make it. So, live bet record today is 3-6 so far. But yesterday I started off 3-8 and I ended up finishing 14-13. All right, Ohio and Buffalo started, but I'm going to keep this Houston game on. Like, Houston hasn't scored a point in like the last however many minutes. Yep, Ron Harris is right. It's going to be hard. Seeding teams this year is going to be very hard with the lack of non-conference games. All right, Memphis is within 2. And now Memphis has a chance to tie the game here. Oh, they blew it. And then they got the ball back. This is just sloppy basketball. Oh, he traveled. Memphis guy traveled and they didn't call it. This is just sloppy basketball. When was the last time Houston scored? They flatlined. It's been 4.5 minutes. All right, tie game in Memphis, Houston. Ooh, just fouled the jump shooter. That'll kill a run. Fouling a jump shooter. Like, Memphis plays good defense. They do. They're the best defensive team in the country according to my system, but Houston is not. Even when they have open looks, they're not cashing in. Yeah, baseball is my next stop. All right, Houston has a fast break here. Oh, and he blew it. The guy had a wide open pass to the basket, and he did the ball, like, slipped out of his hands, I'm guessing. Man, Houston, that's just sloppy basketball. Sloppy basketball. Like, that had nothing to do with Memphis' defense right there. That had everything to do with the Houston player just losing the ball. Kmart. I have a college football model, but it's not very complex because getting the stats you need for college football is very difficult. So it's not very complex. No NFL, and absolutely no NFL. I'll never do an NFL model, probably. Too hard. I think NFL markets are unbeatable. I didn't even know Kmart still exist. If they do, I haven't seen any in a long time. All right, Houston's back at 4. Another reason I like betting college basketball and baseball so much is because of the volume. A lot of games. In NFL, there's only, 256 games a year? You get that many games in a week in college basketball. Houston misses another runner. Like, they're not missing these shots because of Memphis' defense. So Memphis just took the lead, by the way, but they're not missing these shots because of Memphis' defense. It's because that's just bad offense. Here comes a 3 from Houston, wide open, and he made that one. So there they go. So Memphis' lead was short-lived, at least for the time being. Georgetown's up by 22. I think they're going to win that one. Memphis is going to be going back to the line. What's the live line in this Buffalo game? Ohio minus 1.5? Nope. Cracker Barrel, I think it's just like Denny's or IHOP, only with a more country store theme. Probably a little bit more expensive than IHOP or Denny's too, but I haven't been there since 2014. All right, Houston's back up by 3. I don't think Oklahoma State's going to get it done. I just don't think they have the gas in the tank. Georgetown's up by 24 now. I think they're going to win that game. Three from Memphis. Good. That was an off-balance 3-2. That was well defended. He just made it. The peanut shells on the floor. Was it Texas Land and Cattle? That's probably what it was. That's one of the places that do it. Other places that do peanuts on the floor. Texas Land and Cattle is the main one. Yeah, it sounds a lot like Texas Land and Cattle. Might be wrong. That's like Texas Land and Cattle isn't the only restaurant that does that, but that's the one I know of the most. Man, Houston is just playing sloppy ball. They're not going to cover that 10.5. Georgetown's up by 26. Ohio, what's their live line at? -5.5? Nope, I'm not going to do that. $149.5 is the total. You can get a good number on that if you believe Buffalo will be able to come back. Logan's Roadhouse, yeah, that's another place that does it too. I didn't really do any player props last year, but I did use it for daily fantasy. But yeah, it could have been done for player props in baseball, absolutely. Man, that was just a complete choke job on Houston's part there. Not choke job, but they're just playing really bad basketball. Yep. Like I said, I don't think Houston is that good, and we've seen it. I mean, if you lose to teams as bad as East Carolina, you can't be that good. Tulsa wasn't good either. I lost to them, so. Ohio -6.5. Oh yeah, I'm on Georgetown money line too. I have them at +350, and I took them live at -9.5. I just didn't want them to win because I don't like bid stealers from major conferences. I just think Oklahoma State. Every time it looks like Oklahoma State's making a run, Texas just ends it. You know, they're like, no, no, no. I'm probably going to lose all those parlays and teasers I made this morning, just like I predicted. I never win any of those 4 fun parlays and teasers I make. The rare times I do, they never win. Never. Can Houston go on a run? With the way they've been playing, I doubt it. I never live bet with MLB. I haven't before. Memphis is back ahead. I'm turning this game off. Houston isn't going to cover the live bet I made. I'll turn on the Oklahoma State game and see if they can put anything together. Oh, they're down by 12. Wow. Probably not. Georgetown's almost up by 30 now. You cannot seed them 13, I'm sorry. I'd even consider putting them at 11. I just back it up on my disk. All right, Oklahoma State's down by 9 with 5:20 to go. Three-pointer from Oklahoma State. Good. They're down by 6. So they just called timeout. Or Texas called timeout. Tie game in Houston, Memphis. right, we got some games coming down to the wire here. Kind of. None of them are particularly close except this Houston game, but as far as betting is concerned, things can still be resolved. Appreciate you tuning in. Yeah, the over's looking fine. It's a question of whether or not I can get Oklahoma State to win. Because remember, I made that gimmick parlay on that. It would be nice to win at least one of them. Man, how many free throws is Texas going to shoot? Can Oklahoma State not defend without fouling? I mean, their foul percentage is pretty good. Yep, that's the entire difference in the Texas game, is it? Free throws. Ooh, that was very close. Yeah, I make sure to back up my stuff regularly. I have a disk and sometimes I'll put it on my OneDrive as well. All right, 6-point game. Let's see what foul will Oklahoma State commit here. They didn't commit a foul, but they didn't box out. Oklahoma State can cut it to 4 or 3. There's a wide open 3. Oh, he airballed a wide open 3. That sucks. You can't airball a wide open. Maybe that's why he was so open. Goaltending. Yep. I just don't see how anyone can watch Houston and believe they're a top 5 team. They're or even a top 10 team. They're just not that good. right, media timeout. More free throws for Texas. What else is new? What else is new? Yeah, I think Oklahoma State's done. Oh well, it was fun while it lasted. They had a chance to pull within 3, but they airballed the three-pointer. And it's been all downhill ever since. And that right there is why Cade Cunningham is going to be a top pick. That was really impressive. I just don't think he can do it alone. As long as they can't defend without fouling, nothing's going to happen. Creighton plus 21, I wouldn't touch that. They look like they've quit. I wouldn't touch Georgetown either, but I wouldn't touch either. All right, Oklahoma State's back within 6. They have to have a stop here. They can't keep putting them on the free throw line. Got to defend without fouling. Oh, they got it. They got the turnover they needed. Just got it. This is a guy that airballed the three-pointer, and he got blocked. And, wow, number 0 for Oklahoma State is not having a good half. He had a fast break that he just blew as well. Let's see. He hesitated. If he didn't hesitate. They almost got another turnover. That should do it. That lack of rebounding there should do it. I think it was number 0. Whoever number 0 is. Yep, that was sad. Yeah, it was Anderson. He's the one who airballed the three-pointer and missed the fast break layup. Houston's up by 1. And now Memphis is up by 1. Ooh, Houston just missed the layup. What's this Ohio live line at right now? Minus 12.5? Nope. I'm not going to budge on that. Nice block by Memphis. And they saved the ball from going out of bounds. We were talking about Creighton. They just didn't show up, plain and simple. I was on Georgetown money line, which is good. I'll win that one. I also took Georgetown live at the halftime. I don't know. That elbow right there was... They might have called that a foul, I think. And yeah, the Memphis guy's like, "Are you kidding me?" And yeah, that was pretty weak. But it might be payback from that horrible foul they called on Houston a few minutes ago, though. Yeah, that's a... Do they call that a foul? Wow, I think that's weak, but I think the foul they called on Houston for hooking was weak too, so... Yeah, Georgetown was horrible all year, and then all of a sudden they go on this run. No. I won't cook anything until the morning of the game, so I'll get up at like 7 in the morning to cook, so I won't have time to upload anything like that. Man. Houston is my pick for an early exit in the tournament. Yeah, I don't get why Creighton was such a huge favorite. I don't think Creighton's really that good. Houston just took the lead again. They didn't call an offensive foul there on Houston. Or on Memphis. This game's going back and forth. Minute to go. 1 point game. Timeout, Memphis. Man, all those gimmick bets I made were a bad idea. Yeah, I remember, I think it was last Saturday, right, that we had Georgetown and they just got destroyed from the start. You are right about Big East finals. You usually are. All right, what's Memphis going to do here down 1 with a minute to go? Coming out of a timeout. 23 seconds left on the shot clock. Providence, Seton Hall, yep. Memphis, that was a travel. Yeah, I was about to say, if the ref didn't call that, that would have been horrible. That was an obvious travel. The second half Ohio Buffalo line is going to be interesting. It's where the entire what a scheduling blunder by ESPN here. So the entire Ohio Buffalo first half is going to be missed on the channel it's supposed to be on because the AAC, the first game between Cincinnati and Wichita went long, and so is this one. So the entire first half is going to be missed unless you have ESPN News. Like, what a scheduling blunder. You mean New Mexico State? I don't see why they're favored, to be honest with you. I really don't. I'm on Grand Canyon. Spread and money line. All right, this first half line with Ohio and Buffalo should be coming out soon. Here we go. Ohio, Buffalo. Ohio is +5. And 79. All right, yeah, I'll be on Ohio and the over.
Oklahoma State comes up just short. All right, Houston's at the free throw line with a chance to go up by 3. Applying for a job at Taco Bell. There's a 3 from Memphis. Oh, in and out. Rebound, Houston, Memphis. Here's another 3 from Memphis. Short. That one was rebounded by Houston. That should do it. That should do it. All right. Where is the Eastern Washington game? I'm going to turn that on. So I'm going to grade this as a loss right here. Yeah, that's what I got for food earlier. How many of you actually saw me eat Taco Bell earlier? It was actually pretty good. I don't go to Taco Bell a lot. That's the first time I've been there in, gosh, maybe a year and a half, but it wasn't too bad. Man, this is a weird camera angle in the Eastern Washington game. So you can get Eastern Washington minus 15.5 right now. I'm wondering if I should jump on that. I won't. Because it's 16.5. $18.5. Like, I can't get this game to slow down. The live betting app is way ahead of my scores. I'm going to go ahead and give myself the win on Georgetown, by the way. $20-3. I'm going to have to wait for a media timeout there. Honestly, my philosophy with Mexican food is I'm going to get Mexican food. I'm going to make it myself because I make good Mexican food. I make good nachos. I make good enchiladas. I make good quesadillas. I make good fajitas. So the thing is, Mexican food is so overpriced. Like, it really is. Good job, Scott K. Good call. All right, here's our media timeout I desperately needed in this Montana State game. All right. Do I lock in Eastern Washington at 17.5? It's a tough one. I did it last night, and it paid off. They romped. And the number is there. can't make up my mind. Do I jump in at 17.5? You know what? Let's do it. That's the number I want. I got the number I wanted. That's all that matters. Western Kentucky and North Texas. I have North Texas money line, and I do think that game will go under. So that's my thought. Yeah, North Texas plays a crazy slow-down style of basketball. And Western Kentucky doesn't really play fast either. Who coaches Ohio these days? Is it It's not Saul Phillips, is it? I don't think it is. I hate this website because it takes forever to load, so whatever you click on isn't what you wanted to click on. Ohio. Jeff Bowles. He was a coach at Who did he coach before Ohio? It was, gosh, don't tell me. I know this. He coached at, was it Long Island or Duquesne or something like that? Stony Brook. Yeah, I knew it was something like in the New York area. Ooh, Montana State's defense just no good. No good. Grand Canyon's the only for-profit college in Division I. Yeah. I don't know who the idiots on Reddit hate more, Liberty or Grand Canyon. They hate them both. Yeah, I would drive down to Chula Vista buy groceries. The closer you were to the city center, the more expensive groceries were. So I'd drive down to Chula Vista and go to Walmart there or Ralph's, and it would be a lot cheaper. Yeah, I think Liberty's for profit. No, Liberty's not for profit, but they're a religious school. Yeah, Reddit hates Liberty, whether it be college football or basketball. A lot of threads pertaining to Liberty get locked, and people get banned. It's like Reddit hates anything religion.
But yeah, once you learn how to cook Mexican food yourself, you'll never go buy it again. I'll go to Juan's down the street. There's a place here called Juan's Flaming Fajitas right down the street from me. I'll go there sometimes only because they have a good happy hour. But paying full price for Mexican food, no way. I'll just make it myself. Not a good start for Montana State, but they're outclassed here. EW is pretty good relative to the rest of their league. And they played an overtime game last night, so they're probably tired. Yeah, I've been to Grand Canyon's campus. It's nice. Don't get me wrong. It's a nice campus. I had a guy at a Ralph's in Chula Vista mask shame me for not wearing a mask before there was a mask mandate. So I went to a Ralph's in Chula Vista over there by, Southwestern College or whatever. And there's a guy who mask shamed me in there for not wearing a mask. This is like back in April before there was any mask mandate at all. And then it was really bad. And I told him, like, leave me alone and stuff. And then other customers started to join in on the shaming as well. And so I left without buying anything and went to the Walmart down the street. And he followed me to the Walmart. Oh, yeah, my nacho recipe is award-winning. I made my nachos for my mom's family when they were in Texas back in November for a funeral, right there. They came for a funeral, I'm sorry. But I made my nachos one night, and they were very well received. No, the only Mexican restaurant I've been to here in Las Vegas is Juan's. I've never been to any other Mexican restaurant. And I guess Nacho Daddy, if you want to call that Mexican. But those are the only two. I've never heard of Bonito Michoacan before. No, Dan Majerle got fired. Bryce Drew's their coach now. Eastern Washington was in it in 2015. They lost to Georgetown in the first round as a 13 seed. Back when their coach at the time now coaches at Seattle U. I forgot his name, like Jim something. He moved over to Seattle U to be their coach. Yep, Bryce Drew failed at Vanderbilt and got hired by Grand Canyon. I don't think he was an upgrade over Dan Majerle. I don't know why they fired Dan Majerle. I really don't. Bryce Drew went 0-18 at Valpo, or not Valpo, Vanderbilt. Eastern Washington, they made the tournament in 2004. They lost to Oklahoma State in the first round. They were tied at halftime, but lost in the first round as a 15 seed, and then they didn't make it again until 2015, where they lost to Georgetown by 10 in the first round as a 13 seed. Decatur and Twain. Okay, yeah, I don't live that close. I live pretty close to Twain, but not Decatur, because my gym's on Decatur, and it takes a while to get there. That's the one thing I don't like about my gym is I didn't realize how far away it was when I signed up. It's a good gym. It's a great gym, actually. It's never crowded, but it takes a good 15, 20 minutes to get there. Yep. Nacho Daddy. They have one on the Strip, too, but go to the one on Sahara instead. It's better. No, I'm in Summerlin. I'm close to the Red Rock. I live pretty close to the Red Rock. I'm in Summerlin. I always stay at the Palms place when I would stay in hotels here. That's probably why. Jerry Stackhouse. Yeah, I heard about that. Vanderbilt's a tough job, but Kevin Stallings won there, and they have a pretty unique gym. I've been to their gym. It's not like it's an impossible job. Am I close to TPC Las Vegas? Yeah, I'm somewhat close. I mean, I'm not close, but I drive by it frequently. It's kind of by Nacho Daddy. It's like right in that area. NHL town, yeah, until they get a basketball team. It really seems like no one cared about the Raiders, but that's probably because of COVID. It seems like nobody really cares about the Knights right now either. Yeah, there's Knights merchandise everywhere, but it seems like nobody cares right now, probably because no one's allowed to go to the games. I think they finally allowed fans to show up the other night, but only 2,000. There's a lot of Knights license plates as well. Yeah, they're going to get a team at some point. And once that happens, it'll become an NBA town. The entire town is in it because they finally got a real pro sports team. So it's the novelty of having a sports team. I'm going to turn on this Ohio game. Yeah, it just seemed like nobody cared about the Raiders this past season. But like I said, probably because no one was allowed to go to the games. Yep, the Stars have been very successful. The Stars are probably the most successful hockey team that's in a southern state. Yeah, I'm not a big NBA fan. So we would have to see. I don't know. Yeah, not a good day for totals for me. Totals have been good up until today. But it picked so many overs, and I was very suspicious. And unfortunately, a lot of those overs aren't hitting. Georgetown against Vanderbilt. Yeah, they won. That was a 6-2 game in the Sweet 16.
Buffalo's making a little bit of a run here. Yeah. I didn't like the Raiders. I don't think the Raiders moving here is a good idea either. I don't think baseball will move here because they'd have to build an indoor stadium for them. And they already have a pretty nice arena, a stadium for the Aviators right across from the Red Rock. But I don't know how anyone could go to a baseball game here in the summer. Unless the game starts at even if it started at 9 at night and it was dark, it would still be too hot. I don't get it. When I was skiing at Vail the other day, I came across a guy wearing a Joe Newendike jersey, and then his daughter was wearing a Craig Belfort, not Ed Belfort, Craig Ludwig jersey. And I was like, Dallas Stars. I actually have it on my GoPro. Because my dad, the radio station he worked for growing up, did the Stars and the Rangers. So, yep, you're Lettinen, Mike Modano, Darian Hatcher. Like, my dad worked for that station when they won the Stanley Cup. Yeah, Mike Modano, Darian Hatcher, Ed Belfour, Joe Newendike, Yuri Lettinen. I'm probably forgetting a lot of guys. Brett Hull, obviously. Sergei Zubov. Jamie Langenbrunner. Yeah, the Panthers have been a failure up until, they're turning it around though. Like the Thrashers were obviously a failure. Yeah, I'm surprised the Coyotes haven't moved yet. There's a fast break for Buffalo. Yeah, Brett Hull scored the game winner in the Stanley Cup. Yeah, Brett Hull, game winner Stanley Cup goal against the Buffalo Sabres. Game 6, June 20th, 1999. I remember listening to it on the radio as it happened. The Phoenix Cardinals, yep. Oh, I mean, I grew up with the Stars, man. I couldn't really tell you much about hockey on other teams, but I can tell you about the Stars. I mean, I remember the teams that they would battle in the playoffs, like the Colorado Avalanche, when they had Joe Sakic and Forsberg and Patrick Waugh. And then the goalie they played on that Buffalo Sabres team, they beat with Dominic Hasek, and then they lost to the New Jersey Devils the next year in the Stanley Cup Finals, who had what was the name of that goalie that the Devils had? He was good too. Not Dominic Hasek, but somebody else. Yeah, Ken Hitchcock was the coach.
Yeah, Martin Brodeur. He was a Devils goalie. Martin Brodeur. I like going to Stars games. It's been a while since I've been to one, but because I haven't lived in Dallas, obviously. But I used to go to Stars games a lot. When I worked for ESPN Radio, I got to go to the games for free and sit in the press box and go in the locker room after the game. But they were at pretty average. Who was on those teams? Brad Richards. The captain was Brendan Morrow. Jamie Benn was a rookie. They still had Steve Ott, who was pretty much a goon. Like that's why Steve Ott existed, just to start fights. He was that player. You know how every hockey team has like a player that exists just to start fights and make the other team mad? That was Steve Ott. I think the last Stars game I went to was in 2015, and they played the Blue Jackets, and they lost. Yeah, last year. I didn't really pay attention because fanless hockey sucks. Like, the best part about the Stanley Cup playoffs is the crowd, and so without the crowd, it didn't feel important. Yeah, fanless hockey is stupid. Didn't the 94 Canucks lose to the New York Rangers in the Stanley Cup? I'm trying to remember the Stanley Cup champions. You had the Rangers in 94. 95, I forgot who won in 95. Maybe the Wings. 96 was the Avalanche, and then the Wings won 3 years in a row. Then they had the lockout. Or no, wait. No, the Wings won 3 years in a row. Then the Stars, then the Devils, then the Avalanche. Then the Carolina Hurricanes, and then the Devils again, or the Mighty Ducks, one of the two. And then they had the lockout, and then the Tampa Bay Lightning. Yeah, Steve Ott, that was his role. His role is just to start fights and be aggressive and make the other team mad. I swear that's all he existed for. You loved it if you were a Stars fan and hated it if you weren't a Stars fan. Who is it? They played the Bruins one night, and like right as the nickel puck dropped, they just dropped their gloves and started fighting. Like, they didn't even try to contest the opening faceoff. And they had like 3 series of fights that they kept having to like break up and send guys to the penalty box before like a hockey stick actually touched the puck in that game. It was against the Bruins, like in 2008 or 2009. Like, I don't know why they just started fighting like at the opening puck drop. I don't know the backstory behind it. Let me see if I can Google that. Stars Bruins fight. It was in 3 hockey fights in 4 seconds. That one's it right there. 3 fights, 2 goals, and 30 penalty minutes. Yeah. They fight 3 times in the first 4 seconds. It was crazy. But Steve Ott was one of the fighters in that group. That looked like Jamie Benn right there. But Jamie Benn, I think it was just a rookie at the time. And they weren't wearing those jerseys yet. But yeah, if you want to watch good hockey fights, watch the 3 fights in 4 seconds for the Stars and Bruins. All right, there should be a second half line coming up. Man, isn't Timo Salini like 40 years old and still playing? Or however you pronounce his name? I'm already on Eastern Washington in the... should I play the over 139? Might as well. Just a unit. Yeah, I remember when he played for the Ducks. I feel like Ohio's playing... I think it's too early to start stalling. I do. Keep the pressure on. I used to like watching hockey on ESPN late at night. I remember Chris Berman doing hockey for ABC. All right, Buffalo's within 10 now. I think Ohio's letting the gas off a little too soon. It seems like they're trying to just run out the clock, and I think it's too soon for that. That was a nice block by Buffalo. Three-pointer for Ohio, good. All right, that might stop the bleeding just a tad. Yeah, it's on TV. It's on ESPNU, I think. Which is a shame, because that's going to be a good game. I'm anticipating that one. Like I said, if they had a normal non-conference schedule this year, I bet the Big West would have been a multi-bid league. It's kind of unfair that they aren't going to get multiple teams, and Ohio is now up by 15 again. Am I wrong that in hockey that they have players on the roster whose sole role is just to like start crap and make the other team mad? Am I wrong, or is that just like something I'm assuming? Ooh, that was a nasty airball by Buffalo. Eric Lindros. I think Buffalo's being a bit too deliberate. If they're going to come back, they need to stop being so deliberate. Yeah, do that right there, transition. But now they're going back to deliberation. Credit Ohio for getting back on defense, but they're running out of time. I don't know if I could go back to radio unless it was like talk radio, because I feel like that's the only medium that's going to survive. Yeah, I'm leaving the TV industry. I'm not going back to that. Here comes a wide open three for Ohio. Good. Ohio's up 19. Wide open. Like no contest to that three-pointer. I think music radio is going to die, but I think talk radio will always have a place. Yeah, TV, I see the writing on the wall. That's why I'm not going back. But TV's tough, and I think TV doesn't get it. TV doesn't get it. You know how many focus groups and stuff I did in TV that the news directors and stuff just brushed it all aside and said they're wrong? I'm like, okay, why did we just pay $20,000 for the focus group then? If we're just going to dismiss their opinions. Like, TV news directors and stuff are so out of touch, it's crazy. They need to stop letting journalism graduates run these TV stations and start letting, like, businessmen run these TV stations. Because as long as journalism grads and stuff run these TV stations, they're going to keep putting out products that suck. How does one profit using the betting market? And what makes a system different than a model? But yeah, the out-of-touch news directors was something else. Out-of-touch news directors, out-of-touch, journalists. I'm telling you, journalism school is poison. It poisons the minds, yet those are the people that work in the industry. It's like, this is what I said to a GM. I said, I feel like TV news these days cares more about pleasing their journalism professors than audiences. They're so out of touch. They care so much about winning like awards that are, awards that are handed out by other journalism grads. So it's like a feedback loop that just ruins the product. I don't know, man. Ohio, I know it was 9 years ago, but they made the Sweet 16 and took North Carolina to overtime. But they only lost to Illinois by 2. I don't think they're that bad. They destroyed Toledo, who is the best team in the MAC, yesterday. I think they're peaking at the right time. The day sports go a la carte, though, is the day that cable companies die, which is why it won't happen. Yeah, sitcoms, though, it's the reason that there are so many is because it wasn't hard to get them to syndication. That's why sitcoms are made these days, is to get them to syndication, because that's where the money's made. Usually sitcoms are a loser for the networks for the first, unless they can get to 5 seasons. And if they get to 5 seasons, then they can print money for them in syndication. But that's the whole idea these days, is to hope it's successful enough to get bought up get the syndication rights purchased. And that's why networks are so quick to pull the plug on them when they know it's not going to make it 5 seasons. 5 seasons is the magic number for a sitcom. So if you're wondering why shows like Grey's Anatomy are still on the air, it's because the syndication rights are worth, a lot. Do I think Ohio's a 14 seed? Yeah, probably 14 or 13. They've won tournament games as a 14 and 13, and I know it was 10 years ago and 9 years ago, but still. North Texas is up 8-0 early. Yep, live sports is honestly what's keeping the overall TV industry alive. Like, when I say broadcast TV, cable and broadcast, without live sports, they would already die. The thing is, though, I think the problem is, like, all these people are subscribing to streaming networks and everything, but there's a lot of fragmentation in that, too. That's not going to be able to sustain itself either. Because you have Netflix and ESPN and Hulu and Disney Plus and Peacock and CBS All Access. Like, when you add up the cost of all these separate streaming networks, it's more than a cable subscription. So I think there's too much fragmentation there too. YouTube baseball broadcast, I think it's part of the future. Yeah, sports are a loss leader for the networks. They exist to market their other programming. So TV stations make the most amount of money on their locally produced programming, like news, local TV stations. The networks make their money off Prime and the morning shows like Today's Show, Good Morning America. So local stations make all their money pretty much off news, local sponsorships, their website. Like a local TV station only gets like 2 or 3 spots in a prime program, maybe. Some programs, they don't get any spots at all. Like, we didn't sell any local spots in like NBC Nightly News, for example. No, I've never watched Last Chance U before. Man, no games are going over tonight. It's been tough. $13 or $14. They're not bad. I mean, Toledo's projected as a 12. I mean, I think I have Ohio at 91. That's not terrible. Like that Illinois game, they only lost by 2. They don't really have any terrible losses. So, and that was a breakdown defensively by Buffalo. Simon and Simon, no. Yeah, I think they'll be a 13 or 14. Let me go to the bracket matrix. So Buffalo is projected as a 12 or 13. Yeah, so they'll probably be a 13. I think Greensboro could slide ahead of them. I think Abilene Christian could maybe slide ahead of them. Not Moorhead or Eastern Washington. So yeah, somewhere in this range. I've been to the San Diego Zoo once. We went for the Poinsettia Bowl as a team. All right, Buffalo's starting to press. Ohio keeps beating the press, though. That's some lousy press defense. North Texas 13-0. I'm telling you, a 13-point deficit against North Texas is like a 20-point deficit against anybody else because they play such good defense and slow the game down. Like I've been saying, if TCU gets a new basketball coach, they could do a lot worse than getting North Texas's coach. I just don't think our fan base would like it because our fan base seems to have a desire for a coach that plays a fast pace, tempo, and everything, and North Texas is the opposite of that. Yeah, Mandalay Bay does have the best pool. Although I like Golden Nuggets too. Mandalay Bay, Golden Nugget. The Palms, I haven't been to the new pool at the Palms. The last time I went to the Palms pool was 2018 because it was under construction in 2019. I used to like their old pool though. The Hard Rock had a good pool, but you know they're not there anymore. The Red Rock has a decent pool, but it's so cold. That's the one thing that stood out to me at the Red Rock pool is how cold the water was. We were talking about Hartford earlier. We think it's going to be very close when it comes to a play-in game. Because I think Texas Southern and Norfolk State are guaranteed to be play-in teams. Mount St. Mary's. So those we know that Texas Southern, Norfolk, and Mount St. Mary's are going to be play-in. So it depends on what they do with Appalachian State, Iona. It'll be very close. Yeah, Golden Nugget has a slide that goes through a shark tank. I saw a Quiznos in Grand Junction, so yeah. Why won't this update? I've never been in the West Cape pool. No, that's the thing. The Red Rock pool water was so cold it wasn't even refreshing when it was hot outside. Yeah, we were talking about Hartford early this morning. I've been on for a long time, but they were the first game of the day. North Texas 17-0, and I have them spread and money line. This API is stuck. Should I take North Texas live at -8.5? I'm thinking about it. Let's do it. The problem with Western Kentucky is they're such a poorly coached team. Like Rick Stansberry is a good recruiter, but he can't coach at all. I didn't get the North Texas line. I can't get this line in before the line changes. North Texas. Like every game today has pretty much gone under. Not a good day for my total to be lopsided. I have Ohio -15. Yeah, second half betting hasn't been there for me tonight. Especially with totals. It's just all the games are going under, and when my model is over heavy today, it's not a good combination. Yep, nothing on Georgia Tech, Florida State. Yep, this one's a loser. So all those gimmick bets I made earlier today all lost. Every single one. I told you it was a bad idea at the time. Yep, that was ill-advised of me to make all those parlays and teasers. It was Georgia Tech plus 3.5 and 77 at this for second half. This Ohio, I don't think this Ohio live bet I made is going to cover. It's going to be tough. I think the over will hit, but not the live. All right, I'm going to go fill up this water bottle and go to the bathroom real quick. I'll be back. Just like with that Dr. Pepper Zero Sugar, like it's the same thing. Like it tastes good, but it has no body to it at all. This Zero Sugar A&W cream soda. The restaurant I worked at in Kentucky, we used to sell these like gourmet cream sodas in glass bottles that were so good, but they're very high in sugar and calories. And anyway, that cream soda had a body to it. It was so good, but it was, sugar. Like this has no body to it, but at least it didn't have any calories. When I say body, it's almost like there's there's like a thickness to it and a richness to it. Yeah, I'm pretty sure this Ohio game's going to go over, at least in the live bet I placed. Yeah, 141, and they're at 138 with 2 minutes to go. The question is, will Ohio cover the 15? That's going to be close. And they are at 15 right now. Here comes Ohio dunk. They're up by 17. And that should put it over. Finally got an over to hit. I mean, my line of overs are 3 and 4. It's not terrible. It's the pregame ones that have sucked. That's a good question. I won't be able to answer that question, Damon, until I see the brackets. I really need to see the brackets. It's kind of like a Pokemon, like, strength and weakness circle, you know? Some teams have strengths, some teams have weaknesses, you know, and how it really depends on the bracket. Ohio's up by 16 with a minute and a half. I don't think they're going to do it. Like, they're going to stop contesting like that, you know? Like, they just basically let Buffalo go to the basket without contesting it. And then they're not going to really try hard on offense either. I told you guys, money lines are where my updated models is going to do best. I'm really excited to see how money lines do in the tournament. Man, Ohio, you can't be missing these free throws, guys. Yeah, the selection show does pretty good, ratings-wise. Yep, those 2 missed free throws probably just doom my Ohio spread. They've missed 3 of the last 4 free throws, too. That was an airballed free throw. But Ohio still has a small chance. Okay, he made that one clean, but man. Yeah, Buffalo won't quit. This is an 84% free throw shooter. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if it lands right on 15. All right, so it's at 15 right now. Rebound. Man, if Ohio could have got a rebound there, maybe they could have pulled it off. There is a rebound. So it looks like Buffalo's not contesting. So I'll still know how to score one more time. The question is, will Ohio take a shot here, or will they just let the shot clock expire? Oh, a blocking foul. Okay, so they're going to get free throws. Yeah, I think they won't contest Buffalo's last possession. And they'll give Buffalo a wide open layup, and it'll land right on the number. So if he makes these two free throws, I think I'll push at the worst. First one, that one was close. Here comes the second free throw. I just think they're going to give Buffalo a wide open lane for a layup here. Okay, here comes the uncontested layup for Buffalo. I'm calling it right now. Oh, they contested it. Oh, travel, ref. That was a travel. He traveled. They contested it. That guy definitely traveled. It's going to fall right on the number. That sucks. Man. I mean, they're not going to call it travel there, but still. All right. What should I turn on now? Montana State's kind of making a comeback here. And this game's definitely not going to go over. I feel like they've been stuck at 49-38 for the past however many minutes. Yeah. Oh, he definitely traveled on that putback. The refs just didn't care, It was a meaningless shot. Eastern Washington, man, that's... Oh, I think Abilene's going to win easily. I don't have a play. I just have a play on the over like everything else tonight, but they're good. They're good. They're a good team. Is that going to be a technical foul? I turned on the Eastern Washington game, by the way. The Abilene Christian game should be starting any second now. I'm surprised I haven't started yet. Yeah, they're reviewing to see if that was a technical foul in this game. I don't know. Just let him play. Yeah, it looks like people are projecting Ohio as a 14. Some have them 13, some 14. It'll be close. People have Georgetown as a 12. That sounds about right. Maybe an 11, but yeah, 12 sounds about right. Jason Preston. Why do I feel like he's a transfer? I feel like Jason Preston is a transfer. Nope, he's been there. He's their leading scorer. I'm telling you, a 13-point deficit against North Texas is hard to overcome because they play such good defense. All right, so it was a technical foul. I just think, and he misses a free throw. I think that's justice, though. Just let him play. Here's the deal with Iona. How many times have you had a coach who's won a national championship coaching a 16 seed in the NCAA tournament? I don't think it's ever happened. Grand Canyon. Yeah, I have Grand Canyon money line and spread. +2 and +115. Like I've said all day, I'm surprised that they're underdogs. I really am. Cleveland State, I know he wasn't their coach when they made their run in 2000 or 1986. And when Cleveland State made their run, or their short term, they made it to the second round in 2009. I think Gary Waters was their coach. And Dennis Felton coached them for a while, I think, as well. Let's see. Raleigh Massimino. Didn't he coach Villanova? Or am I thinking of someone else? No, I'm right. Because that was the guy they showed in the crowd when Villanova hit that buzzer beater three-pointer against North Carolina 5 years ago. Yeah, he coached at Cleveland State. Yep. Cleveland State has never lost in the first round of the NCAA tournament. Yeah, I don't have a play on the UC Irvine game. I'm excited for that game, though. When does it start? It's one of the later games. 8:30, so yeah, not for another couple hours. I'm excited for that one, though. Yeah, this is a very tough lead for Western Kentucky to overcome. Abilene Christian's already up. Gary Waters, he coached Rutgers for a while. He was a coach of that Kent State team that beat Indiana in 2001. Man, that Duke roster in 2001, jeez. All right. Can Eastern Washington cover the live bet I put on them? I think the over's dead. They're missing a lot of threes.
That was a nice backdoor play by Eastern Washington there. Really nice. Really nicely done. Is Florida State going to pull away at all? All right, let's see what the second half line is about. For North Texas. All my joke parlays and teasers lost like I predicted. I knew it was going to happen. Like, that's why I never play them, because those just bury you. Yeah, I think Abilene's going to run away with this one. North Texas was 4.5 and 67.5. I already have North Texas, so I'm going to I don't have them at 6.5 though. I'll double down. Why not? I have faith. I only put one unit anyway, so it's right in line with the 1.5 I've been putting the rest of the night. Gave myself a little wiggle room. Yeah, this Montana State live bet I have is going to come down to the wire. All right, Florida State's starting to pull away a little bit. Is Abilene Christian a live bet game? 'Cause I feel like I can get a good number on them. Man, they're up 19-10. My scoreboard can't keep up. Man, how many threes is EW going to miss? Georgia Tech making a comeback. Jeez. Look at these 3-point percentages. 1 for 14 and 4 for 16. Abilene Christian's now minus 15.5. Jeez. All right, I'll be right back. I'm on Oregon State money line. Maybe that'll turn out the same way as Georgetown did. Man, Eastern Washington, you guys suck. Keep them in mind when looking at brackets. They're not very good. See, that game starts at 7:30. Oregon State plus 9. I have it plus 360, but I don't know how I feel about it.
lit on the basket in this game for both teams. I mean, my model's been very over heavy today, but actually it's split on the total. This has been a very hard offensive game to watch. They showed some Eastern Washington fan in the stands who kept putting her mask down to yell and then putting it back up and then put it back down. Like, what's the point? Like, what's the point of having masks? Abilene Christian, minus 16.5. Exactly. Like, I don't get the point. I really don't. Like, I read an article today, the CDC even admits that masks don't work and do nothing. But then the CDC says, but you still wear them anyway to show that you care. I'm like, so it's forced speech then. So if you wear masks not because they stop spread, but because it shows that you care, and it's mandated, that is forced speech, and that's against the First Amendment. All right, Abilene Christian's down to 13.5. $12.5. 14.5. That line just keeps moving. It's gone from 12 to 14. Now it's back up to 15. Jeez. Georgia Tech's ahead now. Jeez. What's up with these favored teams in these big conference tournaments tonight?
I'm going to turn on this Florida State game. Abilene Christian still minus 15.5. Western Kentucky's make a little bit of a run here. They've closed the gap from 14 to 7. It's warm in here. I changed to a t-shirt and some shorts, and I'm still pretty hot. I'm going to turn on the AC a little bit. Not much. It's been a tough night betting wise. Maybe these late games can turn it around. I don't know what the deal with Florida State is. I'm keeping an eye on this Abilene game, but the line's pretty much tracking close to what I have, what I show. I have the ACC game on right now, but it's hard to watch.
Good luck, yeah. Florida State's just been hard. It looked like they were going to pull away. They're up by 9, and then all of a sudden they just started to suck. And they've been in a funk ever since. I'm going to turn this North Texas game on. And that's in a commercial too. I'm getting kind of tired. Oregon State, it's just on the money line for Oregon State, even though I don't want them to win. All right, North Texas is up by 7. Nice 3 from North Texas. Ooh. Western Kentucky just failed with a lob big time. And here comes the slowdown of North Texas. That's what they do. They just slow it down. Oh, he just airballed a 3, though. Which taco recipe? Man, Florida State is not impressing me in this game. Oh, the nacho recipe, yeah. Make sure you get cheese from the deli. Ranch style beans. 80-20 ground beef. Josh Pastner, he can recruit, but he can't coach at all. Man, Florida State's turned the ball over 23 times. No wonder they're losing. %, lean, or 80% beef, 20% fat. Florida State missing free throws. They can't do anything right tonight. I think my Florida State spread bet's going to lose. They just can't do anything right. I'm going to turn on the North Texas game. If Utah State even gets in, I don't know if they'll get in. Man, all my teams are falling apart right now. I'm watching North Texas, and they look pretty flustered. 2 for 13 shooting in the half. Today's been a tough day. Yeah, well, there hasn't been a tournament in 2 years, though, so kind of not a good idea to use stuff that's happened 2 years ago and more to make decisions for this year. Too many commercials. Ooh, Nichols is kind of closing the gap. I'm interested in that second half line. Grand Canyon. I think North Texas has always been the best team in that conference. How the hell is Colgate the 2 seed in this Patriot League? They only lost 1 game. That doesn't make any sense. Ooh, man, that Western player looks like... Did he get a concussion there? That looked bad. Hit the back of his head on the court. Yeah, moneyline dogs is probably the best way to go in conference tournaments. Crazy things happen, and unders as well, because it's probably the best way to go. All right, second half, Abilene Christian minus 2.5. 76.5 is the total. Oh yeah, Alabama pays players. The question is, does Nick Saban orchestrate it or do the boosters orchestrate it? I think it's the boosters, and Nick Saban has nothing to do with it. I mean, he's probably aware that's going on, but it has nothing to do with, you know. That's how they get away with it. The boosters do all the dirty work. One-point game in Conference USA. Looks like I have another live bet going down in flames with North Texas. They're up by 15, and now they're only up by 1. Because they've only made 2 shots the entire half. I've been burned on over so many times tonight. But hey, I guess I just got to keep it rolling. It's just how my model was this morning. It's been a tough day, especially on the live betting second half front. Got to shoot the ball, North Texas. Man, they are just ice cold in this half. Two for 15 from the floor. And they're not taking bad shots. I posted those videos like last February. I posted them in anticipation of the tournament. I wish I could be sleeping right now. I'm kind of tired, but I said I'd go all night or all through the end of the last game. So yeah, North Texas isn't taking bad shots. They're just missing them. No, I didn't take anything on Abilene. Man, what a collapse by North Texas. What a collapse. That's been the theme of today. A lot of comebacks. Yeah, North Texas is up by 15, and they've just flatlined. Wait, I took the over in Abilene Christian Nichols, second half. Kind of. I don't know what they were recorded for. I had been recording live reactions of that stuff since I was like in middle school. But I lost all the videos though, the physical videos I used to have. Because me and my friends in high school and middle school were like really into March Madness and stuff, so I'd always film like my reactions and show it to them. Man, another wide open miss from North Texas. They are just ice cold. And like I said, they're not taking bad shots. They're just not going in. There's a block shot. Another miss. Jeez. They've absolutely fallen apart. Oh, yeah, North Texas blowing a 17-point lead. Can't score. They've gone 8 minutes without scoring a point. North Texas missed again. They can't do anything. 2 for 21 field goals in the half. Hey, they got one. North Texas got, and the coach raised his hands because he was so happy they scored finally. North Texas, they got one. Hey, this Georgia Tech game might go over somehow. It's at 1:42. And there's still 30 seconds left. Here's he passed it up. All right, North Texas is going to go to the free throw line. Maybe that'll help them. I think this game's going to go over, Georgia Tech and Florida State. I never thought it would. It looked like it was dead for a while. So that's a nice flip. Here's a wide open 3 for North Texas. Bricked again. They're taking open shots and missing. Western Kentucky starting to pull away. That's what happens when you can't score. North Texas missed the front end of the 1-on-1, by the way. Yep, Florida State, Georgia Tech did go over. Wide open 3 for North Texas. Nope. But they got the offensive board, and it got blocked. This is hard to watch. Hard to watch. Man, North Texas misses again and gets another offensive board. They can't do anything. They cannot do anything. They can't get anything close to the rim. That's a problem. Another miss, and this time they didn't get the rebound. Jeez. The second half has been something else. 7 points with 4 minutes to go in the half.
There's a 3 from Western Kentucky. Nope. 7 second half points. I have Oregon State winning 7-5. That's a foul. Will they miss the front on the 1-on-1 this time? Yeah, this has been really sad for North Texas. Really sad. And the thing is, they're not taking bad shots. That's the problem. They're taking pretty good shots. It's not like Western Kentucky is clamping down defensively. No, they're getting good looks. They're just not making them. All right, what's the second half line? Yep. How do you know they're 1-1? Still waiting on the second half line. Yeah, that's what I've said all along. Touts are salesmen. They're not handicappers. They're salesmen. They don't care about if they win or lose. They care about if you buy their picks. That's why they sell you packages up front, like $3,000 for an entire season. That way they can get your money before people realize that you're not a winner. All right, Grand Canyon minus 10.5 and the under. I actually have an underplay for a change. First live under of the day. About time. He doesn't delete his negative comments as North Texas misses another shot. Yeah, that's how selling both sides of the line. Yep. Very calm. There's a 3 from Western Kentucky. No good. But they fouled the 3-point shooter. That's dumb. Dumb. Remember when I said like a 15-point lead against North Texas is pretty much you can't overcome that? Well, you can when you hold them to 7 points in the second half.
And he makes all 3 free throws. That's another thing. North Texas isn't just missing their shot. They've missed 2 front ends of 1-on-1s as well. That's how it works. That's how the touts work. They'll give you free picks, and if they win, they'll be like, okay, it's clear we know what we're doing. Pay up. And if they lose, they'll say, we're giving you losing picks on purpose because to get the winners, you have to pay. So it's like either, no matter what happens, they'll give you the hard sell based on the free pick result. My ear always bleeds on this live stream. I have a problem in my right ear. The problem is North Texas. One of the problems here with North Texas is they can't get anything in the paint. They just made a shot, by the way, but they can't get anything close to the rim. So they're pretty much, Western Kentucky's pretty much giving them jump shots. Yep, you're right. He makes it look like he broadcasts from the Mandarin, but he really doesn't. If you want to get the ball closer, I mean, you need to play transition. But then, no, you're turning the ball over. Ugh, North Texas, you guys suck. You guys are just bad. $17-point lead. Yeah. We were talking about the tout a couple weeks ago, and I know he had an office on Rainbow. Like, you know, and it's just like in a strip mall. But it wasn't Vegas Dave. No, it was Jeff Allen, otherwise known as Jeff D. something Italian. Jeff D'Amico or something like that. Dude, just North Texas can't get out of their own way. They cannot get out of their own way. This is one of the worst offensive halves of basketball I've ever seen in my life. Like their last two possessions, they just turn the ball over because they can't decide what they want to do. Oh, that probably should have been a foul, but sometimes you're too deliberate, and that's North Texas right now. I'm going to live stream the selection show, not the games before it. Oh, God. Did they really use that as a... Oh, man. That's just the stupidest thing I've ever heard. Travel. Thank you. They called the travel. I didn't think they were going to, but they did. Yeah, I remember as CNBC, like as soon as the first, when you heard him say he hit like 72% or whatever, you knew he was full of crap. Wide open three for North Texas to tie. Good. Okay, we have a tie game, guys. They've scored more points in the last minute than they scored in the 18 minutes before that. So this game's going to go to overtime. My best case scenario is that it goes to overtime. All right, what's going to happen here? 48-48, 22 seconds left. Where does Western Kentucky go? Obviously, they have their NBA guy. Do they give him the ball down low? Yeah. Because of guys like Billy Walters, that's why. Where does Western Kentucky go here? They go to the NBA guy? They probably will. Steve Stevens is an idiot. Although I don't hate guys like Steve Stevens and Vegas Dave as much as I hate the lower level touts out there that, you know. All right, so what are they going to do here? 10 seconds left. Where's Bassey? They're double teaming him. He's not going to get the ball. Pick and roll. There's Bassey. Oh, he turned the ball over, so North Texas is going to have a chance with 3 seconds left. They turned it over. Oh, man. They were trying to do a pick and pop to Charles Bassey, and they just threw the pass too far to the left. So we got 3.8 no timeouts, though, for North Texas. So it looks like Rick Stansberry is going to call one. They have 2. Oh, he turned it over. I mean, the play was there. No, he was going to get double team if he caught that pass. So that was well defended by North Texas. They clearly watched film on that one. Yep. Yeah, they still do that today, Mark. They still do that today. I've seen it happen. Yep, I know exactly. Okay, here comes the 3 at the buzzer for North Texas. Oh, no good. We're going to overtime. Yeah, that happened to me at Red Rock. The guy I was sitting next to, he was like, give me all these picks that he was on. I was like, I don't care, dude. I didn't say that to him, but I was just like tuning him out. And then after a couple of them won, he was like, you should pay me money for these games I was telling you about. I was like, I didn't even bet them. And he's like, but still, like, I shouldn't be giving this stuff out for free to you. And I told him, I didn't even bet those games, man. Because he was giving me, like, parlay advice. He's like, you should bet this in a parlay. He had a 2-team parlay that hit, and he acted like I owed him. $50 commission. How can you possibly break even if you have to pay a 50% commission? And I think this Oregon State-Colorado game is going to turn out just like the Georgetown game did. It just has that feeling. Oregon State 6 from 9 from 3 already. That's why they're up by 9. Colorado's 0 for 1. Yeah, this has all the makings of the Georgetown game all over again. All right, what's going to happen in overtime? Yeah, no. Touts prey on people that can't do math, because we did this earlier. We calculated what the break even would be if you bought Stu Finer's $50,000 March Madness package, and you'd have to bet like $2,500 a game to break even if he is not lying about his record. Most people can't do basic math. Western Kentucky hits a 3 to start overtime. North Texas answers with a 2. The thing I've noticed is that you meet people that are like convinced that touts are good and worth it, and you cannot convince them otherwise. There are people who will die before they admit that touts are scammers. Like, I've met people in sports books here in Las Vegas over the years that, like, they'll do nothing but sing praises of various touts, of how great they are. Maybe they're paid to do that, to shill. Yeah, we did Stu Finer earlier. We talked about him. How long ago was that? That was probably like in the first hour of the stream. I've been on for almost 12 hours now. But I was saying how sportsbooks and touts have a symbiotic relationship. Because like the Westgate really partners up with a lot of touts in Las Vegas, you know, and we're like, why? Why would they attach their name to these touts? It's because touts drive business. That's goaltending. Yep. Goaltending on, so North Texas is ahead. But yeah, touts drive business to the book, so that's why they have a chummy relationship. And they also help sell the dream that you can make a lot of money betting on sports, which drives business. You're probably not wrong, Mark. Yeah. Yeah, that's what Vegas Dave and other touts use. Because they'll like lose 7 in a row, and then when they tell you to bet like 8 million units on that 8th leg of the martingale, it'll win, and they're like, huh, I'm 1-0. North Texas, you guys got to get a shot off. Oh, 3-pointer made. They're up by 2. Shot clock buzzer beater 3. I know people who swear that the martingale system can't lose, and I'm like, okay, you have that mindset. See how it works out for you. Yep. Stu Finer exists to drive business to the Barstool Sportsbook. That's why they partner with them. He drives business. Man, this Bassey guy is such a good defender for Western Kentucky. He's the reason more than anything that North Texas can't score. His presence inside is too much. Yeah, can't lose if you have unlimited funds. There's some tout we did last Saturday, Cody Covers or something like that, who does a martingale as well. Yeah. I don't think this Abilene Christian game will go over, so once again I'm burned on another over. Yeah, there's 3 losses right here. It's been a tough live betting day today. Very tough. All right, tie game with a minute to go. North Texas, Western Kentucky. North Texas is being deliberate again. Like I said, you can only be so deliberate. Like if they don't score in this possession, then Western Kentucky can run it out for the rest of the second half. And that's out. So North Texas is going to get the ball back. 32 seconds. Are they going to reset the shot clock? Jonathan Coachman from WWE. I know Sportsline has always been a tout service. Yeah, Sportsline is a tout service. They've been around for a while. But Jonathan Coachman, is that the guy from WWE doing touting for them? That's sad. I like Jonathan Coachman. That touts are all about hustling you out of money. They're salesmen. Like I said, they're not handicappers. They're salesmen. They're marketers. Their success is not based on how well they can pick games, but how much money they can suck out of you. They don't care if they hit 40% or 60%. North Texas is up by 2 with 13 seconds to go. Shot clock buzzer. Beater shot. Yep. No, you're right. That's how touts work, or Sportsline works. You're right about that. Yeah, I'm pretty sure Sportsline. Yeah, I've seen their crap before. It makes me laugh. It's funny. Yep, subscribe to unlock pick. I mean, that sounds like touting to me. Ten and 6 in last Portland, 16 Trailblazers picks. That's stupid. 4-1 in last 5 Minnesota Timberwolves picks. Get out of here. These are all a bunch of touts. 3-0 in last 3 Western Kentucky picks. And they share touts with other tout websites like Micah Roberts. Yeah, this is nothing more than a tout website endorsed by CBS. So stupid. Maybe. I mean, that's what my matrices will be for. That's the main problem with touts is that they can't give out their plays before the game because, you have to buy them. But then after the game started, they can give out whatever they want. So in order to really hold a tout accountable, you have to pay for their picks. You have no way of knowing if they're full of crap or not. And today's been a tough day. Woof. All right, this is do or die for Western Kentucky. It looks like they're going to go for the last shot. They're driving. Here comes a shot. Blocked. They're not going to call a foul. Rick Stansberry is mad. Rick Stansberry is very mad. It looks like North Texas is going to win. All right, time to turn on another game. Yes, it takes a home advantage into account. North Texas looks like they won. Unless there's a miracle that happens in the last 2 seconds. Yeah, Florida State turned the ball over 24 times. Yeah, if you watched the Big Ten games today, you would have seen the 2 courts.
Remember when I wanted to take Abilene Christian at minus 12.5 and I didn't? Seems like it's not just my live bets are losing today, but the ones I'm passing up on are all winning. Yep, that's another tout gimmick is that they show you, bet slips. They'll play both sides of the bet and show you the one that won. That's a very common tout gimmick. Man, this fat guy for Abilene Christian just airballed a 3 and it wasn't even close. First half totals? No, I haven't. I would need a separate